Harper Audio presents In the Cold Dark Ground by Stuart McBride, read by Steve Worsley. 3 days ago. He rolls over onto his side, blood pulsing from what's left of his nose. It stains his teeth dark pink, bubbles at the side of his mouth, explodes out in a shower of scarlet droplets as the boot slams into his bare stomach again. And again, and again. He just twitches with the impact. Can't even defend himself, not with both hands tied behind his back. Can't do anything but bleed and groan, naked on the damp forest floor. His lips move, but the words are broken, mushy things forced out between ruined teeth. Do you see? A boot stamps down on his head. Something crunches. Do you see what happens? Blood drips onto the mat of rusting pine needles, making it dark and shiny. Another voice, quiet, shaking. Please. Please. I'll do whatever you want. Please. Damn right you will. A black plastic bin bag crackles out like the wing of a giant bat. It soars above him for a moment, then gets yanked into place, enveloping his head. The scratchy growl of duct tape rips through the air, and at last he finds enough breath to scream. Wednesday day shift. In loving memory of those not yet dead. Chapter 1. Where the hell was Sid? The song rambled to a halt, and the DJ was back. Wasn't that great? We've got J.C. Williams on in just a minute, talking about her latest book, P.C. Munro and the Poisoner's Cat. But first, here's Stacey with all your 11 o'clock news and weather. Stacey. Logan screwed the cap on his thermos, popped it on the dashboard, then wrapped his hands around the plastic cup. Warmth seeped into his fingers, almost making it as far as the frozen bones. Tendrils of steam mixed with his breath, fogging the windscreen. Thanks, Bill. The hunt for missing Fraserburgh businessman Martin Milne continues today. He wriggled in his seat, pulling himself deeper into the stab-proof vest, like a turtle. Knees together, rubbing slightly to get maximum itchiness from the black Police Scotland-issued trousers. Took a sip from the thermos lid. Tea. Hot and milky. Manna from heaven. Well, from the station canteen, but close enough. Concerned for his safety after his car was found abandoned in a lay-by outside Port Soy. Logan wiped a porthole in the passenger window. Skeletal trees loomed on either side of the dirt track. Gunmetal puddles and ragged-edged potholes. The bare stalks of old nettles poked out of the yellow grass like the spears of a long-dead army, all fading into the dull grey embrace of February drizzle. Something bright moved in the distance, where the oak and beech gave way to regular ranks of pine, a fluorescent yellow high-vis smear. Then the wood swallowed it. With any information to call 101, a teenage driver who crashed through the front window of Poundland in Peterhead was 6 times over the drink-drive limit. Sitting next to the thermos, his mobile phone dinged, skittering an inch to the right as it vibrated. He grabbed it before it fell off the dashboard. Pressed his thumb on the text message icon. Laz, call me back ASAP. No screwing about. It's urgent. Where the hell are you? Sodding DCI, sodding steel. 3rd time today. Leave me alone. I'm working, okay? That all right with you? He deleted the message. Scowled at the empty screen. 8 pints of cider at a friend's 18th birthday party. A pair of headlights sparked in the rear-view mirror. The cavalry had arrived. With any luck, they'd brought biscuits with them. Remanded in custody. The body of a young woman discovered 10 days ago in woods outside Inverurie has been formally identified. Logan took another sip of tea, then popped the door open, climbing out as a battered green Fiat lurched and rolled to a halt, windscreen wipers squealing across the glass. Everything smelled of dirt and mould and green. Emily Benton, a 19-year-old philosophy student from Aberdeenshire. The Fiat's door clunked open and a man climbed out, dressed in tatty black combat trousers and a quilted black fleece. Big grin on his face. Short grey hair circled a wide strip of shiny pink scalp. His breath steamed out into the drizzly morning. "Fine day for it." He pulled a baseball cap from his back pocket, black with police embroidered over a black and white checked strip. He put it on, hiding his bald patch from the rain. Logan toasted him with the thermos cup. "Sid, you bring your hairy friends with you?" Emily was last seen leaving the Formartin House Hotel on Saturday night. Sid leaned back into the car and came out with a thick leather lead, draped it around his neck, under his arms, and clipped it behind his back, like DIY braces. "Thought you and your minions already searched this one." Anxious to trace the driver of a red Ford Fiesta seen in the vicinity. "Didn't find anything." A shrug. "Thanks for coming. Forget about it." Sid waved a hand. "Only so many times you can watch Lord of the Rings." He marched around to the back of the car and popped the boot open. A golden retriever scrabbled out onto the track, tail wagging, feet pounding round and round his master, nose up to him, mouth hanging open. "You ready to put that nose back to work, Luso? Are you?" "Yes, you are. Yes, you are." He ruffled the dog's ears. "Do you good to get off your backside and do some work for a change, you fat lump." Appeal for witnesses. Now, are you ready for Valentine's Day? Well, one enterprising teenager is auctioning his booking for a romantic meal for two at the Silver Darling restaurant in... Logan clicked the radio off and downed the last of his tea, pulled a padded high-vis jacket on over his stab-proof vest, then dipped into the kit bag stuffed down into the rear footwell, came out with a brown paper evidence bag. "Here you go." "Socks?" "Better." Logan opened the bag and came out with a red T-shirt. The company name was speckled with paint. Gayraw, Container Management and Logistics. "Well, you never know your luck. Since we're retired, Luso's sniffed out nothing more challenging than other dogs' bumholes." He unrolled a small fluorescent yellow waistcoat thing and slipped it over the golden retriever's head, clipping the straps together behind its front legs. Then Sid took the T-shirt and wadded it up into a ball, squatted down and held it under Luso's shiny black nose. "Big sniffs." Logan pulled on a pair of padded leather gloves. "We set?" "As we can be." Sid stood, then swept his arm out in an arc, hand pointing towards the woods on one side of the track. "Come on, Luso. Find!" The dog scampered around them a couple of times, then its nose went down and it snuffled away. They followed Luso across the damp leaf litter, into the forest gloom, ducking under branches and crunching through brittle beige curls of dead bracken. Logan nodded at the dog. "What do you reckon?" "Long shot, to be honest." Sid tucked his hands into his pockets. "If you're after dead bodies, cash or explosives. Luso's your dog. But this tracking thing..." He sucked on his teeth. "Well, you never know." The musky brown scent of earth rose from the ground like a blanket, turning sharper and more antiseptic as they crossed the boundary from deciduous to evergreen. At least the tops of the trees were evergreen. Down here, at ground level, everything was black and grey and jagged. Through a clearing, tufted with heather and fringed with brambles. Down a small ravine. They clambered over a fallen tree, its roots sticking up into the air like a hairy shield. Up a steep hill, puffing and panting by the time they reached the summit. But there wasn't much of a view from the top, just more dark trunks, stretching down and away into the distance, merging together in the fog and drizzle. Sid sniffed. "Of course, trouble is, it's been so long since he's had to actually work, Luso might think he's out for a walk." There was that. "Well, at least we're..." Logan's mobile blared out its anonymous ringtone. He closed his eyes and sagged for a moment, then straightened up, pulled on a smile. "Sorry, I'll catch up." He dug the phone out as Sid worked his way down the hill, following the wagging tail. "McRae?" A woman's voice. "Logan, it's Louise from Sunny Glen." and Logan sagged again. The crackle and snap of Sid fighting his way through a clump of dead rosebay willow herb faded into silence. Somewhere in the distance a pigeon crowed. "Logan? Hello?" Deep breath. "Louise!" A sigh came from the earpiece. "I know this isn't easy, Logan. It's a horrible thing. But there's nothing else we can do for her. If there was, I would. You know that." Of course he did. Didn't make it any easier, though. "Yeah." He stared down at his boots, at the tufts of grey-green grass poking out between the dirty pine needles. "When?" "That's really up to you. Samantha's... You've been the best friend she could ever have hoped for. But it's time. It's just her time." Another sigh. "I'm sorry, Logan. I really am." "Right. Yes. I understand. We have a specialist counsellor you can speak to. She can help." Another smear of fluorescent yellow appeared away off to the right, before disappearing into the undergrowth again. 4 beeps sounded underneath his high-vis jacket, followed by a muffled voice. "Shire Uniform 7, safe to talk." Logan unzipped the jacket and reached inside, feeling for the airwave handset, leaving it on its clip while he pressed the button. "Give us a minute, Tufty." Back to the phone. Louise was still going. "All right? Logan? Hello? Sorry, I'm kind of in the middle of something." "You don't have to decide right away. We're not trying to rush you into anything. Take your time." "Yeah, I understand." The stab-proof vest held him tight in its Velcro embrace, keeping everything squeezed inside. "Friday. We'll do it Friday." "Are you sure? Like I said, you don't have to..." "No. Friday the 13th. Samantha would have liked that." "I'm sorry, Logan." "Yeah, me too." He hung up and slipped the phone back into an inside pocket, stared up at the heavy grey sky. Friday. When he breathed out, it was as if someone had attached weights to his lungs and stomach, dragging them down. Another breath. Then another. And another. Come on. He blinked, rubbed a hand across his face, wiping away a cold sheen of water, hauled himself straight. Then pressed the call button on his airwave handset again. "Tufty, safe to talk." "Sarge, we've done the loop again. No sign of Milne. You want us to try the burn?" "Might as well." Dripping water made a slow-motion drum roll on the forest floor. "Sarge?" "What?" "Can we go home soon? Only Calamity's gone all blue and purple. Last time I saw someone that colour, they were lying on a mortuary slab. Bleeding freezing out here." "Tell her we'll give it another hour, then back home for tea and biscuits." "Sarge?" Logan slithered his way down the hill, picking his way between the trees, following Sid's trail. Silence blanketed the forest, the needles underfoot and the branches overhead smothering all sounds except the ones he made. Not even midday, and it was already getting dark. The clouds overhead had blackened and crept lower, gearing up for the change from breath-frosting drizzle to a full-on downpour. Maybe an hour was chancing their arm. Might be better to pack it up and try again tomorrow. And after that, it'd be someone else's problem. A ding and a buzz against his ribcage marked another text message coming into his mobile. No point checking. It'd be Steele. It was always Steele. "Wah, wah, wah. Why haven't you called me back? What I want is much more important than anything you're doing. Wah, wah, wah." He left his phone in its pocket. Kept going. It wasn't too hard to follow Sid. His feet had left a scuffed path through the needles, the layer below darker than the ones on the surface. It wound its way between the trees, scratching a zigzag line down and off to the left. Where... Was that a shout? Yes. Somewhere off in the distance, but definitely there. Logan stopped, cupped his hands around his mouth in a makeshift loudhailer. "Sid!" Another shout. Nope, still no idea what he was saying. Needles slipped beneath Logan's feet as he hurried down the slope and up the other side. "Sid!" He froze at the crown of the hill, surrounded by boulders and Scots pine. The ground fell away in front of him, a steep incline punctuated by rocks and gorse between hundreds of circular stumps where the trees had been harvested. A dirt track ran along the bottom of the hill, with another clump of gorse on the other side. Sid stood in front of it, waving his arms like he was trying to guide a plane in to land. Lusso lay on the ground at his feet, hairy yellow tail sweeping back and forth through the mud. Logan tried again. "What is it?" Whatever Sid shouted back, it was swallowed by the wind and rain. Sodding hell. No choice for it then. Logan scrambled down the slope, feet sideways to the drop, skirting the dark green needles of gorse, windmilling his arms as a clump of mud shifted beneath him, threatening to send him tumbling. Keep going. He clattered onto the track and skidded to a halt before he went over the edge and into a drainage ditch thick with rust-coloured water. Sid sniffed. "Took your time?" "What?" He raised a finger and pointed at a patch of broom. "In there." Logan smoothed down the front of his high-vis jacket, then stepped over the ditch and onto the bank on the other side. "Can't see any. Keep going." Another couple of steps up the bank and... Okay. There was a dip in the earth, semicircular with a chunk of lichen-covered granite at one end, stalks of dead weeds poked up through the yellowed grass, and right in the middle, lying flat on its back, was the body of a man. Naked. Hands behind him. One leg crooked out at the knee, the foot resting against his other shin. His torso was a tie-dye pattern of purples, blues and yellows fringed with green, the bruises spaced randomly across pale grey skin slick with drizzle. Sid's voice came from the other side of the bush. "That him?" Logan blew out a breath. "Difficult to tell." The head was covered with black plastic, like a bin bag, fixed around the neck with thick strands of silver duct tape. There was a strange smell, too. Maybe bleach. The pubic hair was a sickly yellowy white, so it could be bleach. Probably bleach. Someone covering their tracks, trying to make sure they hadn't left any DNA or trace evidence behind that could be identified. Yeah, good luck with that. Something always survived. Another smell lay under the bleach, something sweet and meaty and cloying, like a chunk of mince forgotten about at the back of the fridge a couple of days past its sell-by date. Definitely dead. Logan unzipped his jacket and pulled out his Airwave handset, punched in the duty inspector's shoulder number. "Bravo India from Shire Uniform 7, safe to talk." Inspector McGregor's voice crackled out of the speaker, sounding slightly plummy, as if she was eating something. "Go ahead, Logan." "Gov, I think we might have found Martin Milne." Chapter 2. "Sarge?" Tufty pulled his eyebrows in, made his watery blue eyes all big and puppy dog, pouted, sinking his cheeks even further into his bony face. "Just in case, someone's planning a surprise party Monday, right?" Droplets pattered off the peak of his cap, hissed through the needles on the trees, rippled the puddles at their feet. "Monday?" Logan ducked in under a pine, using the canopy of needles to keep the worst of the rain off. Up above, between the branches, the sky was nearly touching the treetops, heavy and dark. "Well, Tuesday morning. I know we don't get off night shift till 7, and most places will be shut, but someone's organising something, right?" Logan punched Calamity's shoulder number into his Airwave handset. "Constable Nicholson, safe to talk?" A crackle, then her voice came through. "On my way back now, Sarge. I've taped the road off at the junction." Tufty pulled one shoulder up to his ear. "Because it's a big thing, isn't it? Not every day you go from being a probationer to a full-blown instrument of justice." "You got the tarpaulin, Calamity?" "What's that supposed to mean? Course I've got the tarpaulin." "Well, hurry up then. Tufty's going to suffer fatal rectal boot poisoning if I have to put up with his whinging much longer." There was a little pout, then Tufty inched closer, peering down at the body. "Funny, isn't it? As soon as you cover a person's face like that, you make them less human. Like it's not really a person anymore. It's still a person. Logan put his airwave back on its clip, cupped his hands to his mouth and blew, filling them with warm fog. Wonder how long he's been lying there. Tufty ducked, then worked his way through the jagged branches of the tree next to Logan's, until his back was against the trunk. First week I was on the job, there was this motorbike crash. Young woman, a girl really, didn't make the corner, straight through a barbed wire fence. She wasn't wearing a helmet. All this rain. Probably not a lot of trace left on the body. Might get fibres off the bin bag, though. Head came clean off. Then there was the bleach. If whoever did it bleached the body while it was lying there, they might not have turned it over to do its back. Could be DNA there, protected from the rain and the elements. Searched for ages. Tufty frowned. I found it in a clump of dead nettles. She was staring up at me with this confused look on her face. Surreal. The dirt track was the obvious point of entry to the scene. No sign of any tyre marks, though, so they probably carried the body here from wherever they'd parked. Strange to go all that effort when you could have just pitched it out of the boot. Maybe the road was blocked. Or maybe the victim was still alive when they got here. Maybe the killer made them walk from the car to here. Jesus, how frightened would you be? Naked, hands tied behind your back, picking your way along the forest road, knowing that when you got to where you were going, you'd be dead. Anyway, we stuck the two bits back together and bang! Suddenly she was a person again. Never thrown up so much in my life. He shuddered, then blew out a billow of steamy breath. See that? Probably getting frostbite. Feel free to shut up at any point. Sid appeared from the woods behind them, hands dug deep into his pockets, golden retriever trotting in lazy circles around him. Nothing? Logan shrugged. Worth a go. Thanks anyway. Be nice to get out and do something for a change. Retirement's not all it's cracked up to be. A lifetime of fixing up the house and garden, DIY as far as the eye can see. A shudder. Like a wheelbarrow, always in front of you. Lusso loped over to Tufty and stuck his nose in the constable's groin. Tufty flattened himself against the tree. Doesn't bite, does he? Anyway, if you don't need me, I'll head off. She who must wants a trip to B&Q. Apparently the spare room needs new wallpaper. We'll give you a shout about a statement. And that pint you owe me. Then Sid clapped his hands. Come on, Lusso. Leave the poor wee loon's Winky alone. We're going home. A bark made Tufty flinch. Then the golden retriever turned and trotted after its master, up the slope and away into the forest. Tufty wiped a hand down the front of his trousers, as if reassuring the contents that the nasty doggy had gone, then squinted up at the heavy grey sky. Think it's cold enough to snow? Probably. The rain fell. And fell. And fell. Sod this. He punched Maggie's number into his handset. Maggie, safe to talk. You got an ETA for us yet? As far as I know, they're en route, Sergeant McRae. Well, if you hear anything, let us know, okay? It's hammering down out here. He hooked the airwave back into place, wrapped his arms around himself, and tucked his hands into the armholes of his stab-proof vest. Tufty made a sound like a deflating whoopee cushion. First time in my life I'm actually looking forward to a major investigation team waltzing in and taking over. Let them stand about in the rain for a change. He stamped his feet. How long's it take to get up here from Aberdeen anyway? What are they doing, walking? You remember what I said about rectal boot poisoning? And the rain fell. Up your end a bit. Logan tugged at the tarpaulin, then nodded. OK, pin it down. Calamity lowered a rock onto the edge of the blue plastic. Then another one. And another. Her black bob stuck to the sides of her face in rain-twisted strands, making her look a bit like a damp crow. She sniffed, then wiped a gloved hand under her pointy nose. Every time she bent over, water poured out from the brim of her bowler hat, spattering down her high-vis jacket. Can't feel my fingers. Just in case, we're having a celebration after work on Tuesday morning, aren't we? For Tufty's coming out party. Calamity thunked another rock into place. Thought Isla was organising something. Do me a favour and check, okay? He tugged on the tarpaulin, securing the last corner with a big lump of quartz. He'll sulk for months if we don't. She stood and stretched, hands in the small of her back, staring down at their makeshift crime scene marquee. What do you think? Is it Martin Milne? Hope so. What if it's not? Logan ducked under the tree again, waved Calamity over and dug out his phone. She squeezed in under the branches next to him as he scrolled through the photos of a naked man lying on his back on a forest floor with a black plastic bag duct-taped over his head. Got one distinguishing feature. He zoomed in on the left shoulder. A tattoo was just visible through the multicolour rainbow of bruises. Held the phone out. That looked like a dolphin to you. She squinted, tilted her head to one side. Could be a whale? No, look, it's got a unicorn horn. Narwhal. Is it? He took the phone back and frowned at it. Could be. Did Martin Milne have a tattoo? You know what I think? Calamity pointed a toe at the tarpaulin. Serial killer. Logan put his phone away. That's not funny. Isn't meant to be. Look at it. Middle of nowhere. Dead body. Dumped with a bag over its head. Calamity. And it's not the first one either. What about that student, Emily something, turned up dead in woods near Inverurie a week and a half ago? Calamity nodded to herself. Could be dozens of dead bodies out there, dumped in woodlands all over the northeast. You been watching Scandinavian crime dramas again? £5 says the post-mortem turns up sexual activity, before and after death. That's what the bag's for. He's dehumanised the victim by hiding the face. Doesn't want to be looked at while he does his thing. Don't you start as well. Had enough of the doesn't look like a person thing from Tufty. Exactly my point. There's a murder victim lying right there. She pointed. Someone's brother, father, son, husband. Someone with hopes and dreams like you and me. And we're standing here chatting about Tufty's party. Being dehumanised. Ah. Logan put his phone away. Fair enough. Another £5 says we find the next body before the fortnight's out. Get on to Isla. See if we've got any missing persons with a narwhal tattoo on their left shoulder. A frown. Actually, don't. Tell her any sort of tattoo will do. Don't care if it's a dolphin, elephant, narwhal, or Sandy Togsvig riding a unicycle. If there's a Miss Pearl with a tattoo on their arm, I want to know about it. Sarge? With any luck, we'll solve this before the MIT turn up and trample over everything. Calamity got on the airwave. Constable Nicholson for Constable Anderson, safe to talk. A tiny voice crackled out of the speaker, sounding as if it belonged to a wee girl. Go for it, Calamity. Isla, I need you to search the Miss Purr database for us. Then a piercing whistle crackled from the brow of the hill, and there was Tufty, waving. A man in an overcoat struggled up next to him. Then another, and a third, all with mud clarted up to the knees of their suit trousers. Speak of the devils, and they shall appear. They struggled their way down the hill, holding on to each other in an admirably stupid display of team spirit, meaning if one of them went down, he'd take the other two with him. At least Tufty had the common sense to steer clear of them. He picked his own path through the gorse and tree stumps, until he stood in front of Logan, then jerked a thumb at the suits. Found this lot wandering in the woods, Sarge. Can we keep them? The tallest of the three picked spiny green bristles out of his navy overcoat. We were not wandering. Water dripped from the brim of his trilby hat, something else dripping from the end of his little pink nose. A sniff. Then he raised his hat, showing off a spiky mop of gelled blonde hair. Logan! Well, well, well. Detective Sergeant Simon Rennie, as I live and breathe. Logan smiled, then lowered his eyes to Rennie's dirt-spattered trousers. Were we playing in the puddles? Place is a bloody swamp, with trees and mud. A muddy, foresty swamp. He stuck his hat back on. Steele's on her way. Till she gets here, this is DC Owen. Owen, A broad-shouldered lump of a man with greying curls plastered to his head by the rain. A nod. "Sarge?" His teeth looked as if they'd been designed for a mouth 3 times bigger than his, poking out at all angles. "And this is DC Anthony Spaver Fraser." Fraser's nose had been destined for the same oversized face as Owen's teeth. "Sergeant?" He jerked it in the direction of the tarpaulin. "That our body?" "Not yet it isn't." Logan held his hand out towards Tufty. "Constable Quirrell, pass me the sacred wooden stick of crime scene dominion." There was a pause as Tufty blinked at him. Then realization must have dawned, because 2 seconds later a branch was pressed into Logan's grasp. It wasn't big, about 2 foot long, with a forked bit at the top. "Here you go." Logan offered it to Rennie. "Do you accept the sacred stick?" A lopsided grin. Then he took the little branch and held it aloft as if he just pulled Excalibur from the stone. Posing. "I hereby claim this crime scene for Detective Chief Inspector Roberta Tiberius Steele and the glory of the Sontaran Empire." "Good for you." Logan wiped bits of bark from his palm. Body's an IC1 male, tattoo on the upper left arm, heavy bruising to the torso, bin bag over the head. Duty doctor, procurator fiscal, pathologist, and scenes examination branch have been informed. He turned. "Tufty, Calamity, pack up. We're out of here." She shifted the airwave handset to her other ear and nodded. Rennie frowned. "But what about guarding the scene? Aren't you going to—" "Not our scene anymore. You got the sacred stick, remember?" His eyebrows went up, making a short row of wrinkles between them. "But body was probably dumped using the logging road. Get someone to search for tire tracks. And don't stand there with your gob hanging open. You look like a goldfish." A click as Rennie closed his mouth. "Can't we just—" "Probably not. But make sure you get your common approach path sorted before the PF and the pathologist get here, or they'll make you eat your hat." Logan patted him on the shoulder. "Oh, and I want my tarpaulin back when you've finished with it." The hill was a lot steeper on the way up than the way down, and by the time they reached the top, sweat was trickling down between Logan's shoulder blades and into his pants. He paused at the crest, looking back towards the makeshift SOC tent, breath fogging the air in thick white puffs. Calamity's face had gone all flushed and shiny. She gave him a lopsided grimace. "Got a bad feeling about this. They've investigated murders before. Only 2 types of people wear trilby hats, Sarge. Old Mannies and tossers." "Really?" Tufty unzipped his high-vis jacket and flapped the sides. Steam rose from his stab-proof vest. "I think they're kind of cool." "Which proves my point." She took off her bowler hat and fanned herself with it. "And why is he holding that stick?" "He thinks it makes him in charge. How did you get on with Maggie?" "Strange stick obsession and a trilby hat." Calamity did a bit more grimacing. "He's a tosser, isn't he?" "Detective Sergeant Rennie isn't a tosser." Down at the base of the slope, Rennie was directing his constables as they did a preliminary sweep of the scene, standing on a tree stump and using the sacred stick like a conductor's baton. He was getting into it, swinging his arms about, weaking the stick back and forth. Logan bared his teeth. "Okay, he's a bit of a tosser, but—" Rennie slipped and went flat on his backside in the middle of the track. "Actually, I'm going to leave it there." "And they made that a detective sergeant." Calamity sighed. "Isla says we've got 6 mispairs on the book with tattoos. That's going back 3 years, including the unsolveds." 6 Tufty stopped flapping. "How many without tattoos?" 112. She shrugged. "Half the time no one bothers to tell us Uncle Stinky's come home. Other half—" Another shrug. One of the DCs, Owen, was it, hauled Rennie to his feet, then picked up the stick and handed it back to him. Yeah, because that was a good idea. Probably end up putting someone's eye out with it. "Don't suppose it matters now. Not our case, it's theirs." Logan stuck his hands in his pockets. Still, it wouldn't hurt to take an interest, would it? Just in case. He cleared his throat. "Don't suppose any of our tattooed 6 have a narwhal on their upper left arm?" "Nope. Or if they do, it's not in the database. She folded her arms, staring down at the 3-man advance unit from Steele's MIT. Look at them. Here we are, serial killer on the loose, and our only hope of catching him is Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and their boss, Tweedledummer. Couldn't really argue with that. Come on, we've got a division to police. Logan turned his back and headed for the car. Chapter 3. Come back here, you wee sod! But Lumpy Patrick was off, bone-thin arms and legs pumping for all he was worth. Long, greasy strands of hair flapping about like damp string as he sprinted, pilfered packs of bacon and cheese cascading from the pocket of his stained brown hoodie. Logan grabbed hold of his peaked cap and gave chase, through the rain. They hammered down High Street with its strange collection of old stone buildings and harled monstrosities. A lunge to the left, and Lumpy sprinted across the road by the wee hidden library. A rusty Vauxhall Nova slammed on its brakes, the horns screeching out like an angry badger. Logan nipped across the back of it, picking up a bit of speed on the downhill run. More tiny Scottish houses, their dark stone walls and slate roofs slick with rain. A soggy woman at the bus stop watched them week past, cigarette in one hand, can of energy drink in the other, screaming toddler kicking off in a pushchair. Lumpy got to the corner and skidded round onto Skene Street, heading downhill back towards the centre of Macduff. 2 packs of Streaky and a chunk of cheddar went flying out into the road, where they were flattened by a transit van. Logan followed, pulse thumping in his ears, past rows of old grey buildings, past the chip shop, across the road, past the Plough Inn where a couple of damp smokers, sheltering in the doorway, stopped mid-fag to cheer Lumpy on. He almost collided with an old manny coming out of buttons and bobs, skittered around him instead with some fancy footwork in his stained trainers, dropped another pack of smoked Streaky, and kept on going, ignoring the OAP's torrent of abuse and rude gestures hurled at his back. The gap was narrowing. Logan lengthened his stride, kept his mouth open. Long, slow breaths, free arms swinging, the other keeping his hat in place. Sploshed through a puddle. Where the hell was Calamity? Then a gap opened up between the buildings on the right. At street level, the house on this side looked single-story, but the ground dropped away sharply on the other side of a wall. Had to be at least 20 feet. Lumpy didn't even pause. He vaulted up onto the wall and jumped, arms windmilling. Sod that. Logan screeched to a halt, grabbed the wall. A line of garages stretched away from him, about 12 feet down, parking for the 4-story blocks of flats on the other side of the gap. Lumpy was back on his feet, limping along the line of corrugated roofs. Gah. Deep breath, then up. Logan scrambled onto the wall and over the other side, dropping like a breeze block. The garage roof rushed up to meet him. Then bang! He was through it, clattering into the empty garage in a hail of broken grey slabs and dust. The concrete floor was a lot less forgiving. Ow! He lay there, flat on his back, staring up at the drizzle. Dragged in a ragged breath. Everything hurt. Arms, legs, back, head, even his teeth hurt. Probably did himself a serious injury. Probably broke something, other than the roof in the fall. Probably going to die of a punctured lung, right here on the garage floor, and no one would know till the owner of whatever flat it belonged to came home and discovered his body. Ow! And then his airwave bleeped at him. Calamity's voice came through, sounding out of breath. Shire uniform 7. Safe to talk? Come on. Up. He raised his head off the floor an inch. The garage was a mess, littered with bits of broken roof, lined with stacks of cardboard boxes all bound up with parcel tape. Up! Nope. Let his head thunk back down again. Here lie the mortal remains of Logan Balmoral McCrae, between the old copies of National Geographic and that fondue set we got from Auntie Christine and never used. Decorated police officer, absent son, dutiful boyfriend, Sperm donor, father of 2 little monsters. He is survived by a girlfriend in a coma, a small fuzzy cat called Cthulhu, and a huge credit card bill. His airwave bleeped again. Shire Uniform 7. Sarge, are you okay? No. He struggled onto his side, then to his knees. Ow. Pressed the talk button. Where were you? Got him, Sarge. Lumpy was pelting full tilt down low shore, pulled out right in front of him. A laugh. You should have seen it. Went sprawling across the bonnet, all arms and legs and packets of Edam. Logan hauled himself upright, wobbled a little, leaned on the wall. Come get me. The coast slid by the window, grey and dreich, robbed of colour by the driving rain. The big car's wipers squeaked and squonked across the glass, thumping at the end of each smeared arc. The noise fought against the roaring blowers, on full, and losing the battle against Lumpy Patrick's truly unique odour. Rancid onions and garlic and off cheese, underpinned by something warm, diseased and peppery. God's sake! Calamity buzzed her window down an inch, letting in the roar of the road and the hiss of the rain. Did you go swimming in a septic tank, Lumpy? He was hunched in the back seat, with his hands cuffed behind his back, unwashed hair covering his face, hiding him from the rear-view mirror. Said I was sorry. Logan turned away and stared out of the passenger window. The North Sea pounded against the cliffs, slate grey against dirty brown. Or was it the Murray Firth here? Either way, it wasn't happy. Calamity shuddered. You sure we can't put the blues and twos on, Sarge? Sharing an enclosed space with Lumpy Patrick isn't an emergency. Police Scotland frowns on that kind of thing. A sniff from the back seat. Not my fault. It's my glands. It's being allergic to soap and water. More rain. More cliffs. Then the road twisted away inland. Another sniff. This shoplifting thing. Any chance, slap on the wrist and that. Learn my lesson. Promise to be a good boy in the future. Calamity laughed. You're kidding, right? How many times is this now? Sheriff's probably going to make an example of you, Lumpy. Can't have druggies nicking all the bacon and cheese in Banff and Macduff. Didn't nick it. I was... It... Hold on. I found it. Yeah, found it. Course you did. Logan shifted his legs in the footwell, grimaced as little shards of ice gouged through his left ankle. Bloody garage roof. What was the point of building a garage if the roof wasn't sturdy enough for someone to land on it without going straight through? You know what, Lumpy? She threw a scowl at the rear-view mirror. I tried to get some smoked streaky for butties yesterday, and there wasn't a single pack in Tesco or the Copy. You and your druggy mates have had the lot on 5-finger discount. More shards of ice when he rotated the ankle left and right. Should have strapped it up and stuck some frozen peas on it. Probably be the size of a melon by the time they reached Fraserburgh station. What do you think, Sarge? 4 months? Out in 2 with good behaviour? Not to mention all the paperwork needed to compensate the garage's owner. You're screwed, Lumpy. Calamity grinned. But look on the bright side. At least you'll get regular showers in the nick. It'll do your social life a world of good, not smelling like a dead sheep. She slowed down for the limits at New Aberdour, then put her foot down again a minute later when they'd passed through the matching set on the way out, then buzzed her window down a little further. Can't believe we've got to suffer this all the way to Fraserburgh. The kettle rattled and pinged its way to a boil. A dirty, cauliflowery smell pervaded the canteen, giving it the unwelcome ambience of a hospital waiting room. The place was at least 4 times bigger than the one back at Banff Station, with not 1 but 2 vending machines, an open-plan kitchen area, a picture window, a row of recycling bins, comfy sofas, big flat-screen TV, and enough space to hold a reasonably intimate ceilidh if you moved the 4 tables up against the walls. A faint buzzing oozed out of vending machine number 2, which was out of chocolate, competing with the mindless drone of some cash-in-the-bargain hunt cheap and nasty antiques car boot sale rubbish coming from the TV. Logan retrieved the remote and switched the TV off, killing a permatanned idiot mid-ramble, leaving nothing but buzzing and rattling in the large yellow room that smelled like hospitals. He put the remote control down. A voice behind him. "What's with the face?" Logan didn't look around. "Just thinking. Sounds dangerous." He turned back to the kettle as it clicked itself off, dumped a tea bag in a day-glow pink mug with "World's Greatest Duty Sergeant" printed around the outside, poured boiled water in on top. "You want a tea?" "Can't. Persistent vegetative state, remember?" "Yeah." He stirred the bag, turning the water brown. "Do you think you'll feel anything when they switch you off?" Her hand was warm on his shoulder. "When they switch me off?" Logan dug the bag out of the mug with a spoon, squeezed it against the side to make it bleed. "Will it hurt? What's this they business? After all we've been through, you're wimping out on me." "Milk." "Don't make me—" "Logan." A pause. Then the hand on his shoulder squeezed. "Logan, look at me." He puffed out a breath, put the semi-skim down on the countertop, turned. Her hair glowed scarlet in the canteen lights. Tribal tattoos poked out from the sleeves of her skull and crossbones t-shirt, their spikes mixing with skulls and hearts and swirls. But the ink wasn't bright and vibrant anymore. It was faded and grey, as if she'd been photocopied one time too many. A gold ring looped through the edge of one nostril, semi-precious stones glittering in lines up the outside edge of her ears. She smiled at him, and the small stainless steel ball bearing that stuck out below her bottom lip turned into a dimple. "I'm not going to feel anything, okay?" Samantha draped her arms over his shoulders, stepping in close. "I died 5 years ago. This is just housekeeping. That's why I don't really feel anything." She sighed. "Speaking of which, this morning, the body in the woods. You used to care, Logan. You used to feel for them. You used to empathize. What happened?" Outside the picture window, rain lashed the streets of Fraserburgh, drummed on the roof of parked cars, sent an old man with an umbrella hurrying across the road. Logan frowned, shrugged. "I was just doing my job. You heard what Calamity said. Covering the face dehumanized the body, made it less of a person. Doesn't mean I don't care. Maybe it's not the victim who's been dehumanized." The old man lost hold of his umbrella, and it went dancing away in the wind, pirouetting and whirling into the distance as its owner stumped after it. To add insult to injury, a small red hatchback wheeled past on the road, right through a puddle that sent a wall of water crashing over the stumpy man. He stood there, arms out, dripping, staring after the disappearing car. "Logan." Samantha pulled his face back to hers. "I'm worried about you." "If that old man is any sort of proper broker, he's going to hunt them down, shove that umbrella up their backsides, then open it." "Logan, I'm serious." He closed his eyes and rested his forehead against hers. "I'm doing my best. I know you are. But if you leave it to someone else to switch me off on Friday, I swear on God's holy banjo I'll rise from the grave and kick your pasty—" "Sarge?" Logan blinked, cleared his throat. "Calamity. That's Lumpy Patrick being processed. Says he doesn't want a lawyer, which is a first. With any luck, we can burst him and get back to Banff before 3:30. She looked left, then right, checking no one was eavesdropping. "Or, if you're still strapped for cash, we could spin it out a bit for the overtime." A deep breath hissed its way out. "Right. Yes. No. Let's get home." "You okay, Sarge?" He forced a smile. "Vending machines out of chocolate." Little creases appeared between her eyebrows. "You sure you're okay? It was one hell of a fall. We could get the duty doctor in." "It's fine. Never better. Now did—" His phone launched into the Imperial March from Star Wars, dark and ominous. He closed his eyes, scrunched his face up. Great. Then sighed and pulled his mobile out. Nodded at Calamity. "Stick Lumpy in interview 2, and make sure the window's open. I'll be with you in a minute." As soon as she left the room, he pressed the button. What? A pause. Then Steele's voice grated out of the earpiece like smoked gravel. That any way to talk to a detective chief inspector, you cheeky wee sod? She snorted. And what the hell were you thinking? Turning up a body in the middle of nowhere, in the mud and the rain. Shoes are like squelchy buckets of yuck now. Is there a point to this call? Or did you just ring up to moan? Only I'm off shift in 10, and I've got a suspect to interview. So? Oh, aye. And what's your suspect saying to it? You got a line on my victim you're no sharing with me. OK, I'm hanging up now. Oh, don't be such a girl, Laz. There was a sooking noise, then a sigh. Called to do you a favour. Our beloved Chief Superintendent Napier, the Ginger Ninja, the nosy Nosferatu, the Copper-Top Catastrophe, the Duracell Devil himself, is on the prowl. So watch your back. Hold on. A muffled conversation happened in the background, the words too far away to hear properly. Samantha raised her eyebrows, pointed at the phone, made the universal hand gesture for onanism. Oh, and I want a proper send-off. Black coffin, red silk lining, all my bits and bobs, okay? Full battle paint. And that leather corset. Not going to meet the worms dressed like someone's mum. Anything else, your ladyship? Yes. Cheer up, for God's sake. You got a face like a scalped backside. And Steele was back. Swear I'm going to swing for that idiot Rennie before the day's out. She made a little growling noise, then sniffed. Right, where were we? Yes, Napier. Slimy Git retires in a couple of months, and he wants to go out with a bang. That means stitching some poor sod up. And you know he's always had a hard-on for you and me. Let's not hand him a threesome, eh? Now there was an image. Don't care, let him dig, I'm clean. Well, kind of. Ish. If you didn't count the whole flat-selling fiasco, which Napier most certainly would if he ever found out about it. Logan ran a hand across his face. He wouldn't find out. Never. There was no way he could. Could he? Laz, you still there? Logan cleared his throat. It'll be fine. Or it would all go horribly wrong. Right, got to go. Suspect waiting. Give Jasmine and Naomi my love, okay? He hung up before she could answer, then switched his phone off, just in case. Chapter 4. Even with the window open, interview room 2 stank. The cause sat on the low bench on the other side of the small white table, fidgeting. Lumpy Patrick's arms stuck out from the sleeves of his t-shirt like dirty pipe cleaners. They were little more than bone, the muscles knotted bungee cords, stretched taut and thrumming, skin peppered with dark pocked scars where their needles had tracked time and time again. His hands had taken on a brown-grey tinge, a mixture of dirt and more dirt. Ragged black crescents for fingernails, sunken cheeks and eyes the colour of Tabasco, fringed with clumps of yellow, and when he spoke, the smell of 1,000 backed-up toilets spewed into the room. I want you to let us off on the shoplifting. Logan pulled as far back into his seat as possible, breathing through the side of his mouth. And why would we do something silly like that? 'Cause it's just bacon and cheese, yeah? Not like it's anything major. He picked up a clear evidence bag and held it in front of Lumpy's face. For the tape, I am now showing Mr. Hay the 2 wrappers of heroin found in his pocket when he was arrested. Logan put them back down again. And before you deny it, we know they're heroin because we tested them. A nod sent greasy wisps of hair rocking. Well, supposing I told you where you could, get a whole lot more of that stuff, yeah, right? His pale tongue crawled out between his chapped lips, glistening. Then Lumpy leaned forward, enveloping Logan in his stench. Way I hear it, Ma Campbell's got herself a shipment coming up from Ouija Town, yeah? He held his filthy hands up, about 2 feet apart. Big shipment. You like that? Calamity leaned back against the wall by the open window. Who's the delivery for? Oh, no. We do us a deal first, yeah? I tell you stuff, we forget all about the shoplifting and that. Deal? Depends on whether you're telling us the truth or not. Logan pulled out his pen and pointed it across the table. Who's it for? The smile that bloomed on Lumpy's face was like watching something rot. It exposed a set of grey gums almost devoid of teeth. You know Ricky Welsh? That got him a groan from Calamity. Oh, God. Not Ricky and Laura. Yeah, big shipment coming in from Glasgow. All them Ouija drugs. Logan tapped his pen against his notebook. Not meaning to be funny, Lumpy, but are you seriously sitting there cliping on Ricky and Laura Welsh after what happened to Abby Ritchie? When Lumpy shrugged, his whole body slumped to the side until the ends of his hair made little oily marks on the table. Me civic duty, isn't it? Can't have Ouija imports ruining it for local businessmen. Not right. Yeah, because Lumpy Patrick was a fine upstanding member of the Banff and Macduff Chamber of Commerce. Logan clicked his pen out. When and where? No. First we got to talk my reward for being civic. I get... He tilted his head, coiling more hair on the tabletop. 3,000 quid and you get me off on the shoplifting in possession, yeah? Outside, a car grumbled past. The rain hissed down on the world outside, the sound clear through the open window as the vertical blinds swayed in the breeze. A phone rang somewhere in the depths of the station. Calamity was the first one to crack, spluttering out a snigger that exploded into a full-on laugh. Logan wasn't far behind, rocking back in his chair, hooting, letting it ring out. Lumpy just stared at them. Eventually the laughter rattled to a halt. Logan sighed, wiped his eyes. Priceless. 3 grand, Lumpy. Calamity shook her head, still grinning. You'll be lucky if we don't bang you up for wasting police time. Remember the last red-hot tip of yours? He shifted on his bench, lowered his voice and his gaze. Wasn't my fault. Any idea how many crimes we could have been solving instead of traipsing around the countryside trying to find your non-existent dealer from Newcastle? Wasn't my fault. And now you're giving us this rubbish about Ma Campbell and the Welshes. Logan tapped the pad again. Who do you owe 3 grand to? No answer. Come on, Lumpy. You didn't come up with that figure out of the blue. You owe someone, don't you? Let me guess. Logan bit down on his bottom lip for a moment. It wouldn't be Ricky Welsh by any chance, would it? That'd be a coincidence. You owe him a big chunk of cash, and here you are dobbing in. Calamity sucked a breath through her teeth. Lumpy, Lumpy, Lumpy. Cliping on someone you owe money to, just so we'll bang them up and you won't have to pay them back. Should be ashamed of yourself. No! Lumpy's bottom lip wobbled for a bit. Then he shrugged his way down to the tabletop, so his cheek was resting against the chipped white surface. Civic duty. Okay, well, we're done here. Logan stood. Good luck sorting things out with the Welshes. I'm sure Laura will be very understanding when she finds out you tried to weasel out of paying by informing on the pair of them. She'll probably bake you a cake. She can send it to you care of HMP Grampian, where you'll be spending the next 4 to 6 months. No! The thin arms came up over his head. Officer Nicholson will show you back to your cell. She snapped her fingers. Come on, Lumpy, on your feet. Maybe we can ask the custody sergeant to hose you down before Betty buys. All right. I'll tell you. What do you think? Logan sat back in the visitor's chair. The room's dark blue carpet was getting a bit scuffed near the door. Large corkboards covered the 2 walls either side of the desk, one with a street map of Fraserburgh covered in little red, green and yellow pins, the other with a map of B Division, surrounded with memos and official leaflets, and a poster of a kitten peeking out of an old boot. And you're sure it's Ma Campbell? Inspector McGregor swivelled from side to side in her seat, chewing on one leg of her glasses. Her heart-shaped face creased itself into a frown, pulling wrinkles around her eyes. A thick streak of grey hair reached back above each ear, disappearing into a no-nonsense bun that matched the 2 no-nonsense silver pips on each epaulette fixed to her black Police Scotland t-shirt. She stopped swivelling and pointed her glasses at the only other person in the room. What do you think, Hugo? What do I think? Inspector Fetish shrugged. Standing beneath the overhead strip light, his hair was a spectacular mop of fiery curls, as if little orphan Annie had a sex change and joined the Rozzers. He folded his arms, hiding a pair of huge hands covered in freckles, like the ones that spattered across his nose and cheeks. Honestly? He screwed one side of his face up. I think Logan needs to go on a diet. Crashing through a garage roof. That's too many pies, that is. Logan reached down and rubbed at his swollen ankle. I am not fat. A smile twitched at the corner of McGregor's mouth. I meant, what about Patrick Hay? Fettes checked the clock mounted on the desk. You're still duty inspector. Not my problem for 5 more minutes. Thanks a heap. Hey, what happens on day shift stays on day shift. When it's back shift's turn to worry about it, I'll worry about it. She went back to swivelling, picked up a sheet of paper from her desk on the way past. Ma Campbell, real name Jessica Kirkpatrick Campbell, runs all the drugs, prostitution and protection rackets from Paisley to East Kilbride. McGregor dumped the paper back on her desk. I could do without this woman taking an interest in Banff and Macduff, assuming Lumpy Patrick isn't talking out of his crenulated bumhole again. Logan just shrugged. It'll take a lot of money and manpower to dunt in the Welsh's door, and the budget's tight enough as it is. If we don't get a result. Inspector Fettes settled on the edge of the desk. Well, if you want my opinion, anything that gets Ricky Welsh and his homicidal wife off the streets has got to be a good thing. It's worth a punt. Agreed. She checked her watch. 2 minutes. Logan, anything else I need to know? Canteen vending machines out of chocolate. Fettes's eyes widened. Okay, that I'm going to get right on. Wise choice. Inspector McGregor pulled the keyboard of her computer over and poked at it. And when you're done, be a darling and get some spare bodies in the operational support unit organised so we can pay Ricky Welsh a visit, okay? Logan, do you have a date in mind? No way we'll get it all sorted for tomorrow. Not with the MIT barging about all over the place, hoovering up resources. And we're off Friday, Saturday, so... Sunday night shift? We go in about 10:30, 11, something like that. Give ourselves plenty of time to ransack the place. McGregor nodded. Agreed. Another glance at her watch. And we're done for the day. Bravo India is off to do the shopping. Long live Bravo India. She stood and shuffled out from behind the desk, picked up a framed photo of 2 boys, a girl and a Jack Russell Terrier, and slid it into a rucksack as Inspector Fettes settled into the vacated seat. Still warm. He raised his eyebrows at Logan. Right, Sergeant McRae, off you sod. I've got important police business to attend to. He grabbed the phone and pressed a button. Sophie, get me the number of those vending machine people. Rain pattered against the back door, making streaks on the glass, blurring the view of the car park behind the station. The doorway sat at the bottom of the back stairs, next to the tradesman's entrance to the cell block. A pile of method of entry equipment was heaped in the space under the stairs. Mini battering rams, hoolie bars, arm, shin, elbow and knee pads, those horribly uncomfortable helmets with the neck guard that always smelled like someone had peed in them, all sitting behind a sign proclaiming, "Do not put anything in this area." Inspector McGregor pulled on her gloves. I don't like it, Logan. I don't like it one little bit. A shrug. I know, but what are we supposed to do, ignore it? She turned and frowned. Ignore what? Lumpy Patrick's info. No, not Lumpy. The body in the woods. Ah. Logan jerked a thumb up the stairs. Calamity thinks it's a serial killer. That's all we need. We'll never get rid of the MIT if it is. A shudder. I don't like major investigation teams stomping all over my division, causing trouble. They're like locusts. Okay. She might have a point, though. What about the young woman found outside Inverurie 10 days ago? Nothing like it. Inspector McGregor shook her head. Emily Benton was beaten to death with an adjustable wrench. She didn't have a bag over her head, and she wasn't naked. So unless the Northeast's answer to John Wayne Gacy is a bit confused about his M.O., it's not exactly likely, is it? Probably not. Logan checked his watch. Still no sign of Calamity. We were a bit surprised to see you here. Think I'm welded to my desk back at Banff, do you? Office-bound. There's more to my job than counting paperclips, Sergeant, thank you very much. Okay. Logan backed off, hands up. Only making conversation, Gov. Didn't mean anything by it. She sighed. I was here for an MAPPA meeting, if you must know. Multi-agency public protection arrangements, my shiny backside. More like morons and police pricking about. McGregor dug out her car keys. 4 agencies represented, and you know what startling insight we came to? Apparently, Charles Richardson still represents a very real danger to little old ladies who don't like being raped. 2 hours it took us to come up with that. Footsteps rattled on the stairs above. Then Calamity appeared, zipping up her high-vis jacket. Sorry, Sarge. Thought you'd fallen in. The inspector pulled her peaked cap on and pushed the door open, letting in the shh of rain on tarmac. Do we have any idea who the victim is? The one with the bag over his head? Nope. Logan followed her out into the downpour. PF won't let them take the bag off till the post-mortem. Steele was all for ripping it off then and there, but you know what the fiscal's like. McGregor stopped beside a shiny grey BMW with mud spattered up around the wheel arches. Suppose it's just as well. No point compromising any trace evidence left inside the bag. She pointed her key fob and the car's lights flashed. Don't suppose there's any chance we could solve the whole thing on our own tomorrow, is there? I don't want to get back to work on Sunday night and find the MIT have moved in permanently, like ticks on a dog. First they're locusts, now they're ticks, and leeches, and cockroaches and fleas. She popped open her door, then slid into the driver's seat. I don't like my station being infested, Logan. I don't like it at all. Then clunk. The door shut, and she drove off. Calamity hunched her shoulders up around her ears, rain bouncing off the brim of her bowler and the shoulders of her high-vis. Is it just me, or is the governor getting weirder? Probably. Logan limped towards the big car. Come on, then. Home time. Night, Maggie. Night, Hector. Logan zipped up his fleece and stepped out into the rain, pulled the blue door shut behind him, squeezed between the 2 patrol cars that sat outside the tradesman's entrance, one with a flat tyre, the other with a cracked windscreen, and onto the road. Banff Police Station loomed in orange sodium glow, 3 stories of rain-slicked stone, with fancy gables, cornicing, twiddly bits over the windows and urns on the roof. A small tree had sprouted in the thin, fake balcony that jutted out over the main door. Water dripped from its leaves, ticking down onto the illuminated police sign, making little sapphire splashes. Light shone from the bottom left windows, but the rest of the place was in darkness, much like the street. 4 in the afternoon, and the whole town had been swallowed by gloom. From here, Banff Bay gleamed like a slab of pewter, hissing and spitting against the beach. Nothing between him and the North Sea but a small car park, a stretch of tarmac, and a chest-high wall of speckled concrete. He hunched his shoulders, turned, and limped along the road, heading past the ancient buildings, their pastel-coloured walls slick with rain. Every step sent needles jabbing into his ankle. Stupid garage roofs. There weren't many people on the streets, just an old woman fighting with the umbrella in her left hand and the Doberman attached to her right, both of which seemed determined to go in opposite directions. Left at the discount store with its racks of high-vis jackets sitting out the front, dripping, up the road and out into what passed for a town square at the end of Low Street, where the squat sandstone lump of the bigger fountain looked like an evil Gothic cupcake, complete with buttresses and crowned cap. Someone had wedged 3 traffic cones into the structure, adding to the general pointiness. Logan's phone launched into the Imperial March again. Brilliant. Should never have turned the damn thing back on. He ducked into the doorway of the takeaway and pulled his mobile out. Hit the button. For God's sake, what now? Been calling you for ages. Where the hell have you been? Doing my job. Try it sometime. You think your job's tough? Try leading a major investigation team in a sodding murder case when the sodding pathologist and sodding SEB won't let you take the sodding bag off your sodding victim's sodding head. Her voice went up in volume, as if she was playing to an audience. How am I supposed to ID someone when I can't see their face? What use is that? Are you finished? Don't suppose you've had anyone reported missing with a bag over their head, have you? Because that's the only way I'm going to get an ID. A sniff. I'm cold, I'm wet, and I need a drink. Or 6. Better call it a bottle. Tough. The old lady made it around the corner, still struggling with dog and brolly. Lazy sod's no doing the post-mortem till 10 tomorrow. At least you can get fingerprints. He shifted the phone to his other ear. Look, I'm kind of busy here, so if you don't mind... Fat lot of good fingerprints did us. Put them through our fancy new handheld scanner, and you know what came up? Sod all. There was a sigh. Then Steele's voice took on a bit of a whine. Don't suppose you fancy joining the team, do you? If I have to put up with Rennie much longer, he'll be singing soprano for the rest of his life. And Becky's no much better. Woman looks like someone's jammed a traffic cone up her backside. No chance. Logan hung up and slid his phone back into his pocket. Took a breath, then lumbered out into the rain, round the corner and up the steep narrow brae, wincing with every needle-filled step, past the grey row of little shops on one side and the bland slab of buildings on the other, popping out onto Castle Street. His phone went again. He yanked it out as he limped across the road. No, I am not joining your bloody MIT. Leave me alone! There was a pause, just long enough for Logan to pass the solicitors and the butchers. Then, Mr. McCrae, long time no speak. A man's voice, with more than a hint of Aberdonian burr to it. Logan slowed to a trot as he reached the building next to the co-op, stopped with one hand on the door. Can I help you? It's me, John. Nope, no idea. John Uckert? I bought your flat? Logan flinched, snatched his hand back as if the door had burnt it, licked his lips. How did you get this number, Mr. Uckert? Call me John, yeah? Known each other for what, 6, 7 years, right? John. Is there something wrong with the flat? Because if there was, he could take a flying leap. No way Logan was paying to fix anything. Things were bad enough as it was. I'm calling on behalf of Mr. Mowat. He wants to see you. And now they were worse. Chapter 5. Logan closed his eyes and leaned against the door. I can't. He really wants to see you, Mr. McCrae. Uckert puffed out a breath. He's an old man, and he's dying. He's not dying. No way a little cancer is getting the better of wee Hamish Mowat. It wouldn't dare. He's, oncologist says, maybe a week and a half if he's lucky. Oh. I see. Please? Logan pushed through the door into a warm, smallish room with a couple of leather settees arranged on 2 sides of a glass coffee table. Tasteful flower arrangements, framed testimonials on the walls, an understated desk with a brass carriage clock on it. No computer, no brochures, no paperwork, and no sign of anyone. I'm a police officer. I can't... If they find out I'm sitting vigil with wee Hamish, he's dying and he wants to see you. It matters to him. Logan's shoulders slumped, dragged down by the weight of all the knives stabbed between them. I can't promise anything, but I'll try, okay? If I can. Thanks. He's looking forward to it. And Uckert was gone. Logan stood there, frowning down at his phone till the screen went dark. Wee Hamish Mowat. Oh, Chief Superintendent Napier would love that. Gah! Why did the ginger whinger have to be sniffing about now? Why couldn't he have waited a month or 2 till it was all over? By then, with Hamish dead, Reuben would have taken over, and after he'd finished killing everyone, Logan would probably be face down, dead in a ditch somewhere, and wouldn't have to worry about getting hauled up in front of professional standards and done for corruption. Yeah, that was it. Look on the bright side. Logan put his phone away, scrubbed a hand across his face. Oh, God. And when he lowered them, a thin man in a black suit was standing in front of him, head lowered, hands clasped together. Can I help you, sir? Then an eyebrow went up. Sergeant McCrae? Well, this is a pleasant surprise. He stuck his hand out for shaking. I'm not used to you coming to us. Logan shook. Andy? Come. He turned, beckoning Logan to follow him as he stalked towards a curtain behind the desk, pulled it back to expose a plain wooden door. Tea? Or we have a rather nice coffee machine. It's new. I think there may even be biscuits. Logan followed him through into a bare, breeze-block room, with a small metal table in the corner, a kettle, fridge, microwave, sink, and a huge shiny chrome coffee maker. Posters lined the walls, displaying different brands of coffin with all the associated added extras. Sit, sit. Andy pointed at the plastic chairs tucked under the table. Now, tea or coffee? Logan sat. A heady whiff of pine air freshener pervaded the room, along with something much darker seeping under the door through to the rear of the building. I need to arrange a funeral. I see. In that case, I think a cappuccino. He poked and fiddled with the chrome monster. May I ask the name of the deceased and when they passed? Samantha Mackey. And it'll be the day after tomorrow. She's not dead yet. The eyebrow climbed higher up Andy's forehead. Sergeant McCrae, we here at Beaton and Macbeth consider ourselves to be a very progressive firm, but we do draw the line at interring the living. It's my girlfriend. Well, partner. Sort of. She's been in a coma for years. We're withdrawing life support on Friday. She can't breathe on her own, so, yeah, Friday. I'm sorry. Andy's fingers twitched and clicked off one another. And I took you back here. I'm so sorry, Sergeant McCrae. Please, let's repair to the Chapel of Rest and I can... No, it's okay. Here's fine. Logan took a deep breath. I need a black coffin with a red silk lining. And do you have anything with skulls and crossbones on it? The sergeant's hoose sulked on the corner, diagonally opposite Banff Station, and a lot less impressive. Large patches of rough stonework poked through the crumbling render on the gable wall. One of the windows there still boarded up. Have to do something about that. The front was a bit better. Kind of. If you ignored the entire right-hand side with its sealed-off doors and windows. Logan switched the carrier bags to his other hand and dug his keys out. Let himself in. Dumped the carrier bags. Cthulhu! Daddy's home! He clicked the hall light on, took his soggy fleece off and went to the bottom of the stairs. Where's Daddy's little kitten fish? No reply. No thump of fuzzy paws battering down the stairs. No prooping or meeping. Cthulhu! Nope. Lazy wee sod was probably still asleep. Logan picked up the mail from the mat, flicking through it on his way to the kitchen. Bill. 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 You may already have won. Donate to charity now. Buy a hearing aid. Do you need new windows and doors? He dumped the lot on the table and stuck the kettle on, then limped through to the living room while it groaned and pinged towards a boil. The answering machine glowered at him with its angry red eye. He jabbed the button and a flat electronic voice growled from the speaker. Message 1. Then Helen's replaced it, every word carving out a jagged chunk from his chest. Hello? Logan, are you there? Please pick up if you're there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to end like that. A sigh. Look, this was a mistake. I wanted to hear your voice again. Bleep. His finger hovered over the delete button a moment too long. Message 2. A harsh, smoky voice gravelled out into the room. Steele. Laz, where the hell are you? Why have you no called me? Delete. Message 3. Mr. McCrae, it's Sheila here from Deveronside Family Glazing Solutions. A soft meowp came from the doorway behind him, then a small fuzzy body leaned into his leg with a thump. Brown and grey and black stripes leaving hairy trace fibres on his damp, Police Scotland issue trousers. She wrapped her big fluffy tail around his leg, adding yet another layer of hair. Where have you been? Let you know that your new windows have come in. About time. Been waiting 6 weeks. He bent down and picked Cthulhu up, turned her over so she was lying on her back, white fuzzy tummy on display as she stretched out her arms and curled her big white feet. He rubbed her belly, getting a thick, rumbling purr in return. So if you want to come in any time in the next week or so, we can get the invoice sorted out. Bleep. You wouldn't believe how much money Daddy spent on a custom coffin today. Message 4. Logan, it's your mother. You know I don't like talking to this infernal machine. Why on earth you can't simply... Delete. Going to have to live on lentil soup and the cheap cat food for a couple of years. Sorry about that. Message 5. Hello, my name's Deborah McClintock. Louise at Sunny Glen gave me your number. It's my role to help families when the decision has been made to end... Delete. You have no more messages. He played Helen's message again, then deleted the lot. Samantha lay back on the couch with her legs across Logan's lap. Any good? He frowned up from the book. Put it this way, J.C. Williams is no M.C. Beaton. P.C. Monroe and the Poisoner's Cat. Nothing but a half-baked Hamish Macbeth ripoff. Logan sniffed. She's only getting media attention because she's a local author. If this wasn't set in Banff, no one would touch it with a Charney stick. So don't read it then. She dragged her fingers through her hair, working a chunk of it into a scarlet plait. Or at least stop moaning about it. I mean, listen to this. Och, hud your wisht, said P.C. Robbie Munro dismissively. The lad's clearly been poisoned. His tongue's all black, and that always happens when someone's given arsenic. Logan lowered the book. Which is utter bollocks. The only way you can tell someone's been taken arsenic is with a blood toxicology screen. His left foot rested on a pillow on the coffee table, a bag of not-so-frozen peas balanced on the ankle. He stretched the joint out, flaring his toes. Ankle was a bit numb from the cold, but it was better than the throbbing ache, and at least the swelling was going down. Samantha wriggled her legs. You know, you don't have to live on lentil soup. Soon as I'm gone, there'll be no more care home bills to pay. And who the hell poisons people with arsenic? It's not the 1890s. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get hold of arsenic these days? Rat poison? Thought that was warfarin. Not at all. Maybe you could go on holiday or something. Head over to Spain and see Helen. Yeah, because the last time worked out so well. He went back to his book. I'm not talking about this again. And ant poison. Why not? Can we just leave it, please? And weed killer. What are you scared of? He poked the book. I've read this sentence 3 times now. Come on, Logan. It's not as if you don't get urges. I've seen your internet browser history, and you're not dead, okay? That's why not. He thumped the book down in the coffee table. I don't know what you are. I don't know what we are anymore. You're lying on your back, hooked up to all those machines in the care home, and I'm sitting here arguing with a bloody hallucination. Logan, no wonder Helen... He picked up the book and slammed it down again. 5 years since the fire. 5 years of you lying there. We only went out for 2. I've known coma you nearly 3 times as long as the real thing. She pulled her legs from his lap and stood, then knelt in front of the couch, holding his elevated knee. Do you want me to go? If you died 5 years ago, I could have mourned and moved on. But this... I'll go if you want me to. The doorbell launched into its flat, 2-tone bing-bong. Samantha sighed, hung her head. Saved by the bell. I don't know what I want. He stood. But this isn't helping. Bing-bong. All right, I'm coming. Logan headed into the hall, unlatched the Yale, and opened the door. The man on the pavement smiled, making the pockmarks on his cheeks dimple. He had a black umbrella, black overcoat, black suit, and black shoes. The only concession to colour was the green silk shirt. He stuck his hand out. Mr. McCrae, you ready? Logan frowned at him. Why did he look familiar? Oh. Damn. Something curdled deep inside Logan's stomach. You're John Uckert. Guilty as charged. Uckert shrugged. Then he turned his offered handshake into a hitchhiker's thumb and jiggled it at a black Audi TT. Thought it might be best if I gave you a lift like. Mr. Mowatt's really looking forward to seeing you. Been ages. Logan pulled his shoulders back. This a request or an order? Nah, don't... A grin. It's not an order. God, no. If it was an order, it wouldn't be me. It'd be 3 huge guys with a sawn-off, some duct tape and a transit van. Nah, this is just in case you and Mr. Mowat have a wee dram or something. Don't want you getting pulled over for drink driving, right? That'd be embarrassing. The thumb came around and Uckert poked himself in the chest with it. Designated driver. So it was go with Uckert and have a drink with a dying gangster, or wait at home for the 3 guys in an unmarked van. Not much of a choice. And Napier would twist either into a sign of guilt, even the duct tape and van option. Tell me, Sergeant McRae, don't you think it's suspicious that we Hamish Mowat's boys picked you to abduct? Why would they pick you? What makes you so special to the man who runs Aberdeen's underbelly? Still, at least this way he'd get to keep all his teeth. Okay. Logan let his shoulders droop. Let me get some shoes on. The Audi purred through old Meldrum, past the knots of new builds lurking beneath the streetlights, the old church, the garage, bungalows, old-fashioned Scottish houses, and out into the fields again. The purr turned to a growl as they hit the limits. Logan turned in his seat, looking out through the rear window as the town receded into the darkness. Uckert raised his eyebrows. You okay? He faced front again. Used to know someone who lives there. Right. The Audi's windscreen wipers swished and thunked back and forth across the glass. Swish, thunk, swish, thunk. Uckert tapped his fingers against the steering wheel in time with the wipers. No offence, but your house is a bit... Let's call it a development opportunity, yeah? Fix up the outside, some render, bit of pointing, coat of paint, get those boarded-up windows ripped out and replaced with a bit of decent UPVC. He frowned, bit at his bottom lip for a bit. What's the inside like? Bit manky. Work in progress. Cool. So spend a couple of grand, 10, 15 tops, and you could probably flip it for a pretty decent profit. I could help if you like. He reached into his jacket pocket and came out with a business card. Got a couple of boys I use. Did 3 places for me last year. Good finish too. None of your cowboy rubbish. They'll do it at cost, you know, as you and me go way back. Logan turned the card over, then over again. The house belongs to Police Scotland. I just live there. Ah, not quite so cool. And let's face it, their last transaction didn't exactly help. Trees and fields swept past in the gloom. A handful of cars coming the other way, stuck behind a big green tractor with its orange light flashing. The windscreen wipers played their mournful tune. Uckert tapped his fingers along the steering wheel again. Then, you want I should put the radio on? It was going to be a long night. Chapter 6. On the other side of the glass, Aberdeen twinkled in the distance in darkness like a loch of stars. Logan leaned against the windowsill. The red, white and green flashing lights of an airplane tracked across the sky, making for Dice Airport. Muffled voices came through the door behind him. It sounded like an argument, but the words were too faint to tell what it was about. And then the door opened, and John Uckert stepped out into the corridor, closed the door behind him. Sorry about that. Logan nodded at it. Reuben? Nah, doctor's kicking up a fuss. Says Mr. Mowat's too weak to see people, he needs to sleep. So Mr. Mowat tells him to pick which kneecap he'd like removed with a jigsaw, and suddenly Dr. Kildare decides that visitors are fine. Funny how that works. Yup. Uckert joined him at the window, frowning out into the darkness. Reuben's... A hissing sound, as Uckert sucked at his teeth. Yeah, going to be interesting times ahead. Logan turned his back on the darkness. Is he planning something? The Rubester. The Rubinator. Ruby Reuben. A little laugh. Anyway, you can go in now. He opened the door and held it for Logan. Picture windows made up 2 walls, the view hidden away behind Louvre blinds. It was dark in here, with a wooden floor, a couple of leather armchairs by the French doors, a settee and a coffee table opposite them in the gloom, and right in the middle, lit by a single standard lamp, a hospital bed. set up where its occupant could have an uninterrupted view out over the garden and the city beyond. A sweet, earthy scent filled the room, presumably coming from the pair of joss sticks on a low table, their twin ribbons of smoke coiling around each other like ghosts. The bed was grey and huge, bracketed by banks of equipment and drip stands, all hooked up to the paper skeleton lying there. Wee Hamish Mowatt's skin was milk bottle pale, his veins making dark green and blue road maps under the surface. Beneath the liver spots and bruises, wisps of grey clung to his scalp in demoralised clumps, cheekbones like knives, his nose large and hooked, getting bigger as the rest of him shrank. Watery grey eyes blinked out above the plastic lip of an oxygen mask. Had to admit that the doctor was right. Wee Hamish didn't look up to visitors. He didn't look up to anything at all. Logan pulled on a smile and walked over, trainers squeaking on the wooden floor. "Hamish, you're looking well." A trembling hand reached up and pulled the oxygen mask away. "Logan," voice so thin and dry it was barely there. "You came." "Of course I came." Logan stood at the foot of the bed. A shape lumbered out of the gloom, a bear of a man, tall and broad, with a massive gut on him. His face was a landscape of scar tissue, knitted together by a patchy grey beard, dark sunken eyes, a nose that was little more than a knot of squint cartilage, all done up in a sharp suit, tie and shiny shoes. When he smiled, it was like small children screaming. "Well, well, well." The words were thick and flat, dampened by that broken nose. "If it isn't Sergeant McCrae." Logan didn't move. "Reuben?" A bone-pale hand trembled into the air above the sheets. "Boys!" Reuben turned to wee Hamish, and his smile softened. "Don't worry, Mr. Mowat. The Sergeant and me have come to an accord like, haven't we, Sergeant?" The machines beeped and hissed and pinged. Then Logan nodded. "Yes." "Good." Wee Hamish took a hit on the oxygen, closing his eyes as he breathed, then sank deeper into his pillows. "John, can you get Logan a seat? And bring the Glenfiddich. 3 glasses. More oxygen." "Yes, Mr. Mowat." Uckert hurried off to the corner and came back with a wooden chair. He placed it beside the bed, level with wee Hamish's elbow. Logan sat, scraped the chair around by 30 degrees to keep Reuben in sight. "How are you feeling, Hamish?" A long, rattling sigh. "I'm dying." "No, you're—" "Please, Logan." He placed a hand on Logan's, bones wrapped in cold parchment. "Just shut up and listen." He buried his face in the oxygen mask again. 3 long, damp breaths. "You have power of attorney. If I slip into anything, you tell them to let me die. Understood?" The hand tightened. "I don't want these hacks keeping a sack of gristle and mush, breathing for the hell of it." A smile twitched at the edge of his lips. "Promise me." Logan stared at the liver-spotted claw covering his own hand, then up at wee Hamish. The hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. Why not? It wasn't as if he'd never had to make that decision before. Promise. Twice in one day. Uckert came back to the bed, carrying a tray with 3 crystal tumblers, a bottle of whiskey, and 3 glasses of water. He lowered it onto the foot of the bed, then backed away out of sight. Wee Hamish trembled a finger at the tray. "Do the honours, would you?" The foil cap was still on, so Logan slit it open with a fingernail. The cork squeaked out at the neck, then came away with a pop. Logan poured a finger of mahogany-coloured whiskey into each tumbler. A rich leather and wood scent coiled up from the crystal as he placed one into wee Hamish's hand. It wobbled, grasped in knotted fingers as if it was raised in toast. "Here's to us." "Fa's like us." Reuben picked his glass from the tray, intoning the final words like a death sentence. "Gae few, and they're a' deed." They drank. One line of whiskey dribbled down the side of wee Hamish's chin. He didn't wipe it away, picked up the oxygen mask instead, and dragged in a dozen rattling breaths. Reuben just stood there, looming. Over in the corner, someone cleared their throat. The machines bleeped. Finally, wee Hamish surfaced. "Tired." A man appeared at his shoulder, glasses flaring in the room's only light. He'd rolled his sleeves up to the elbow and tucked his tie into his shirt, between the buttons. He fiddled with one of the machines, then licked his lips, stared off into the gloom, not making eye contact with Reuben, probably thinking about that threatened jigsaw. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Mowat really needs to rest." Reuben grunted, then jerked his chin up, setting the folds of flesh wobbling. Wee Hamish reached beneath the sheets and produced an envelope, held it out to Logan. It fluttered like a wounded bird. "Take the bottle with you. Drink it. For me." Logan swallowed, then reached out and took the envelope, slipped it into his jacket pocket, stood, patted wee Hamish on the arm. "I'm sorry." "Goodbye, Logan." Stars glared down from the cold, dark sky. Aberdeen's streetlight glow hid them from view on one side, but on the other they stretched across the baleful darkness like angry gods. The house lights reflected back from Uckert's shiny black Audi. Reuben closed the front door and stepped down onto the gravel driveway beside Logan. "He's dying." "Really? What gave it away? The machines? The smell? The terrified doctor?" Logan nodded, kept his mouth shut. "Soon as he does, that's it. I'm the man, you got me? I say jump. You don't ask why, you ask how high." "It's a different world, Reuben. I've not been CID for years." He shifted wee Hamish's bottle from one hand to the other. "I'm a uniformed sergeant way up on the coast. Don't care if you're a pantomime dame in Pitlochry. You'll do what you're told." Logan did his best not to sigh. He really did. "It doesn't have to be like this." "Oh, aye, it does. 'Cause I say it does." The big man stepped in close. "Your protection dies with Mr. Mowat. You either get with the team, or you and me are going to have words." The whiskey bottle was cold and solid in Logan's hand. It'd make a pretty decent weapon. Reuben grinned, then dropped his voice to a growling whisper. "Well, I'll have the words. You'll be too busy screaming." Could batter Reuben's brains in right here and now. Probably. As long as he got the first blow in, and kept on going till the huge sod stopped breathing. Logan stared back at him. "Grow up." Reuben lunged, grabbed Logan by the throat and shoved him back against the car, held his big scarred face close. The words came out on a wave of bitter garlic. "Listen up, and listen good, you wee shite. I will skin you alive, do you hear me? And I'm not being metaphoric. I will take a knife and slit the skin from your pasty wee body." The whiskey bottle came up, ready to hammer down. Then Uckert's voice boomed out from the door. "Stop it right there!" No one moved. "Mr. Mowat was very clear about this, Reuben. What did he say?" Reuben hissed another sour breath out through gritted teeth. Then he shoved Logan and stepped back at the same time, shot his cuffs, glowered. Uckert took out his keys and plipped the Audi's locks. "Okay then." A huge paw came up, one finger prodding at Logan's chest. "Enjoy your whiskey, Sergeant. I'll be in touch." Then he turned on his heel and lumbered back into the house. Logan sagged a little, opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, clutched the bottle against his chest where Reuben had poked him. The front light went out, plunging the driveway into darkness. So, Uckert put the car in gear and drove down the drive towards the gates. You and the Rubester, then. Who does he think he is? Threatening police officers. Logan hauled on his seatbelt, kept his face forward. Moron. Yeah, Ruby-dooby-doo. The gates buzzed open, and Uckert took them out onto a narrow country road. You know he's moved into Mr. Mowatt's other house. Set himself up like Lord of the Manor over there in Grandham. You ever met his fiancée? Logan stared across the car. Someone's marrying that. Big Tom Slessor's daughter. Ah, a marriage made in the Hammer House of Horror Studios. Yeah, Mr. Mowat gave them the Grandham place for an early wedding present. I got them a dozen towels and a fondue set from John Lewis. Very classy. He turned right at the junction, heading for Aberdeen along the dark, winding road. The Audi's headlights reflected back at them from the rain-slicked tarmac. You getting them anything? How about a shallow grave? Trees whipped past the windows. Logan shifted in his seat. When I asked you if Reuben was planning anything, you laughed. Well, you know Reuben. These days he's all about the strategic planning. Uckert cleared his throat. Mr. McCrae? The headlights caught a stiff bundle of feathers in the middle of the road, a pheasant with its bottom half flattened and stuck to the road. See, I was wondering, when Mr. Mowatt's gone, he wants you to take over, right? I'm a police officer. Yeah, but he wants you, right? He doesn't want Reuben. Doesn't think the Rubemeister's up to running the show. Thinks it'll all just collapse into anarchy and war. All these guys coming up to carve Aberdeen into bite-sized chunks. A hand came off the steering wheel, ticking them off one finger at a time. Malk the Knife from Edinburgh, the Hussein brothers from Birmingham, the Liverpool Junkyard Massive, Ma Campbell from Glasgow, and Black Angus MacDonald from the Dornoch Mafia. A frown. I know for a fact the Husseins are already sniffing about. They weren't the only ones. Not if Lumpy Patrick was telling the truth. Which would be a first. Drizzle misted the windscreen, and Uckert put the wipers on. Anyway, point is, they're lining up to take their chunks, and soon as Mr. Mowatt's gone, they'll be here, and it'll be war. And Reuben can't stop it. Uckert bared his teeth. Tell the truth? I think he's looking forward to it. Logan waited for the Audi's taillights to disappear around the corner before letting himself into the sergeant's house. Closed and locked the door. Put the snib on, just in case. Probably wouldn't hurt to get a chain fitted. Maybe one of those metal bar things as well. Not that it'd stop Reuben or his minions from coming in the window. Still, that didn't mean he had to make it easy for them. He clicked the switch, setting the hall's bare bulb glowing. Cthulhu! Samantha poked her head out from the lounge. You're still alive, then? No trip to the pig farm for you? Not tonight. Not till Hamish Mowat dies. You want a tea? Nope. Logan held up the bottle. Present. Through to the kitchen for a tumbler, which got a good splash of the Glenfiddich. Samantha's hand on his shoulder. You need a plan. You know that, don't you? He rolled a sip of warm, leathery whiskey around his mouth. Thought I'd give Beaton and Macbeth your photo from Rennie's engagement party. You always like that one. Get them to match your makeup. This is serious, Logan. Reuben's dangerous, you know that. If you don't do what he wants, he'll kill you. Slowly. Can't decide what to do about all the piercings, though. I mean, he's a nice enough guy, but I don't fancy Andy fiddling about getting your nipple ring back in. Never mind the more intimate ones. Maybe he could get George to do it. You need a plan! I know George has got huge hands, but she's not as rough as she looks. Did I tell you she breeds chinchillas? God's sake, Logan, listen to me! Reuben will grab you, torture you, kill you, then feed you to wee Hamish's pigs. Is that what you want? Are you happy with that? Another sip of whiskey. It seeped through his innards, spreading across his chest. He lowered his head. I'm a police officer, and I don't care. She stepped in front of him. You have to kill Reuben, or you have to get the hell out of Narnia. If you don't, you're pig food. Maybe not. Logan swirled the tumbler, leaving smears of whiskey around the glass. Maybe he'll go to professional standards and tell them I sold my flat to one of Hamish Mowatt's minions for 20 grand over the asking price. Yes, but you didn't know you were selling to someone dodgy. Think that'll matter to Napier? A grimace. I could fit Reuben up. Get him sent down for something. Keep him out of the way for 8 to 12 years. And all he has to do is make one phone call to the outside world and have some of his minions pop up to Banff and do the job for him. A sigh. Oh, Logan. She stepped in, her body warm against his chest, reached up and kissed him. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to kill Reuben. Thursday, day shift. When the elder gods die. Chapter 7. Of course they're no connected, you idiot! Steele had a pull on her e-cigarette, then let the steam trickle out of her nose. It found its way down the wrinkles either side of her mouth. The ones around her eyes deepened. Now does anyone else have a stupid question? Her grey suit looked as if someone much larger than her had slept in it. Whoever it was had done something unmentionable to her hair as well, possibly involving an electric whisk, a Van de Graaff generator, and a bucket of wallpaper paste. The DC lowered his hand and mumbled something. Pink flushed the back of his neck, darkening the skin above his suit jacket. Steele had a dig at her underwire and settled on the edge of a table parked beneath the whiteboard. The board took up nearly the whole wall of the station's major incident room. The conference table in the middle of the room was packed with uniformed and plain-clothed officers. They'd commandeered every chair in the place, set up in a long line facing the board. More uniforms stood around the walls, arms folded across their black police-issue T-shirts. Moving on. Steele stopped fiddling with her upholstery for long enough to point her fake cigarette at the whiteboard. An array of photographs, much like the ones Logan had on his phone, were blue-tacked across the shiny white surface, along with an OS map of the woods. Post-mortem is at 10. Till then, the powers that be are no letting us unwrap our present. The e-cigarette clicked against a close-up of the bin bag taped over the body's head. Another hand went up. Gov, how come? She didn't look at the questioner. What did I say about stupid questions? The hand went down again. Sorry, Gov. Soon as they break the seal and invalidate the warranty, D.S. Dawson will be taking an ID photo and emailing it straight up. If we're lucky, one of the local bunnets will recognise our victim, but just in case, I want posters. Becky, you're on that. Blanket coverage. A large woman in a black suit nodded, sending her frizzy brown hair wobbling. Gov? Next. She tossed a pile of printouts to the person sitting nearest, a thin bloke in a cheap fighting suit and £7 haircut. He took one, then passed the rest on. She waited for the printouts to get halfway around the room. We got an MO hit on the database. Naked body, battered, bag over the head, dumped in woods. Last one belonged to a Lithuanian pimp operating on Leith Walk, Edinburgh, 6 months ago. The stack had made its way as far as Logan. Steele's handout had 6 photos on it, different views of a body like the one from yesterday, only this victim was lying on a mortuary slab instead of the forest floor, and the bag over his head had been slit open, revealing a gaunt face with a hooked nose and crooked teeth. More bruising. Both eyes swollen shut. Allegedly, Arturas Kozlowskis didn't bother asking Malk the Knife's permission before hooring women out in his city, so Malky sent someone round to teach him some manners. Details are the same, right down to the body getting a dose of bleach after death to mask DNA and trace evidence. She took a sheet of paper from a folder and stuck it to the whiteboard with some fridge magnets. It was blown up from a magazine, part of the text running down one side of the image. A man with a short haircut, baggy eyes, cheery cheeks and a tuxedo. It was the kind of face that belonged on a Rotary Club steering committee, that always bought the first round, that invited friends from work over for a barbecue, and never forgot the receptionist's birthday. Steele poked it in the forehead with her fake fag. Malcolm McLennan, a.k.a. Malk the Knife. Edinburgh's Mr. Huge. You run drugs, guns, illegal immigrants, or prostitutes in the city, he gets a cut, or you wind up missing important bits. If you're lucky. Logan turned his sheet over. There were another 3 bodies pictured on the back, all naked, all male, all battered, all with bin bags duct-taped over their heads. Steele sniffed. And before some smart Alec asked the obvious question, no, we don't know who killed this lot. Don't even know if it's the same person each time. And the Organised Crime and Counter-Terrorism Unit can't prove Malky ordered the killings either. So they're about as much use as Rennie in a knocking shop. Hey! Shut up! Logan turned the paper back over again. Jessica Campbell was bringing drugs into Aberdeenshire from Glasgow, and now Malcolm McLennan was killing people in Banff. John Uckert was right. Wee Hamish Mowat might not be dead yet, but the big boys were already muscling in, which meant that sooner or later, Reuben was going to kick back. Hard. The post-briefing rush for the canteen and the toilets thundered through the station as Steele lounged by the major incident room window, smoking her fake cigarette and exploring her armpit with one hand while the other pinned a mobile phone to her ear. Yeah. Nah. Did he? Yeah. Logan folded the printout with its dead bodies into 4 and stuck it on the table. Rennie slouched over. You run B Division, right? Why? The governor wants a couple of bunnets to go door to door when pics of the victim's face come in. You can spare me 2 or 3, can't you? Logan stared at him. First, you don't get to call my divisional officers bunnets. Rennie pursed his lips. Someone's touchy the day. Second, my divisional officers will be busy policing B Division. They will not have time to go running about doing your legwork for you. Logan took a couple of steps, then poked Rennie in the chest. Third, most of them have been in the job a lot longer than you, and they deserve a bit of respect. Are we clear? Rennie's bottom lip popped out. Only asking. He stepped closer, till they were nearly nose to nose. Well, don't. There was a snort from the corner. Then Steele's gravelly tones burst across the room. For God's sake, will you two just kiss and get it over with? Could cut the sexual tension in here with a spoon. Logan stayed where he was. Detective Sergeant Rennie and I were discussing resource allocation. Nah, you pair were about to whip out your truncheons and give each other a good seeing to. But far be it from me to stand in the way of young love. If you promise not to give Rennie back with his arsehole covered in love bites, you can discuss resource allocations to your heart's content. What? There was a shudder. Then Rennie backed away, wearing his spanked child expression. I only wanted a couple of bodies to help with the ID. You didn't have to get all threatening about it. It was only... Steele rapped her knuckles on the tabletop. Rennie! Coffee! 2 and a coup! But Gov, I wasn't doing any... You heard. Milk and 2 sugars. And I hear rumours someone's got a malt loaf planked somewhere. I'll have a slice of that too. But Gov... Now, Detective Sergeant. His bottom lip got poutier. Then he turned and shuffled out of the room, closed the door behind him. Steele crossed her arms and frowned at Logan. Who crapped in your porridge, then? I don't have to... Having a go at poor wee Rennie. Police Scotland doesn't approve of workplace bullying, you grumpy old sack of... Oh, come off it. You say worse to him all the time. And... You were being a dick, Laz. Spoiling for a fight. Steele shook her head. With Rennie. Be like kicking a puppy, then sticking it in a tumble dryer with a bucket of broken glass, then setting fire to the tumble dryer. Yeah. Logan sighed, screwed his face up into a knot. She was right. Picking on Rennie wasn't fair. Steele's DS might be an idiot, but it wasn't his fault Logan had barely slept. It wasn't his fault Reuben loomed over everything like a massive rabid dog. Sorry. Logan ran a hand across the stubble on top of his head. Been a tough week. I'll apologise. Don't care how rough it is. You don't ruin a perfectly good tumble dryer. She took a puff on her e-cigarette. Going to be a total nightmare to live with now. He'll be slumping about with a face like a cat's bum, all martyred and woe is me. I'll talk to him. Logan looked away. Outside, the violet sky was fringed with pre-dawn blue and pink. The lights of Macduff twinkled on the other side of the bay. We're switching Samantha off tomorrow. Life support. A sigh. Then Steele took hold of his arm and squeezed. You going to be okay? Yeah, of course. He frowned. Don't know. Then let out a long, slow breath. Anyway, suppose I'd better... He nodded at the door. Got to go brief the team. So make sure you keep your eyes open, okay? Logan settled back against the windowsill and rested his mug of tea on a stack of case files. The constable's office wasn't a large room, old-fashioned with worktop desks on 2 walls, covered in paperwork and 4 ancient grey computers. 4 office chairs, most of which looked on the verge of collapse. The foam rubber stuck out of one as if it had prolapsed. 3 uniformed officers in Police Scotland ninja black stared at him. Calamity clicked the point of her pen in and out and in and out. Click, click, click. What about a national appeal? Maybe we're not getting any sightings because Tracy's left the area. A wee soft voice piped up. Can't really blame her, can you? Isla pulled her auburn hair back into a thick ponytail and tied it off. Didn't matter if she was in her 30s or not. She still looked like a teenager. Heart-shaped face, red lipstick, with more eyeshadow and mascara than was strictly necessary for arresting people. Her little legs barely reached the ground as she swivelled back and forth in her chair, the toe of her boots barely scraping the carpet. If I had Big Donald Brown for a dad, I'd do a runner too. Hair done, she took a sip of coffee. Good luck to her. Logan frowned up at the rogues' gallery above the radiator. A double row of local drug dealers and thieves scowled back at him from their photocopied pictures. Big Donald Brown was second row, 3 in from the right. A slab of flesh with a broad forehead, prominent ears, and the kind of eyebrows that wouldn't have looked out of place on a border terrier. Anyone know if she's run away from home before? Tufty checked his notes, the pink tip of his tongue poking out between his lips as he skimmed them. The strip light glowed in his ginger crew cut, giving him a fiery halo, which was probably as close as he was ever going to get. She's 19, Sarge. It's not really running away from home, is it? Still. Logan chewed on his bottom lip for a moment. Doesn't matter how much of a scumbag her dad is, he's worried about her. He pointed. Isla, get onto the media office and tell them we're after a spot on the news and all the social media they can throw at it. If they give you any grief, you have my permission to do the little girl lost routine you think none of us know about. A nod. Sarge? Next, Constable Quirrell, I believe you have an announcement for us. A grin ripped across Tufty's thin face. He swept his arms out, as if introducing a magic trick. And on the second last shift of his indented servitude, verily didst the probationer say, Let there be Jaffa cakes. Calamity and Isla gave him a round of applause. Logan couldn't help smiling. Well done, young Tufty. You shall go to the top of the class. The grin got bigger. Thanks, Sarge. He dipped into his desk and came out with the promised packet of cakey biscuits. Logan helped himself. And as a reward, you can lead the rest of the briefing. Tufty swivelled his chair around and wiggled his mouse, bringing up the next slide on the daily PowerPoint presentation. Martin Milne stared out at them. A strong face with high cheekbones and a dimple right in the middle of his chin. Straight brown hair with a Hugh Grant fringe. I checked distinguishing features on the MISPER form, and there's no mention of Milne having a tattoo. So that means whoever we found yesterday, it's not him. Might be worth checking signs of activity on his bank or credit cards. Isla rolled her eyes. You got any idea how long it'll take his bank to authorise that? Ah, but no, my dearest Constable Anderson, because I has a clever. Tufty leaned forward. We don't need to hang about and wait for his bank to approve access if he's on internet banking. We can ask his wife to log on and check. Could ask her about the tattoo while we're there. Make sure that whatever muppet filled in the MISPER form got it right. Is that cynicism I hear? A smile pulled Isla's cheeks into shiny pink apples. Ah, Tufty, we'll make a police officer of you yet. Next, a click of the mouse and a man's face filled the screen. Jowls, one solid eyebrow, hair shaved at the sides to match the bald spot at the top. Mark Connolly violated his parole Friday. Sitting in the driver's seat, Tufty doody-doody-dooed along with the old Oasis track jangling out of the speakers. He slowed down as the beige outskirts of White Hills appeared, then took a left, heading towards the slate-grey sea. Wind buffeted the big car, rocking it on its springs. Rain crackled against the windscreen, blurring the world for a moment, before the wipers squeaked it away, only for more rain to replace it moments later. Logan shifted in his seat. The limb restraints made a hard lump in the small of his back, right where the stab-proof vest ended. And would they shift? Of course they wouldn't. The road narrowed, lined on both sides by billowing green clouds of jagged gorse, writhing beneath a raven sky. Why did Samantha think he could just kill Reuben? That he was even capable of killing another human being? Okay, maybe human being was stretching things a bit where Reuben was concerned, but still, to actually murder someone, cold, premeditated. Logan's stomach lurched, sour and gurgling. Oasis faded a bit, and the DJ chuchtered all over them. Wasn't that a flash for the past? You're listening till Good Morning Doogie, and it's bang on 8, so here's our Ashley with all the news and weather. Thanks, Doogie. A family of 4 died in a 3-car pile-up on the A90 just north of Portlethen last night. Tufty kept on drumming. Sarge? You know time, right? Logan let his head thunk against the passenger window. Here we go. No, listen. Quantum mechanics and the theory of general relativity have these, completely different ideas about how time works. Mrs. Garden, 69, was remanded in custody following a road rage incident outside the Stricken post office. Einstein says time's relative, depending on where you are and how fast you're going, yeah? The faster you go, the slower time is. Logan turned and faced the passenger window. He's right. When I'm in the car with you, it slows to a sodding crawl. Brown and dull green fields stretched away on either side of the road. A flock of sheep huddled in the lee of a dry-stained dike. Man's body discovered in woods south of Macduff yesterday. Police Scotland aren't releasing any details until the next of kin have been informed. Quantum mechanics, on the other hand, says time's absolute and external to the universe, keeping track of the wave function in quantum systems. Maybe getting killed by Reuben wouldn't be so bad. At least he wouldn't have to sit here listening to Tufty anymore. Were angry scenes outside BP's offices in Dice yesterday, as protesters gathered to picket the oil giant over redundancies and proposed cuts to service companies' rates. Skinned alive and fed to the pigs. Logan closed his eyes, swallowed down the bitter taste of tarnished copper. How was he supposed to kill Reuben? How? What switch was he supposed to flip to make that possible? A hand squeezed his shoulder, delicate, the nails painted a shiny black. Samantha leaned forward from the back of the car. Maybe you could sneak a gun out of the firearms store. There was that hunting rifle you confiscated last week. The one with the telescopic sight and silencer. That'd do it. Get a bit of distance, find somewhere with a good vantage point, and put a bullet straight through Reuben's head. Never going to work. Tufty nodded. Exactly. They can't both be right, can they? Time's either fixed or it isn't, and some scientists say it doesn't really exist at all. All you have to do is squeeze the trigger. I'm not talking about this. Yeah, I know it's a bit complicated, but stick with me, Sarge. Pull the trigger. Simple as that. Point a gun at someone's head and kill them. Logan's stomach lurched again. Further protests organised for tomorrow. Weather now. According to the thermal time hypotheses, time's a statistical artifact. For God's sake, Tufty, can we... 5 minutes, please. Afraid this cold snap looks set to continue for the rest of the week. The Met Office has issued a yellow warning. Tufty pursed his lips, shrugged one shoulder. Thought you'd be interested. 6 bungalows appeared on the right, clustered in the corner of a field. They looked like the advance guard of a much bigger army, posted on the cliff top to keep a lookout over the waves. An 8-foot-high chain-link fence wrapped around the chunk of field next to them, already scarred with a rough arc of gravel and concrete. Pipes and cables jutted up from concrete foundations like thick plastic weeds, reinforcements on their way. Samantha squeezed his shoulder again. Just think about it, okay? That's all I'm asking. Back with more at 9. Thanks, Ashley. Now let's kick off the hour with a wee bitty proclaimers and sunshine on Leith, 'cause looks like we're getting none of that for weeks up here. Tufty slowed, then indicated, and turned into the scheme as the singing started. Kept his eyes forward. Not speaking. It was like working with a small child. Logan let his head fall back against the rest. Sorry. Another shrug. Then Tufty pointed through the windscreen at the furthest bungalow in the development. It was huge. Had to be at least 5 bedrooms, with a blockwork drive, double garage, conservatory, and landscaped front garden that looked a lot more bedded in than any of the other houses. That's it. A couple of manky hatchbacks lurked at the curb to either side, engines idling. Windows rolled down a crack so the warty individuals inside could smoke while they waited for something to happen. Tufty pulled onto the drive, parking in front of a white Range Rover Sport, switched off the engine, and sat there, still not saying anything. I said I was sorry. No problem. Then Tufty climbed into the rain, jamming his hat on his head, clunked the door shut and marched up the drive to the front door, rang the bell. A very small, very annoying child. Logan grabbed his high-vis jacket from the back seat and got out of the big car. The occupants of the hatchback scrambled out, shoulders and hoods pulled up, fiddling with big digital cameras. Hoy! Over here, Sergeant! Did you find Martin Milne's body yesterday? Is it him? Wind snatched at the fluorescent yellow material of the jacket as Logan fought his way into it. Rain hammered and pattered off the surface, off his hat, off his stab-proof vest, stinging his face and hands like 1,000 frozen wasps, while the 2 lumpy middle-aged men snapped photos. How did Martin Milne die? Did he commit suicide? Logan hauled the zip up and turned his back on the wind. How long have you 2 been out here? It's Martin Milne, isn't it? He pointed at the hatchbacks. Police Scotland aren't issuing any statements at this time. Now please return to your vehicles and respect the Milne family's privacy. The garden sloped away to the east, where the sea surged and pounded against the curling line of the headland. Probably really impressive in summer, when the sun was shining, but on a dreich Thursday in February, sod that. The shorter of the 2 curled his top lip. Come on, Sergeant, throw us a bone, eh? Been freezing my nuts off out here since 6. Is it Martin Milne? We're not issuing any statements. Yeah, I got that the first time. He tucked his camera into his coat. Off the record? The other one sidled up beside him, a nose like a sand-blasted golf ball, wrapped round with broken spider veins. Promise we'll sod off if you let us have something. Logan stared at the ground for a moment. I can't right now, but... He glanced over his shoulder at the house and dropped his voice to a whisper. Look, give me your business cards and I'll let you know what's going on as soon as I can. You get first dibs. Frozen Nuts sniffed. What, both of us? But you have to promise not to tell anyone else I tipped you off, okay? Deal. Golf ball nose dug into his pocket and came out with a card. Bob Finnegan, Aberdeen Examiner. That's got my mobile number and my email. His opposite number produced a card of his own. Noel McGuinness, Scottish Independent Tribune. You promise? If you promise to back off and leave the family alone till I give you the nod. The 2 of them shared a look, then nodded. A quick shaking of hands and they retreated to their cars, got in, and drove away. Soon as they were gone, Logan marched up the drive to the front door, gave Tufty's arm a thump in the back of his hand. Are you planning on sulking all day? Tufty poked the bell again, setting something buzzing inside the house. I'm not sulking. I'm disappointed. You're disappointed. Calamity or Idler, I could understand them not getting it, but I thought you were interested in the... The door clunked, then swung open. A woman glared out at them from behind a pair of large, square glasses. Long, dark hair pulled back in a ponytail with a sprinkling of grey at the roots. Teeth bared, already going at full volume. If you vultures don't go away, I'm calling the police! Tufty raised his eyebrows. Hello, Katie. Ah. She closed her mouth, grimaced. Officer Quirrell, sorry. I thought you were that pair of... Then she stared at them, eyes widening, bit her bottom lip, wiped her hands down the front of her green and white striped apron. Oh, God. They were right. It is him, isn't it? The body they found in the woods. It's Martin. She staggered back a step, blinking at the wood laminate flooring, holding onto the door frame. Tufty held out a hand. Katie, does Martin have a tattoo on his left shoulder? Maybe a dolphin or a whale or something? Chapter 8. What? Mrs. Milne pulled her chin in, wrinkling her neck. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have any tattoos. Why would he have tattoos? Logan stepped forward. Then it's not Martin, Mrs. Milne. The man we found yesterday had a tattoo. She sagged where she stood, letting out a long breath. Oh, thank God. Another breath. One hand against her chest. Look at me. Sorry, come in, please. The hallway was light, airy, with framed photos and scrawled crayon drawings lining the walls. Mrs. Milne led them through into the kitchen, where a little boy sat at a rustic table, both hands wrapped around a tumbler of orange juice, blonde hair, red sweatshirt, white shirt, black trousers, plaster cast on his right arm. The smell of frying butter filled the air. Would you like a tea or coffee or something? Or pancakes? I'm making for Ethan. The little boy stared back at them through glasses like his mother's. Logan slipped out of his jacket and hung it over the back of a chair. It dripped onto the slate floor. Tea would be lovely, but don't worry, Constable Quirrell can make it. Can't you, Constable? A nod. Don't want to stand in the way of Ethan's pancakes? Oh, that's very kind. She went back to the hob while Tufty poked about in the cupboard above the kettle. The place must have cost a fortune. It was big enough for a full-sized dining table, a central island with hob and sink, fitted units around the outside in what was probably oak, granite work surfaces, slate tiles on the floor, a massive American-style fridge-freezer, one of those fancy taps that did boiling water. Bit of a difference from Logan's, cobbled together out of whatever was cheapest at B&Q and Argos. There were about a dozen more crayon scribbles in here, most of them featuring what looked like potatoes with arms and legs, but instead of being stuck to the fridge door like in a normal house, they were displayed in elaborate wood and glass frames. Logan settled into a seat and nodded at the little boy. That's some cash you got there, Ethan. What happened to your arm? He stared back in silence. Okay. Mrs. Milne shook her head. I love him to bits, but he can be a clumsy wee soul sometimes. Can't you, Ethan? A shrug. Then Ethan went back to his orange juice. He's a bit shy. She ladled batter into the frying pan and pulled on a gleaming smile. So, who's for pancakes? Logan wandered over to the window, rolling up a pancake smeared with butter and raspberry jam as if it were a fine cigar, bit off the end and chewed. Outside, Ethan slouched through the rain, good hand held in his mother's, the cast on his other arm pressed against his chest. A scarlet people carrier idled at the curb, and as they reached it the driver's window slid down, revealing a large woman with a Lego bob haircut who smiled at them. Mrs. Milne bent down and kissed Ethan on the cheek, wiped the lipstick away, and saw him into the back of the car, made sure he was belted in, then stood there, in the rain, waving as the car wound its way out of the small development onto the road and away. Stood there a moment or two longer, and finally turned and trudged towards the house again. Tufty appeared at Logan's elbow, had a sip of tea from a mug with Winnie the Pooh on it. Doesn't seem like a very happy kid. His dad's vanished. True. Another bite. And then there's the broken arm. I was forever falling out of trees when I was 5. Let me guess, you landed on your head a lot. Logan frowned out at the rain. Get onto social and see if anyone's raised any flags about Ethan. Doctors, hospitals, teachers. Exactly how clumsy is he? Sarge? A clunk, then a rattle, and Mrs. Milne was back looking as if she'd just been for a swim. She grimaced at them. Poor wee soul's having a hard time at school. Some of the kids think it's fun to wind him up because Martin's missing. Can you imagine anything so cruel? She dabbed at her long black hair with a tea towel. Yesterday, someone told him Martin's run off with a younger woman, that Martin doesn't love him anymore. She shuddered. Well, you know what kids are like. Horrible little monsters. Tufty beamed at her. Sorry to be a pain, but can I use your loo? Too much tea. Out into the hallway, second on the right. Thanks. And he was off, unclipping his Airwave handset as he went. Not exactly subtle. Idiot. Logan polished off the pancake, soaked his fingers clean. Do you know if your husband has online banking? And if he does, can you get access to it? Martin hasn't run off with some tart. He wouldn't do that to us. She looked away, lowered her voice. He loves us. Mrs. Milne, the banking. Of course. We've got joint accounts. She went over to the Welsh dresser and opened a drawer, pulled out a small laptop. Oh, you should have heard them when we got married. He's far too young for her. He's a toy boy. She's such a dirty old lady. Must be like he's shagging his mum. The laptop went on the kitchen table, then whirred and beeped into life. Kids aren't the only monsters. She logged in. Suppose that's where they get it from. Logan took the seat next to her. You said Ethan was clumsy sometimes. Hold on, it wants to install updates. Mrs. Milne hunched over the keyboard, fingers clattering across the plastic. Do you mean his arm? He says he fell over in the playground, but I don't know. Why didn't the teachers see anything? Surely if a wee boy falls over and breaks his arm, they'd see something. Then she sat back again. Here we go. What do you need? Logan pointed at the bank's summary page of accounts. Can you call up all recent transactions? We want to see if Martin's used his credit or debit card. She hesitated. You think he's run away? We're only looking for some clue to where he is. If he's taking money out in Dundee, we know to get the police there looking for him. She bit her bottom lip again, then fiddled with the trackpad, bringing up a list of the last 10 credit card transactions. Pointed. These are mostly me. Tesco. Shoes for Ethan. Tesco again. Heating oil. That one's Martin's, the petrol station in Peterhead on Friday. Then it's just Tesco. What about the current account? She clicked again. Nothing since Monday. I got £50 out to pay the window cleaner. Sir Milne had been missing since Sunday night and not bought a single meal on his credit card or taken a penny out of the bank. If he really had been on the run for 3 days and 4 nights, surely he'd have to spend something. And he doesn't have any other accounts, maybe from before you were married. Martin and I don't keep secrets from one another. Her chin came up. If he had another account, I'd know about it. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. Everyone has secrets. Logan nodded at the screen. Any chance you can print off everything for the last 3 months or so? She rested her fingers against the keys, staring at her bitten nails. What if something's happened to him? What if he... Mrs. Milne cleared her throat. What if they're right? What if he thinks we don't matter, and he can do better somewhere else with someone his own age? What if he's dead? He probably was, but there was no point telling her that. Logan placed a hand on her shoulder. The jumper was damp and cool. We're going to do everything we can. She nodded, then sniffed, then wiped a hand across her eyes. Yes, right. I'll download those statements. Logan settled back against the work surface, a fresh cup of tea steaming away in his hand. The back garden was a shivering mass of bushes and low trees, slapped about by the wind. A shed sat in the bottom corner, surrounded by terracotta pots, their contents covered with white fleecy material. What looked like a vegetable plot lay along the far end of the garden, all very bucolic and genteel, perched on the edge of the world. He checked his watch. 8:30, and there was still no sign of Tufty. Knowing Logan's luck, Mrs. Milne had probably left the front door open and Tufty had got out. He'd be climbing trees, chasing cars, and pooping on people's lawns. The room was quiet. Just Logan and the hum, swoosh, hum, swoosh of the dishwasher. He dug into his pocket and came out with the 2 business cards. Well, a promise was a promise. He ripped both up and dumped them in the pedal bin. A newspaper lay on the worktop next to it, open at the crossword. Half the grid was filled in, a blue biro sitting next to the paper. Logan peered at the clues. She'd got 4 down wrong. And that wasn't how you spelled discontent either, or incalculable. Then Mrs. Milne's voice cut across the dishwasher. "Sorry, I had to change the cartridge in the printer." Logan turned. "You're a crossword person." Pink flushed her cheeks. Then she held out a small stack of paper. "Bank statements for the last 12 weeks. "Thanks." He flicked through them. Regular entries for petrol and food. A pub in Peterhead every Wednesday. A few entries for Amazon. Some for Waterstones in Elgin. Nothing jumped out. Mrs. Milne picked the newspaper up and ruffled it back into shape. Martin was always the puzzle solver, into his Miss Marples and his crime drama on the TV. She closed the paper, shutting away the crossword. Smoothed it down. "Don't know why I bother, really. I'm always terrible at it." There, spread across the Aberdeen Examiner's front page, was a photo of the entrance to the woods, all cordoned off with blue and white police tape. A uniformed constable stood behind the line in the pouring rain, while behind him a patrol car sat with all its lights on. Grisly Discovery in Macduff Woods, with the sub-headline, "Is Body in Woods Missing Businessman?" No wonder she'd thought the worst when they turned up on her doorstep. Logan reached out and took the newspaper from her. "You shouldn't be reading this kind of stuff. They don't know anything, they're just speculating, making things up to sell more copies." "Keep it." Mrs. Milne turned away. "I never liked doing the crossword anyway." Her back was broad beneath the damp jumper, but rounded, as if she spent a lot of time trying to make herself look smaller. Maybe her husband was a short man and he didn't like being towered over. Little man syndrome. The dishwasher whispered and moaned. Rain spattered across the kitchen window. Logan folded the newspaper and tucked it under his arm. "We're going to do everything we can, I promise." She didn't turn around. "Thank you." Then the kitchen door thumped open and Tufty poked his head in. About time. He pulled on a big grin. "Katie, can I ask a—" He nodded back towards the front of the house. "It's a quickie." She followed him down the hall, Logan bringing up the rear. "Any idea who this is?" Tufty pointed at one of the framed photos. A close-up group of 8 men, standing around a barbecue in T-shirts, baseball caps and sunglasses, sunburn and grins. A couple had their drinks raised in salute. On the left, with the corn on the cob. Mrs. Milne blinked, frowned. "It's Pete. Peter Shepherd. He's Martin's business partner. Him, Martin, and Brian set up GCML together 9 years ago. Why?" "Cool. Tufty tapped the frame. "And he lives—" "Pennon. He's got one of those sideways houses. Look, why do you want to know?" Tufty shrugged. "Just interested. Any chance I can borrow the photo?" Logan fastened his seatbelt. "Well?" Tufty waved through the windscreen at Mrs. Milne, then turned the wheel and took them out of the little development. Soon as he got to the junction with the main road, he reached back into the footwell and pulled out the framed photo of the barbecue. Passed it over. "Notice anything?" "They've burnt the sausages." "Guy on the left, Peter Shepherd. Check the arm." Martin's business partner had a green T-shirt with a sort of Viking logo on the front. He'd ripped the sleeves off, exposing the swollen biceps of someone who spent far too much time down the gym. And there, on his left arm, was a narwhal tattoo. Chapter 9. Banff sulked beneath the heavy lid of stone sky. The buildings crouched together in the rain. Tufty took them in through the limits and down the hill. "Station?" "Pennon." Logan pressed the talk button on his airwave. "Maggie, I need you to look someone up for me. Peter Shepherd, lives in Pennon." "Give me a minute, Sergeant McRae. The MIT are hogging all the bandwidth so everything's running like a slug. Tufty took a right onto Castle Street, its rows of old-fashioned buildings giving way to the same buildings, but with shops occupying the ground floor. Sarge, should we not, tell DCI Steele that Shepherd's her corpse? No guarantee it's him, Tufty. We're just doing a bit of legwork, making sure we don't waste anyone's time. Yeah, but when Mrs. Milne reported her husband missing, did you go talk to everyone at his company? No one had seen him since Friday. He bunked off early, about 3:30, which was par for the course. What about Shepherd? He shrugged. Didn't ask. We were looking for Milne, didn't even know Shepherd existed. Which was fair enough. A handful of bodies tramped through the rain, bent nearly double under its relentless assault. All the cars had their headlights on, edging along not much faster than the people on the pavement. What about this Brian person, the other partner? Something crawled across Tufty's face, wrinkling bits of it, before fading away, leaving him smooth as a baby's backside. Got him. Brian Chapman, financial director, big sticky-out mole in his forehead. That it? Didn't know where Milne was, and seemed genuinely worried when I told him we'd found Milne's car abandoned Sunday night. Sergeant McRae, I've got 3 speeding tickets over the last 6 years, and that's it. Vehicles? 2 registered at his property, a Mitsubishi Warrior and a Porsche 911. That explained the speeding tickets. Mind you, you'd have to be an optimist to own a Porsche in Pennon, a rear-wheel drive sports car, and that hill, in winter. Be lucky if you got it out of the garage half the year. Do you want me to check if he made any complaints? Please, and the phone number. The sandstone spire of Banff Parish Church went by the passenger window. A group of OAPs, dressed like carrion crows, shuffled in through the door, single file. A couple of floral tributes sat either side of the entrance as the minister shook hands with each and every one of them, probably holding a sweepy in his head as to who he'd have to bury next. Tufty chewed on his lip. Sarge, are you sure DCI Steele isn't going to blow a hairy when she finds out we didn't come clean about Shepherd? The road swept around to the left, then past the football pitch and the golf course. Sarge, tell me about Martin Milne. He blew out a breath, screwed up his face for a moment. Then, OK, Martin Carter Milne, 30, BA in Business from Robert Gordon's University, married to Katie Milne, 1 child, Ethan, 6. Drives a dark blue Aston Martin DB9. Very swish. Really wanted a go in it, but traffic pulled rank. Impounded. Secure parking in Mintlaw. Mrs. Milne can pick it up any time she likes. The big car bumped over the bridge. The River Devon was a swollen grey snake, rasping at its banks below, surging out into the bay. Milne got a caution for aggravated assault 3 years ago. Fiscal didn't take it to court because he was wading in to break up a fight at a Blue Toon Elgin City match. Left a guy with a fractured cheekbone and a broken arm. Bit of a bruiser, then. Logan scanned the barbecue photograph for Milne. He was in the middle, overseeing the ritual burning of the sausages. Red T-shirt with the same Viking logo as Peter Shepherd, only he'd left his sleeves on. Big arms. Not over-muscled like Shepherd's, but thick enough to do some damage. Sergeant McRae, I've got records of Peter Shepherd's house being burgled last year. The thief got away with an antique gramophone and a set of 3 Regency candlesticks, all recovered. He's made 4 complaints in the last 6 months about vandalism, and there's 2 ongoing investigations about his business premises being broken into in Peterhead. Ongoing since when? 3 years. So for ongoing, read, no one has a clue. Just in case, better give me his work number too. Logan turned to Tufty. What are they called? GCML, Gero Container Management and Logistics, Peterhead. You get that, Maggie? Do you want me to text them through to your phone? Thanks. And are you coming back to the station any time soon, Sergeant McRae? Only the MIT are being difficult. Sorry, it's oot and aboot for me in the loon. If anyone asks, we're chasing up a misper. And with any luck, Steele would believe it. And you've not seen Mr. Shepherd since Friday? Logan pinned his phone between his ear and his shoulder as he wrote the details down in his notebook, leaning into the corners as the big car wheeled along the winding road. Yup, He's off seeing a supplier in Chesterfield." Oh, no, he wasn't. He was dead. "But you haven't heard from him?" "Nah. Don't usually when he's off on his travels. Likes to keep a low profile, does our Pete, so it's all text messages and emails." "OK. Well, if you hear from him, tell him we'd like a word." "Will do." Logan hit the button and ended the call. GCML say Shepherd's off down south, buying them some new containers. Tufty overtook a tractor with mud-spattering tyres. So maybe it isn't him we found. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe he'll turn up tomorrow with a bunch of containers and a confused look on his face. Maybe. But it wasn't likely. Logan tried the other number again. Got the answering machine again. "Hello, you've reached Pete Shepherd. I'm sorry I can't come to the phone right now, but leave a message and I'll get back to you. Thanks." Then a pause. Bleep. He hung up. Shepherd still not answering his mobile. A nod from the driver's seat. Well, he can't, can he? Not if he's dead. Roaming charges are probably extortionate from the afterlife. But that's nonsense, isn't it? Of course time exists. And do you know what I think? Logan ruffled the copy of the Aberdeen Examiner he'd taken from Mrs. Milne. Nope. Wasn't interested either, but there was no point telling Tufty that. He'd only sulk again. So instead, Logan skimmed an article on the new development going into the gap where Aberdeen's St. Nicholas House used to be. Not exactly riveting, but it was better than listening to Tufty rambling on about physics. "We'll never stop protesting against the evil concrete Rubik's Cube," says local campaigner, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a scrotum in a shirt and tie. Outside the car windows, rain lashed the fields and bushes and trees, making the tarmac shine in the big car's headlights as they wound their way along the Fraserburgh Road. "I think time's an emergent property of an entropic field. You know, like the Higgs boson is caused by vibrational ripples in the Higgs field." Then there was an article about a project to get big painted fiberglass sheep installed across the city, because all the dolphins weren't enough. And just as the Higgs field gives particles their physical mass, the entropic field gives particles their chronological mass. Next up, a long piece on Emily Benton's death. Quotes from her parents and friends about how lovely she was and how everyone liked her and she didn't have any enemies, which obviously wasn't true, because someone battered her to death. The Examiner had gone out and done a vox pop in Inverurie. Little photos of cold-looking shoppers above banal statements about how that kind of thing shouldn't happen, and their prayers were with her family. So time is actually a boson. You see? Then there was a half-page on Banff Academy raising money for Macduff Lifeboat Station after one of the pupils nearly drowned on a fishing trip. And that's why the faster you move, the slower time gets. The entropic field is like cornflour. Go slow and you pass through it without noticing. Go fast and it seizes up. Logan turned the page, where there was an opinion piece on the number of bodies being found in woods about Aberdeenshire. "Of course you know what this means, don't you?" "Exactly. Time is the physical manifestation of a non-Newtonian fluid-like field." Logan looked at him over the top of the paper. "No, it means we're going to have to release details of the bodies, or the papers will start screaming serial killer. Surprised they haven't already." "Oh, right. Well, anyway, so the entropic field only allows travel in one direction or it violates the second law of thermodynamics, right? And the chronology's interesting, isn't it?" Tufty beamed. "That's what I think. Entropy, thermodynamics, the time boson. Emily Benton's body is discovered in woods 10 days ago. Then Martin Milne disappears a week after Emily was found. And Peter Shepherd turns up battered to death with a bag over his head, in different woods, 3 days after that, when he's meant to be in Chesterfield buying containers." The sign for Gardenstown flashed by on the left, and the sea was black, a thin line of charcoal on the horizon. So, that thinky frown worked its way across Tufty's face again. Milne killed Emily and his business partner. Thought the MO was meant to be different. Her skull was bashed in with an adjustable wrench. We've got no idea what happened to Shepherd's head. There's a bag over it. Logan went back to the paper, frowning at an article about childcare services getting cut in Ellen. Maybe that's why they're different. Emily was killed in situ. Imagine you've just gone berserk on someone's skull with a wrench, and now you've got to dump the body. That head's going to leak blood and fluid and bits of brain all over your boot. So you stick a bin bag over it and duct tape it tight around the neck so nothing oozes out. Ooh, that is sensible. Then you get the hell out of Dodge before the police come looking for you. The windscreen wipers droned across the glass, clearing a path that immediately vanished to be cleared again. Tufty coughed. Mind you, bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Shepherd's death just happens to be exactly the same M.O. as this Edinburgh gangster. There was that. And why kill Emily Benton? There was that as well. A big 4x4 rattled past in the opposite direction, its driver oblivious on her mobile phone, big Dulux dog in the back seat. More fields drenched with rain. How long till Pennon? Tufty peered at the dashboard clock. 5 minutes? Trees swallowed the road, thumping heavy droplets from their sagging branches. Then out the other side. Next, an article on diesel thefts around Turriff. OK, so the evidence was circumstantial at the moment, but Milne's disappearance made him look guilty. If he had nothing to do with Shepherd's death, why did he run? Innocent people didn't vanish 3 days before their business partners turned up dead in the woods. And then there was Milne's obsession with crime fiction and TV shows. All those stories telling him how not to leave forensic evidence behind. Couldn't deny that it fit. Martin Milne killed Peter Shepherd, dumped the body, covered his tracks, then did a runner. Logan wriggled in his seat, getting comfortable. Steele had a team of, 20 officers? Maybe 30? And she didn't have a clue. Here he was, with nothing but Tufty for backup, and he'd already solved the murder. 2 murders, if Milne killed Emily Benton as well. Tufty was right. Steele wasn't going to be very happy. But you know what? Tough. He flipped the page. Sometimes the gods smiled upon... Oh. No. The breath curdled in his lungs. His fillings itched. A wave of electricity riffled the hairs on the back of his arms and neck, finally settling in his bowels. There, sandwiched between something on house prices in Stricken and a bit about a new music festival in Fraserburgh, was a photo of wee Hamish Mowat. All the moisture disappeared from Logan's mouth as his throat closed up. Local businessman's charity legacy. The newspaper trembled in his hands. Under the photo, the caption was, Philanthropist Hamish Alexander Selkirk Mowat passed away in his sleep last night. How the hell did the Aberdeen Examiner get the news out so fast? What did Reuben do, hire a publicist? There was a quote from the Lord Provost about what a great man he'd been. There were quotes from 3 different charities about how generous his contributions were. But there was nothing about him running the biggest criminal empire in the northeast of Scotland. Nothing about the punishment beatings. Nothing about the pig farm where people disappeared. Nothing about the fact that Reuben would be coming for Logan now. Oh, God. Sarge! The funeral was set for Friday. Tomorrow. But then wee Hamish Mowat was never one for hanging about. And neither would Reuben. Sarge, you okay? You look like you've swallowed a bee. Logan lowered the paper, blinked out at the hostile world. Yeah, he nodded. Fine. Liar. Chapter 10. The road wound around and down the cliff face, steep enough for Tufty to change into second gear. Pennon appeared as a cluster of rooftops, all huddled together for protection against the North Sea as it hurled itself against the little harbour's walls, the cliffs and the stony beach. Of course, it wasn't really all that surprising the Aberdeen Examiner had been ready to go with the story of Hamish Mowat's death. They'd probably had the whole thing filed and ready for months, just waiting, freshening up the quotes from time to time. The BBC had the same kind of thing all ready to go for when the Queen popped her royal slippers, didn't they? Testimonials, photos, documentaries. Why should Aberdeen's biggest crime lord be any different? Especially with Reuben waiting in the wings. The king is dead. Long live the king. They slowed to a crawl, squeezing the big car between a slab-like greying lump of a building and the whitewashed Pennon Inn, out onto the tiny village's only street. Houses on one side, the angry swell of the sea on the other. Tufty took a left. Rain pelted the windscreen, clattered off the roof, sparked on the bonnet. Bit bleak, isn't it? Waves boomed against the sea wall, sending up arcs of spray that hovered for a moment like heavy clouds, before smashing down across the tarmac. Some of the houses faced front, but most of them stood sideways, with their gable ends pointing out at the storm. Narrow alleys separated the buildings, the front doors sheltering from the wind. Tufty pulled the car over and pointed at a 1.5-story traditional Scottish house with whitewashed walls and a Porsche parked out front. That's us. Another wave smashed into the seawall. The spray completely engulfed the sports car. He grimaced. What do you think? Wait for it to ease up a bit? Be here all week. Logan unclipped his seatbelt, pulled on his peaked cap, then struggled into his high vis, doing his best not to bash Tufty in the face with an elbow. Come on, then. It was like being pelted with frozen nails. He slammed the car door and hurried across the road, slipping into the alley between the front of Peter Shepherd's house and the back of the next one in the row as another wave crashed down. Ah! God! Sodding... bloody... Tufty shuffled into the alley with his arms held out from his body, dripping, mouth hanging open. Gah! Logan tried the bell. A trilling ring sounded inside, but no one answered. One more go. And again. Tufty raised one leg and shook the foot. I'm drenched. OK, so there was no one home. But then given that Shepherd was lying on his back in a refrigerated drawer in the mortuary, waiting for his turn to be dissected, that wasn't too surprising. Logan tried the door handle. Locked. Could have jumped in the sea and I'd be drier. He turned. The house with its back to Shepherd's had a couple of windows on this side. Light shone out from one of them, the glass all steamed up. What sounded like Led Zeppelin belting out in there. Logan knocked on the window. A shadowy figure loomed, then wiped a hole in the fog, revealing a lined face, with lots of dark eye makeup and a grey quiff. She frowned for a moment, then opened the window. Rock music pounded out into the rain, accompanied by the sweet, buttery scent of baking. Hello? We're trying to... You'll have to speak up! Logan huddled closer. We're trying to trace your neighbour, Peter Shepherd. Pete! No, he's not here. Hold on. She held up an arthritis-twisted finger as Robert Plant's wailing gave way to a guitar solo. I love this bit! Nodding along with her eyes closed, thrashing away on a clawed hand air guitar. Do you know when he'll be back? Who? Your neighbour. Oh, has he done something? Still rocking along. No, we're worried about his safety. Look, can you turn that down a bit? She shrugged, then turned and padded back into the room. The music clicked off, leaving nothing behind but the booming waves, clattering rain and howling wind. There we go. Do you have a key to Mr. Shepherd's house, Mrs. Call me Aggie. Give me a minute to grab my coat. I've got to go round and feed his cat anyway. Then she thunked the window shut and disappeared. Here we go. Aggie swung the door open and stepped inside. Onion! Onion! Where's Kitten? Logan followed her inside. Shepherd had obviously had a bit of work done to the place. It might look all traditional in Scottish vernacular on the outside, but inside, the living room and kitchen were one big open-plan space full of gleaming surfaces, leather and abstract oil paintings. Shepherd and Milne's container business must be making a fortune. Tufty closed the front door behind him and stood there, dripping on the hall tiles. Gah! Aggie hobbled up the stairs. Onion? Come on, time for nom-noms! Soon as she was gone, Logan poked Tufty on the shoulder. You try Shepherd's mobile again, and try not to get everything soggy. If he's not dead, I don't want him suing the force because you ruined his carpet. A dining room sat on the other side of the stairs, with a long oak table and matching chairs. The only other room on the ground floor was a study. Bookshelves lined the walls, all crammed to overflowing with textbooks, folders, lever arch files, boxes and hardback books. A proper office-style desk with a docking station for a laptop and a pair of flat-screen monitors and armatures. Swanky office chair with more buttons and levers than most family saloons. A pair of oak filing cabinets. No diary or appointments calendar. But then everyone was all electronic these days, weren't they? Whatever happened to the good old days, when people actually wrote things down, then left them lying around for police officers to find? He scanned the bookshelves. The textbooks all had titles like Optimization for Hydrocarbon Support Industries and Logistic Management in the Norwegian Sector, Regulations and Compliance, Volume 7. The folders were just as bad, and the books all seemed to be true crime. Biographies of murderers and case studies on serial killers. A collection of gangster memoirs, all neatly ordered, alphabetically, by author and title. So Milne wasn't the only crime freak. Logan tried upstairs. A big bathroom, all done out in dark slate tiles and spotlights, with a free-standing enamel bath big enough for 3. A box room, full of boxes. A small bedroom with a lot of lace and flowers in it, completely out of keeping with the rest of the place. And last, but not least, the master bedroom. Aggie was on her knees at the side of the bed, bum in the air, one arm wiggling about in the space underneath. "Come on, onion pickle pie, it's only policemen. They're not really that scary." A king-size bed dominated the room, with a maroon velvet headboard, huge telly on the facing wall, thick smoke-coloured carpet, one wall a deep claret, the other stark white. Normal people didn't have houses like this. This was what happened when you hired a decorator who specialised in boutique hotels. Aggie sat back on her heels and bared her top teeth at Logan. "He's not normally this shy." Logan wandered over to the window, looking down on the narrow alley that separated the 2 houses. "Do you look after his cat a lot?" "Only if he's going to be away for more than 1 night. Onion doesn't really like change. Likes to know his Auntie Aggie's looking after him." Then she leaned forwards, bum up in the air again. "Come on, sweetie. I've got lovely tuna for you. Your favourite. Yum, yum." The room wasn't just swanky hotel designed. It was swanky hotel clean as well. No personal knickknacks, bits or bobs. No deodorant, hairdryer or combs on show. No clothes dumped over the chair in the corner. The only thing out of place was the book on the bedside cabinet, and even that was perfectly lined up at the edges. The blood-red line, subtitled, "How Malcolm McLennan Founded Edinburgh's Biggest Criminal Empire." The author's name was picked out in white, L.P. Malloy, over a montage of tower blocks, Edinburgh Castle, somewhere dark in the Old Town, and a line of crime scene tape, with a few tasteful blood spatters thrown in for good measure. L.P. Malloy had to be a pseudonym. No one would be thick enough to write an exposé about Malcolm McLennan and use their real name. Not if they wanted to keep all their fingers. Surprised anyone was brave enough to publish it. "Oh, come on, Onion. Be a good cat for Auntie Aggie." Logan flicked through the pages. A biro inscription was scrawled on the title page. "To Peter, you're a sick bastard for reading this stuff, but I love you anyway. Martin. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Bit gushing, but there you go. There was a wodge of printed photos in the middle of the book, most in black and white and copied from newspaper reports. But a couple were clearly crime scene pics, reproduced in vivid, gory colour. One of a young man in a 70s suit with his throat slashed, lying crumpled in a toilet stall. One of a burned-out car with blackened human remains in the driver's seat. A woman lying twisted beneath a railway bridge, and one of a naked man, lying on his back in some woods, with a bag over his head. Logan stood at the window, looking down into the little alley. The paving slabs glittered with water, the puddles rippled in the battering rain. He pressed the talk button on his Airwave handset. "Okay, that's great news. We'll get it set up soon as I've handed over to the MIT. Inspector McGregor's voice crackled from the speaker. "Glad to hear you're being so grown-up about it." Auntie Aggie bustled out of the front door, hauling the jacket hood up over her quiff. She disappeared into the downpour. No point fighting the system, is there? Besides, I've got a dunt to organise. And maybe this way Steele would be too busy running around trying to find Martin Milne to be a pain in Logan's backside. Make sure you keep me up to date, then. And McGregor was gone. Sarge! Logan stuck his head out of the bedroom door. What? You want a tea? Have you found me a next of kin yet? Waiting to hear back. So, tea? Shouldn't really be helping themselves to the contents of a murder victim's cupboards. But it wasn't as if Peter Shepherd would have grudged them a cuppa. Thanks. He went back to the bedroom and opened the bedside cabinet. Handkerchiefs, a watch, various flavours of chapstick, pens, mixed with bits and bobs that would never come in handy again. Next drawer down was all socks. The one below that, pants and boxers, all neatly folded. The cabinet on the other side had a huge remote control in it, along with a box of tissues and some lubricant in the top drawer. No prizes for guessing what normally played on the huge wall-mounted TV opposite the bed. Next drawer down, more socks and some aftershave. Bottom drawer, more underwear. Logan settled onto the edge of the duvet and picked up the remote. It was about 3 times bigger than it had any right being, with a corresponding number of extra buttons. He pressed the one with the power icon on it. There was a pause. Then the TV played a 3-note tune and displayed the manufacturer's logo. Instead of defaulting to BBC One, the screen displayed a series of folders and icons under the title Media Hub. He picked a folder marked Chile 13, and a slideshow popped into life. Photos of alpaca and mountains and 2 men backpacking through stunning scenery, accompanied by a soundtrack of something bland played on the panpipes. Lots of photos of Peter Shepherd grinning and posing for the camera. Logan tried another one. Shetland 09. A much younger Shepherd, tootling about in an open-top sports car with a woman in rock chick chic. This time it had some sort of Jimmy Shand accordion soundtrack. Dubai 14. Shepherd and 2 men in denim shirts and chinos, weeking about through sand dunes in a 4x4, riding camels, buying things in a souk, drinking cocktails on a rooftop terrace with a dirty big skyscraper in the background. Middle Eastern music. Stuffin' Thangs. Okay, that was different. Tufty appeared in the doorway with a mug, then froze, staring at the TV. Oh. On the screen, 3 people were caught in a very intimate tableau. A middle-aged woman with long blonde hair, Peter Shepherd, and Martin Milne. She was on all 4s, on the bed in this very room, with Milne at the back, doggy style, and Shepherd in her mouth. A classic spit roast. All done to a backing track of classical music. The image was high-res, not taken on a phone or a webcam. Probably an expensive SLR digital camera, on a tripod going by the shadows on the bedroom carpet. Tufty cleared his throat. Don't think we should be watching porn in a dead guy's house, Sarge. The next image was the same 3 people, only this time Milne was in the middle. Ooh. Tufty flinched. Yeah, definitely shouldn't be watching it. This time it was just the 2 gents, which explained the dedication in the book. Pink rushed up Tufty's face. I'll be downstairs. Bloody hammering it down. Steele barged past Logan into the hallway, with Becky hot on her heels. Steele gave a little shake, like a terrier, and ran both hands through her wet hair, smoothing it down to her head, then flicked the water off onto the tiles. This better no be a wild goose chase, lads, or I'm going to forget I'm a lady and do things to your bumhole that'd make Genghis Khan blush. Becky closed the door on the downpour, brown curls plastered to her forehead. Ugh, need water wings just to walk here from the car. Don't you chucksters do proper weather, or are you too busy shagging sheep? D.S. Mackenzie, stop mocking the afflicted. It's no their fault they're all inbred. Steele shuggled out of her coat and handed it to her sidekick, then turned and thumped Logan on the chest. Come on then, Mr. Mysterious. Make with the ID. He took a sip of tea. Have they taken the bag off your victim's head yet? Steele checked her watch. PM's no till 10. You've got 5 minutes to astound me. Peter Shepherd. Then he turned and marched up the stairs. Who the hell is Peter Shepherd when he's at home? He was Martin Milne's partner. Steele hurried after him, boots clunking on the steps. Business or sex? Bit of both. And he's got a narwhal tattoo on his upper left arm. In the bedroom, Logan pointed the remote at the TV and got the slideshow rolling again. This time, the classical soundtrack was accompanied by Milne and Shepherd having a threesome with a redhead in stripy hold-ups and a Zorro mask. Kinky! Steele pursed her lips. Course, she's a bit chunky for me, but I no mind with the lights off. Just gives you more to hold on to. She grinned over her shoulder at Becky. How about you? D.S. Mackenzie shuddered. No thanks. Suit yourself. Logan hit pause and peered at the remote. Then pressed the button marked Zoom, fiddling with the direction arrows until Shepherd's tattoo filled the screen. It was a detailed illustration of a horned whale's head emerging from the sea, contained in a ring of rope, with scallop shells around the outside, and the motto, Corneum Sete Sunt Optimus, underneath. You know what this means, don't you? Don't speak Latin. Steele dug into her jacket pocket and came out with an e-cigarette. Popped it in her mouth. There's more porn in this thing. It means Peter Shepherd disappeared at some point over the weekend. Only no one notices because he's supposed to be away down to Chesterfield to speak to a supplier this week. Martin Milne goes missing Sunday night. Shepherd's body turns up 3 days later. She snatched the remote from Logan's hand and pressed play, setting the slideshow rolling again. Sank onto the edge of the bed, e-cigarette sticking out of her mouth as if it was on Viagra. Aye, very good, Miss Marple. Only problem is, if it's Shepherd who's dead, and I'm no saying it is, but if it is, then how come it looks like he got bumped off by an Edinburgh gangster? On the screen, Milne, Shepherd, and their anonymous friends switched one contorted position for another, as if they were going for some sort of record. Logan picked up the book and dumped it in Steele's lap. Page 152. Ooh. She didn't look at the book. She tilted her head to one side and gaped at the TV instead. How did he get his leg all the way over there? Surely that's no physically possible. God's sake. Logan grabbed the book back and flicked through to the right page, then held it out, poking the photo with a finger. Look, there's a complete description there too. Milne and Shepherd get into some sort of fight. It gets out of hand. Milne panics. He has to ditch the body. And right there, sitting on the bedside cabinet, he's got a blueprint of how to do it and make the whole thing look like a mob hit. Steele stared, open-mouthed at the screen. Becky sighed. Lot of trouble to go to if you're only wanting rid of your hump buddy, isn't it? Phew! Look at the size of that strap-on! Could beat a horse to death with that. Surely she's not going to stick that up his... Oh, yes, she is! That's gotta... Give me that. Logan took the remote back and switched off the TV. Oi! I was watching! Milne killed Shepherd and staged the body so we'd think it was Malcolm McLennan. You're supposed to be running the investigation, so stop watching porn and go investigate. I'm no watching porn. I'm reviewing evidence. Steele reclined on the bed, resting on her elbows. Nodded at her sidekick. Becky, let's imagine for a wee moment that our body was Mr. Flexible up there. She pointed at the blank screen. Does that mean Martin Miller is our killer? No, Gov. It's Milne. Martin Milne. And he's disappeared, vanished, run away, skipped out on his family Sunday night. Yeah. Steele bared her teeth. Still, looks more like a gangland killing than a lover's tiff. He shook the blood-red line at her. Because of the book. It's right there. A how-to guide. Milne set it up. Logan chucked it down in the bed. It's obvious. It's a wild stab in the dark is what it is. She picked up the remote and set the slideshow playing again. Seconds out, round 2. He stepped between her and the TV, blocking her view. What is wrong with you? Becky sighed. Come on, McRae. Even you've got to see this is a stretch. We still don't know if our body's Peter Shepherd. Could be anyone. Of course it's Shepherd. Steele stared at him for a bit, then took another puff on her fake cigarette. Hissed out a thin line of steam. You used to be a lot more fun. A sniff. Actually, scratch that. You've always been a misery guts. Yeah? Well, this misery guts has had enough of your... His phone blared out its anonymous ringtone. God's sake. He yanked it out. What? There was a brief pause, then a thick, dark voice oozed into his ear like evil treacle. Good morning, Sergeant McCrae. Long time no speak, as I believe the expression goes. Which isn't normal for you and I, is it? Logan ran a hand over his eyes, gritted his teeth, then forced a smile as he turned and walked from the room. Chief Superintendent Napier, have you been behaving yourself, Sergeant? Or have you just been very good at getting away with it? Through into the floral print bedroom with its kitsch pillows and crocheted bedspread. I hear you're retiring soon. Ah, yes. But not to worry. There's still time for a final hurrah. And speaking of rumours, a little birdie tells me that you're working with DCI Steel again. Then silence from the other end of the phone. Rain hammered the window. More silence. Fine. Two could play at that. If Napier thought Logan was going to leap in and fill the gap with something incriminating, he could wait till his ears dropped off. Classical music seeped through from the other room. And tell me, Sergeant McCrae, how are you getting on with the Detective Chief Inspector? Like an orphanage on fire. Logan raised his chin. We're making progress. I see. Another pause. You two have a good working relationship, don't you, Sergeant? She confides in you. She trusts you. Here we go. Tell me, has she ever mentioned a Mr. Jack Wallace to you? Possibly in connection with a case she investigated last year? Never heard of him. Really? Interesting. Well, if she does mention him, do think of me in our little chat. Till then, take care. Napier ended the call. What the hell was that about? Logan put his phone away and stepped out onto the landing, stood there, listening to the violins and cellos. Then there was a dinging, buzzing sound, followed by, You wee beauty! Whatever had happened on Shepard's porn slideshow, she could keep it to herself. He was out of here. Had better things to do. He'd got halfway down the stairs when the music died and Steele charged out of the bedroom, phone held high like the Olympic torch. She pointed at him. Hi, where do you think you're going? Banff. Got a dunt to organise. Time for that later. Look! She shoved her phone at him. On the screen was a photo of a bruised face, ringed with black plastic. The features were swollen, and the skin between the blue and purple stains was the colour of rancid butter. But it was definitely Peter Shepard. After careful consideration, I have decided to give you, your grumpy man panties, and your half-baked theory a second chance. Get in the car. We're off to see this Martin Milne's wife. If the wee sod's done a runner, I want to know where. Told you, I'm busy. Logan started back down the stairs, then stopped. Frowned up at her. Who's Jack Wallace? Steele's eyes narrowed, deepening the wrinkles. On second thoughts, you can sod off back to Banff. She took a deep breath. Becky, arse in gear. We're leaving. Chapter 11. Calamity handed the mug to Logan, then nudged the door shut. Sorry, Sarge. MIT's had all the milk. Logan peered into the depths of his dark brown tea. Still, it was better than nothing. Then he had a sip. Actually, no, it wasn't. A tiny shudder, and he put the mug down on the windowsill. It's the thought that counts. Even with the door closed, the sounds of a busy station seeped into the constable's office. Banging doors, heavy booted feet, ringing telephones, shouting. Calamity settled into her chair. It's like a football match out there. Never seen so many people in the station at one time. And the stench! Isla bared her teeth. Locker room smells like a tramp's sock dipped in Lynx deodorant. It's seeping along the landing like sarin gas. She thumped a can of Diet Iron Brew down on the worktop, setting loose a curl of ginger froth. But you know what really grips my shit? Someone's done kippers in the canteen microwave. Kippers! Ooh, watch out! Calamity pulled her chin in. The ginger mist is rising. Damn right it is. She jabbed a finger at the closed door. What kind of antisocial, thoughtless... All right, that's enough whinging about the moronic idiot team. Tufty? No reply. The wee sod was sitting with his back to the room, hunched over, doodling something on a notepad. Constable Quirrell! He swivelled around and grimaced, mobile phone clamped to his ear. Right. Thanks, Lizzie. I owe you one. He hung up. Social services, Sarge. Apparently Ethan Milnes had a fair number of bruises and scrapes. The broken arm's the worst of it, but he's been to the doctors and A&E so many times he's got a frequent flyer card. Lizzie says the kid's probably 80% TCP by now. Logan picked up his mug again. Suspicious? Don't know. According to the teachers, he's about the clumsiest thing they've ever seen. Forever falling over in the playground and walking into doors and things. Right. Well, you can get on with the briefing then. Sarge? Tufty clicked the mouse, and a pair of ID photos appeared on his computer monitor. Ricky Welsh with his shoulder-length hair, bloody nose and split lip. He'd grown an elaborate Van Dyke with twiddly handlebars on the moustache, what looked like a chunk of the Declaration of Arbroath wrapped around his throat in dark blue tattooed letters. Laura Welsh was bigger, tougher, thick-set, one green eye, one black, and an off-blonde perm. Bruises swelled across her left cheek like a tropical storm. Because "it's a fair cop, I'll come quietly" just wasn't in Laura or Ricky's vocabulary. They were more of a "you'll never take me alive, copper" kind of family. Tufty checked his notes. Inspector Fettis has got us the operational support unit, a dog unit, and 4 bodies from Elgin to help dunt in the Welsh's door. Watch yourselves, though. One of the Elgin lot's a chief inspector doing his in touch with the common folk thing. Isla groaned. Not again. Calamity covered her eyes with her hands. Why us? You know fine well why. Logan risked another sip of tea. Nope, still horrible. Keep going, Tufty. ETD, that's estimated time of dunt, will be 2,300 hours, though with assorted dicking about, probably closer to midnight. I've called Fraserburgh and asked them to reserve 2 of their finest en-suite rooms for Mr. and Mrs. Welsh. Something with a view and a roll-top bath. Calamity dug into her fleece and came out with a tartan wallet. Anyone want a fiver on how many people end up in hospital? Isla sucked her teeth. Just our lot, or all in? Ours. I'll kick off with 2. A £5 note was produced. 3. Tufty? Fiver on... He squinted one eye. 4. Sarge? Can we get on with the briefing, please? Some of us have jobs to do. Calamity collected the bets. Let us know if you change your mind. Tufty went back to the PowerPoint presentation, bringing up an aerial shot of Macduff ripped off Google Earth. A crude red arrow with "Raid Here" sat on top of the image, pointing at Ricky and Laura Welsh's place. Click, and it was replaced with a front view of the house. A whitewashed cottage, sandwiched a third of the way down a terrace of identikit Scottish homes. The slate roof boasted a pair of dormer windows, which, along with the 2 downstairs windows and red-painted door, gave the place a slightly startled appearance, as if it didn't approve of the things going on inside it. Isla scanned the briefing notes, a wee crease forming between her eyebrows. If Jessica Ma Campbell is the one supplying the drugs, are we expecting her or one of her minions to be there protecting their investment? If we are, I want to up my hospital number. It's possible, but I'd be more worried about the Welsh's dog. Click. A massive St. Bernard replaced the house photo. Looks cuddly, but we're talking full-on Cujo here. Exactly. Logan pointed at the 3 of them. So anyone not carrying Bite Back deserves all they get. Are we... A knock at the door, and Inspector McGregor peered into the room. Ah, there you are. She pulled on a smile. It didn't look very convincing. Logan, have you got a minute? We need to chat. Okay, well that didn't sound ominous at all. Gov? He gave Tufty a nod. Finish up the briefing, then I want the method of entry paperwork sorted. And no spelling mistakes this time. Let's be ready to rock first thing Sunday night. Then Logan followed the inspector out into the corridor. The smell of smoked fish hung in the air like a manky perfume. Voices boomed out of the open canteen door, someone telling a joke about 2 nuns, a druggie and a greengrocer. This bit of the corridor was lined with street maps of Banff and Macduff, with all the sketchy houses marked in red. Then there was the tiny alcove lined with high-vis jackets on one side and a little sink on the other. The door to the gents lurked beyond the coats, the sounds of whistling coming from within. Past the alcove was the canteen, where apparently one of the nuns was doing something sacrilegious with a cucumber. Then the door through to the main office. A plainclothes officer peered out of it into the corridor. She frowned at them. "Sorry, but has anyone seen D.S. Robertson?" "Anyone?" "No?" Laughter burst from the canteen as whatever the punchline was arrived. She rolled her eyes. "Never mind," then marched across the hall into the canteen, where all hilarity immediately ceased. "My station is infested!" Inspector McGregor glowered at the open door for a moment, then smoothed down her black police-issue T-shirt. "Logan, DCI Steele tells me you identified her murder victim and a possible suspect." "She did." He pulled his chin in, backing away from the subject. "That's a bit out of character. Normally you can't prize credit out of her with laxatives and a crowbar. Especially given how they'd left things. Him ditching her to come back here, her storming off to Whitehills with Rennie, and Steele was giving him credit? Apparently your assistance has been invaluable in progressing her investigation." "Okay, now you're scaring me." There was a thump and a rattle. Then the door to the tiny gents' loo opened, and a large bearded man in a baggy suit appeared, hauling his trousers up around his armpits. He pulled the door shut. "Sergeant, ma'am." He turned the taps on above the little sink and washed his hands. "I'd give it 5 minutes if I were you." McGregor narrowed her eyes. Infested. Then she turned and marched down the corridor. "Logan, heel." Logan followed her through the main office with its collection of new people, all bashing away at the phones and laptops, out and round into the stairwell, where a lumpy man in a lumpier suit was blethering away into his mobile, and up the winding wooden steps to the first floor, where they had to squeeze past 2 officers woman-handling a desk along the landing. McGregor led the way through a blue door that had Banff and Buchan Inspector printed out on a laminated sheet of paper on it, mounted beneath a removable brass nameplate. Wendy McGregor, Inspector. As soon as Logan was inside, she slammed it shut. Just like the Fraserburgh Inspector's office, there were a pair of corkboards mounted on opposite walls, one with a map of B Division, the other a street map of Banff and Macduff. But where Fraserburgh was all beach units and sleek modern lines, this one had the same high ceilings as the rest of the station, fancy cornices, and a moulded ceiling rose. 2 windows sat in the corner of the room, the left-hand one giving a rain-streaked view of the street, the one straight ahead overlooking the car park and the bay. She stamped across the blue carpet and hurled herself into the seat behind her desk. "They're like bloody vermin! They've eaten all the Maltesers from the vending machine. We can't keep milk in the fridge." She leaned forwards and jabbed a finger against her mouse mat. "And I had a whole malt loaf here yesterday. Now there's nothing left but the wrapper. There's not even crumbs. They licked it clean." Logan stood to attention, kept his mouth shut. Probably safest. Just in case she felt like lashing out at someone, best not to give her an excuse. "I want them gone, Logan." She swiveled left and right in her chair. "I want them gone." Waves surged along the darkened beach. She hissed out a breath, then spread her hands along the desk. D.I. Steele has put in a formal request to the area commander. She wants you seconded to her major investigation team for the duration. The crafty, conniving, manipulative old bag. So that's why Steele was so keen to share the credit for identifying Peter Shepherd and Martin Milne. She wanted Logan running around after her again, solving her cases, doing her job for her, just like the bad old days. That, or she wanted to keep him close, so she could torture him. "Yeah, about that, Gov. I mean, I've got a division to run." He held up a hand. "I'm not saying Peterhead, Fraserburgh and Mintlaw can't look after themselves, but we both know they need a grown-up in charge to make sure they're not all off eating plasticine and sticking marbles up their noses. Steele says you've proven yourself a valuable resource in progressing the case. And then there's the dunt." He shifted his feet on the standard-issue blue carpet tiles. "We need to get set for bashing in Ricky Welsh's door, and she says your experience and local knowledge is an invaluable asset. It's simply not possible. I need to be here so we can..." I want them gone, Logan. But, McGregor leaned forward. I want them gone, jabbing the desk with every word. As I see it, letting the DCI borrow you means her bunch of noisy, messy, smelly, sticky vermin get out of my station that much sooner. But the division... McGregor sat back in her seat. Sergeant Stubbs will fill in for you as duty sergeant. She's been moaning about getting more responsibility. Let's see how she likes having to supervise every station from Port Soy to Cruden Bay. That should shut her up for a bit. Great. So my job's a punishment now? Hopefully. And someone needs to run your team here. Sod standing to attention. Logan slumped into one of the visitors' chairs. What about Laura and Ricky Welsh? I was thinking Nicholson could act up while you're away. She's done her sergeant's exam. It'll be a good development opportunity for her. He let his head fall back. There was a dirty big spider wandering across the ceiling rows. But it was my dunt. A major drugs raid is probably a bit much for Nicholson's first day in the role. You'd better hand everything over to Sergeant Ashton when she gets on at 3. She can green shift it. Gah. Logan's arms dangled at his sides, fingertips brushing the carpet. Please? Oh, don't be such a baby. Get out there, find Martin Milne, and get him banged up. The sooner you do, the sooner my station gets fumigated. Calamity's eyes widened as she settled into Logan's seat. She ran her hands along the desk. Really? Don't get too comfy. It's only till I can wriggle out of the MIT. Logan leaned back against the firearms store door. Sergeant Stubbs is your new duty sergeant. She'll keep you right. And Sergeant Ashton will run the dunt on Sunday night. Other than that, it's all yours. A nod. Stubby and beaky, got you. Then she curled her lip and sniffed. Has something died in here? Logan narrowed his eyes. Not yet, but it can be arranged. She was right, though. The place did have a whiff of mouldy sausages about it. To be honest, the sergeant's office wasn't the nicest room in the station. It needed a coat of paint for a start. The magnolia was peeling off around the skirting boards and cornices, and the high ceiling had a suspicious coffee-coloured stain spreading out from one corner, hopefully not from the male toilets on the floor above. 2 desks were jammed in, back to back, each with its own manky old computer, in-tray and phone. A line of body-worn video units blinked away in the holder, lined up like dominoes. The station's only CCTV monitor lurked on its mount in the corner, with views of the empty cell blocks and public areas in 10 little windows. Not exactly homey. If anything happens, you can give me a ring, but as of now, you're acting up. She stroked the desk again and lowered her voice to a hissing whisper. My precious. And make sure you keep an eye on Tufty. He's not had a complaint against him in 4 months. Let's keep it that way. And if he starts banging on about time and entropy, you have my permission to kick his... Logan's phone rang and he pulled it out. Hold on. Then pressed the button. McRae? Yeah, hi, Mr. McRae. It's John. Took a moment, but then it clicked. John Uckert, wee Hamish's designated driver. Give me a minute. He held his hand over the microphone and grimaced at Calamity. Got to take this. Then slipped out of the door, through the bedlam of the main office, past the stairwell, down the corridor and into the old cell block. Pale blue walls, grey-blue floor, an ancient wooden desk unit thing, and 2 cells. No sign of steel, sticky minions. Better safe than sorry, though. Logan pulled open the door to cell number 2 and slipped inside. It was a small magnolia box of a room, with a glass brick window and grey-painted concrete floor. The blue plastic mattress had been propped up against the wall, one end resting on the ankle-high concrete sleeping platform. He closed the cell door and took his hand off the microphone. Mr. Uckert, you heard the news, right? Mr. Mowat passed away last night. His voice sounded thick and forced, as if someone was choking him. Doctor says it was pretty painless. A sniff. He would say that, though. We found out it was anything but, and he's going home without legs. Yes, I heard. I'm sorry. For more than one reason. Yeah, thanks. Uckert cleared his throat. Anyway, funeral's at 12:30, Friday, Old Ardo Kirk. No flowers. Be good to see you there. Logan let the silence grow. Uckert puffed out a breath. And Reuben wants me to pass on a message. He says you've got one last chance to get with the team, which is kind of unique. Normally he goes from naught to wrath of God like that. A clicking noise. I'm a police officer. There's a guy called Stevie Fowler going to be in your neck of the woods next week. You collect a package from him and keep it somewhere safe till Reuben tells you who to hand it over to and where. Even though there'd been no one banged up in the cells for over a decade, the power was still on. There was a radiator hidden inside the ceiling, behind the render, and it belted out heat, making the tips of his ears glow. What's in the package? Don't tell anyone you've got it, and squirrel it really out of the way, okay? What is it? No idea. Logan raised his chin. And if I don't? Uckert sighed. Then Reuben sends round the 3 guys in the transit van, and you get to feed the pigs. Not much of a choice, was it? Become a crooked cop, or die. Samantha's voice was warm and soft in his other ear. Or you could kill Reuben. You don't have to do favours for him if he's dead. Logan licked his lips. I can't. Mr. McCrae, you can. Look, it doesn't have to be like this. A deep breath sounded in the speaker. You can still take over from Mr. Mowat like you wanted. Kill him. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Get that rifle from the firearms store and blow his big fat head off. If you took over, you could get the guys in the van to go pick Reuben up instead. Turn him into pig food. From duty sergeant in B Division to head of Aberdeen's biggest criminal empire in one easy step. Yeah, right. Samantha's lips brushed his ear. One way or the other, he has to die. Logan closed his eyes and leaned forward until his forehead thunked against the cell wall. Steve Fowler. When and where? Chapter 12. Rain lashed the window, rattling the glass in its peeling wooden frame. Well, I hope you're happy. The little room was a bit of a hole. Wedged in at the top of the stairs, the walls were close enough to reach out and touch with both hands. And yet somehow Steele's minions had managed to cram a desk and 2 chairs in, amongst the filing cabinet, a filing cupboard, and the 2 lockers that usually lived there. On the other end of the phone, Steele's voice was all tinny and echoey, as if she was calling from inside a porta-potty. Aye, I'm dancing a jig here. Can you no hear the band? She blew a wet raspberry. Whoever had shifted the desk in had piled all the existing boxes of files into the corner, where it made a wobbly tower of grey cardboard and archived crimes. Wifey Milne swears blind her husband's no run off. He's a model husband and father. Logan sat on the edge of the desk. You didn't show her the photos then? No, but it's going to come out eventually, Laz. Can't protect her forever. What about holiday homes, or family and friends? If you were her, would you want the first time you hear about your hubby having 3 ways in hot man-on-man action with his business partner to be right there, in the open court? When the defence tried to make out he'd never kill Shepherd because he loved him? Several times a week? Oh, and here's the photographic evidence. She had a point. We need to get posters up at all the ports and stations. Set up a Scotland-wide lookout request. Do we? Wow! I'd no have thought of that all by my little old self. Good job we've got a big, strong man like you on the team to keep us right. Logan scowled at the carpet tiles. Someone had tried to fix a couple of them with duct tape. Are you finished? Becky's already done it. Now get rid of the PC plod outfit. I want your scarred backside in a fighting suit and ready to go in 10. You, me, and the boy Rennie are off on a family outing to Peterhead. The grin was obvious in her voice. Be just like old times. That's what I'm afraid of. Rennie peered out of the car windscreen. How do you think you pronounce it? Gayrod? Geiriod? Geriod? Rain dripped off the big green sign. Gero Container Management and Logistics, with the same Viking logo Milne and Shepherd had been wearing in the photo. An angry bearded man in a winged helmet, with a double-headed axe in his hands. The sign sat in front of a bland 2-story office block of brick and glass, with a handful of cars parked out front on a stretch of potholed tarmac. A security hut sat to one side, where a fat old man watched the metal barrier that controlled entrance to the container yard. The whole place was wrapped around with chain-link fence, punctuated with warning notices about razor wire and guard dogs patrolling this area. Steele reached across from the passenger seat and whacked Rennie on the arm. "Yes, because they set up a company and called it Gay Rod." "Ow!" "Well, don't be so homophobic. What, two blokes are shagging each other so they're going to call their company Gay Rod?" Sitting in the back, Logan kept his mouth shut. She gave Rennie another thump. "That's a slashed O, you ignorant spud. It's pronounced Steele made a noise like a dying sheep. "Now park!" He lumped the pool car through the holes and into the spot marked visitors by the front door, then sat there, rubbing his arm. "Why have you got to be so horrible?" "I'll be horrible to your backside with my boot in a minute." Yeah, just like old times. Logan unclipped his seatbelt and climbed out of the car. Heavy grey clouds covered most of the sky, but at least it had stopped raining. There was even a patch of blue big enough to let shafts of golden light shine through. They set off a glowing rainbow above the power station in the distance. GCML's office and yard sat on the southernmost corner of a small industrial estate. Lots of chunks of machinery and pipes, locked away behind high fences. A place that specialised in refrigerated lorries sat across the road, the sound of shrieking metal coming from a large open-fronted garage. Steele slammed her door shut, then had a dig at her bra, jiggling its contents. "Right, listen up, children. You will be on your best behaviour. You will do what you're told. You," she pointed at Rennie as she locked the car, "will no embarrass me. Are we clear?" He stuck his nose in the air. Not going to dignify that with an answer. "Right, here's the plan. I want... Hoy, Laz! Where do you think you're going?" "To do your job for you." Logan marched up the steps and into the building. "As usual." Reception was a small room with a row of plastic seats along one wall and a closed hatch in the other. A doorbell sat on the counter with "Ring for attention" on a small plastic plaque. He did. Steele bustled in behind him. "Cheeky sod." She peered at the sign next to the bell, then mashed her thumb down on the button, holding it there as the sound of ringing droned out somewhere inside the building. "Shop! Anyone in? Come out with your hands up! Hello? Shop!" Logan slapped her hand away and the ringing stopped. "Okay, I think they heard you." She raised an eyebrow and stared at him. "Where'd you get that suit? Tramps are us." We kick off with the third partner, the financial director, assuming he's not disappeared as well. Looks more like a sleeping bag than a suit. Then we split the staff in 3, take 1/3 each. Trousers are hanging off you. Anyone seems a bit sketchy, we double up on them. And that's possibly the ugliest tie I've ever seen. He glanced down at it, blue with tiny red dots. "Jasmine gave me this for Christmas." "She did?" A frown. "For a 7-year-old, she's got horrible fashion sense." "Maybe Martin Milne has an accomplice." "She gets that from your side of the family." Steele banged her open palm down on the desk. Bang, bang, bang. "Shop! Hello! Get a shift on!" We should get Rennie to run a quick PNC check on all the employees before we start. They never warn you about that when you get your wife up the stick with a turkey baster, do they? Warning, donor sperm may cause your child to buy ugly ties. Logan stared at her. "Are you finished?" A grin. "Any other skeletons lurking in your family cupboard I should know about? Any history of mental abnormality?" Steele went back to hoiking at her underwear. "Mind you, I've met your mum. She's about as normal as Morris dancing. What about your dad? Was he a nutter too? Suppose he must have been to marry your mum. Can we get back to the case, please?" The hatch rattled open, revealing an orange-skinned bottle blonde in a polo shirt and fleece, both of which had the Gayrod logo on them. She smiled and fluttered her eyelashes, playing the coy young thing, which, given the fact that she had to be pushing 50, was a bit of a stretch. Steele sniffed. "Beginning to think you didn't exist." The smile slipped a little, leaving its wrinkles behind. "Can I help you?" "Aye, your financial director about." "I'm afraid Mr. Chapman is very busy. Do you have an appointment?" Steele pulled out her warrant card, held it under the woman's nose. "And while you're at it, I'll have a coffee. Milk and 2. "I don't know, all right? I don't know." Brian Chapman paced back and forth in front of his office window. The room sat on the first floor, looking down on the rows of containers laid out in the yard. Chapman ran a hand through what was left of his hair, pausing to tweak the big brown mole growing just above his right eyebrow, as if he were trying to tune his head in. Dark stains lurked in the armpit of his denim shirt, a smudge of dirt on the back side of his tan chinos. He got to the line of filing cabinets and started back again. "If I knew where he was, I'd tell you, believe me." His other hand clenched into a fist, then spread out, then clenched, then spread, like a throbbing pulse. Steele slouched in her seat, dunking a chocolate biscuit in a mug of coffee. "What about Shepherd? You been in touch with him?" Chapman stopped pacing and glared at the mound of paperwork on his desk. "Oh, I've tried. If I get my hands on him, he's dead. I'll bloody kill him." Then Chapman must have remembered who he was talking to, because he licked his lips, then went back to pacing again. "You know what I mean." Logan tilted his head to one side. "Why don't you explain it to us? Do you know what I got yesterday? Do you know what came in the post?" He dug into the pile and pulled out a letter, waved it at them. "What the hell were they thinking?" Steele clicked her fingers, and Chapman handed the letter over. She squinted at it for a bit, then held it out to Logan. "Do the honours." The Royal Bank of Scotland logo sat in the top corner. "It's from the bank. A final demand on a loan of £150,000, plus interest. First I'd heard of it was when it landed on my desk. I'm supposed to be the financial director. How can I financially direct if I haven't got a clue what's going on?" A shrug from Steele. "So pay it off." "How? What with?" He held his arms out, exposing the stains again. "Magic fairy dust and wishes? We're skint." "Oh. I've managed to keep us afloat this long, but the downturn in the oil price is killing us. No one wants to pay for anything anymore. I had to lay 3 people off last week. Do you have any idea what that feels like?" He reached across the desk and snatched the letter from Logan. "So I phoned the bank and told them it had to be a mistake. We hadn't borrowed any money. And do you know what I found out?" Chapman scrunched the letter into a ball and hurled it at the wall. "I found out this isn't the only loan. There's another one for $75,000 that's due in 3 weeks. Spittle flew from his lips. 3 weeks! His face had taken on an unhealthy redness. His whole body trembled. "I'll bloody kill the pair of them!" "Aye, well, we can save you the trouble there, Brian." Steele licked the melted chocolate off her bit of biscuit, then dunked it again. "We found Peter Shepherd's body, dumped in the woods, yesterday morning." Chapman froze. "Peter's dead." He sank into his office chair and blinked at them, mouth hanging open. "I can't... He's really dead." Logan pointed at the letter, lying crumpled on the floor. "Who took the loans out?" "Peter and Martin. They countersigned for each other, with the business as guarantee. £225,000 we don't have." His hand crept up and twiddled the mole again. "I'm going to have to call in the liquidators." "What did they use the money for?" "I'll lose everything. We put our houses up as collateral when we started the business. Oh, God." "Did they buy equipment or supplies?" "It never even touched the company bank account." His eyes shone. The tip of his nose reddened. "They had the money paid into a different account and then emptied it." "What am I supposed to tell Linda?" Steele polished off the last of her biscuit. "How come you didn't call us as soon as you got the letter, Brian? You know we're looking for Martin Milne." "Why didn't... I've been trying to save the company, that's why." The tears broke free, dribbling down his flushed cheeks. "I've been trying to save everyone's jobs. I've been too busy finding out how screwed I am." He scrubbed a hand across his face. "They took the money, they lumbered me with the debt, and then they disappeared. Martin and Peter could burn in hell for all I care." Steele blew a lopsided cloud of steam into the drizzle. "Any luck?" Nope. Rennie checked his phone. Most we've got is a couple of outstanding parking tickets, and one guy not allowed within 200 yards of his ex-wife. Can't say we haven't got a motive now. Logan stuffed his hands deep into his pockets and hunched his shoulders. Say what you like about Police Scotland issue itchy trousers, stab-proof vest and high-vis jacket combination. At least it kept you warm. The container yard was full of large metal boxes, all painted blue with a big angry Viking logo on the side. Some were just about big enough to park Logan's Fiat Punto in. Others could have fitted a full-size minibus. Some with external refrigeration units. Others with fancy sliding doors. Like the one they were standing in, sheltering from the thin, misty rain. "What about the death message? Those lazy Ouija sods delivered it yet?" Rennie nodded. "Becky says Greater Glasgow Division tracked down Shepherd's next of kin half an hour ago." "Cool. Tell the media office I want a slot on the evening news. Appeal for witnesses, heinous crime, blah blah blah." Logan checked his watch. "Better head back to Banff. Shift ends in 40 minutes. You're no in the Bunnet Brigade today, lads. You're in the magnificent intellectual team. We don't do shifts. Shifts are for the weak, remember?" He closed his eyes and thunked the back of his head off the container's metal wall, getting a ringing bong in return. "Rennie, how many of these GCML monkeys we got left?" Just the receptionist." "Right. You trot off like a good wee boy and have a word with her. And try no to fall for her wrinkly sunbed charm. We all know how you like an older woman. Pervert." Rennie sloped off into the rain. Steele waited till he'd disappeared back into the office building, then took a long drag on her e-cigarette. "Who told you about Jack Wallace?" "Who is he?" She shrugged. "A pedo. Caught him with a big wodge of kiddie porn on his laptop." Another drag. "It was Napier, wasn't it?" "Wanted me to keep an eye on you, see if you mentioned Wallace." Gah. She worked a finger down into her cleavage and had a rummage. "Told you, didn't I? Napier's hit his 30 years and they're chucking him out to pasture. Slimy wee sod's been holding on by his fingernails since the reorg." Dig, rummage, fiddle. "How do you think it plays back home when we've got one chief superintendent in charge of the whole division, and there's Napier, same rank, spodding about in professional standards? Big Tony Campbell's been trying to get shot of him for ages." "So why is he interested in Wallace?" "He's just on the sniff. Doesn't want to slump off into obscurity without first screwing over one more poor sod." Logan stepped in front of her. "So there's nothing dodgy going on?" "Sod, and indeed all. Forget about it." More rummaging. "You know what I think?" Logan waited. Dig. Fiddle. Hoik. "I think this is Susan's bra." Chapter 13. Steele put the cap back on her marker pen. "Any questions?" There weren't as many people in the major incident room as there had been for the morning meeting. About half of them were away doing things, but that still left a dozen plainclothes officers. They sat around the conference table, chairs all turned towards the whiteboard. Behind them, Logan leaned back against the wall, stifling a yawn. Should have been home by now. D.S. Mackenzie put her hand up. "So are we treating this as a crime of passion, Gov? Or is it all about the cash?" "Crime of passion?" "Yeah. Maybe Milne finds out Shepherd isn't as faithful as he thought. Maybe he's shagging someone else behind his back. Or maybe the bag over his head's a kind of autoerotic asphyxiation thing." Steele stared at her. "Bit extreme for a strangle wank, isn't it, Becky? Don't know about your love life, but when I'm doing your mum, I tend to draw the line at duct-taping a bin bag over her head." Becky folded her arms across her chest, chin in the air. "So it's money?" £225,000 of it. She turned and underlined the figure on the board. It sat between a photo of Shepherd and one of Milne, one titled Victim, the other Suspect Number 1. A huge DC in an ill-fitting suit stopped doodling penguins on his notepad. It was Rennie's friend from yesterday, the one with the awful teeth. "What about this gangland angle? We ignoring that now?" Steele stuck her nose in the air. "We are ignoring nothing, Owen. We're focusing our resources. And just for that, you're searching Shepherd's Place again. You, Donna and Spaver. Fine-toothed comb this time. His shoulders slumped. Gov. Robertson? A whippet-thin man with horrible sideburns nodded. Gov? She chucked a flash drive across the table at him. Homemade porn from Shepherd's house. Between wanks, I want you IDing everyone on there. Background checks and interviews. Gov. Then Steele held her arms out, as if she was about to bless everyone in the room. Now get your Sharney backsides out there and find me Martin Milne. Chairs were scraped back, and one by one the team shuffled out of the room. Logan didn't bother to hide the yawn this time as Steele shut the door behind them. No boring you, are we? She dug out her phone and poked at the screen for a moment, then put it against her ear. Make yourself useful and grab us a coffee, will you? And some cake. Or biscuits. Crisps will do what a... She held up a hand and turned away from him. Super? Yeah, it's Roberta. Just wanted you to know we've got a suspect and a motive for the Shepherd murder. I've got a slot booked on the news, so if... No. Yeah, I know they think it's the same MO, but listen, we... No, sir. Yes, sir. But we... Steele marched over to one of the room's 2 windows and stood there, glaring out at the rain. I understand that, sir, but we're making progress here. I'm making progress, and... No. Okay. Bye. Steele lowered her phone, then swore at it. Good news? She turned and glared at him instead. Sodding Superintendent Sodding Young says we're getting a sodding babysitter. Steele jammed her e-cigarette in her mouth and chewed on the end. Some arse-bag central belt bum warden from 4th Valley Division. Apparently she's an expert on Malk the Knife. Apparently she's very efficient and good at her job. Apparently she's already on her way. Logan tried not to smile. He really did. Not nice when someone waltzes in and takes over your case, is it? Oh, ha ha. Steele thumped herself down on the windowsill, rattling the blinds. Any chance we can catch Milne and beat a confession out of him in the next... She checked her watch. Hour? Probably not. Well, look at you, all booted and suited. Sergeant Ashton leaned back in her chair and gave him the once-over. She'd had her hair done again, blonde highlights and brown lowlights giving her head the look of a humbug that had fallen down the back of the sofa and got all fuzzy. To what do I owe the honour? Piles of boxes littered the sergeant's office, all of them tagged and sealed. Some used to contain crisps, some frozen peas, some had willies drawn on the outside. Logan settled into the seat opposite. Aye, aye, Beaky, foos your dues the day, then. You're getting better, but for a maximum chuchterness it should be a day, not the day. He nodded at the boxes. Has Mum been to Iceland? Confiscated them from a van in Macduff. Counterfeit handbags. She pointed. Might have something that'll go with your outfit, but you'll need nicer shoes. Did Inspector McGregor speak to you about my dunt? She grinned. It's my dunt now, Laz. I'll be getting all the credit. You remembering it's Ricky and Laura Welsh? There is that. Beaky pulled her lips in and chewed on them for a bit. I've got a fiver on no one gets hospitalised, which is about as likely as Scotland winning the next World Cup. But what can you do? Got to at least pretend it'll all go to plan. Keep me in the loop, though, eh? Anything else I should know about? Tufty's got 1 shift to go till he's a proper police officer. Try and keep him out of trouble on Sunday night. They grow up so fast, don't they? Oh, and can you and your hired thugs do me a favour? Keep an eye on Port Soy tonight. Some wee sod's been setting fire to people's wheelie bins. Be nice to catch him before he graduates to houses. Think I can manage that. We've got... A knock on the door. Then it opened. One of Beaky's PCs loomed on the threshold, his shoulders hunched and his face in need of a shave. Sorry, Sarge, but Sergeant McRae's got a visitor. Beaky wafted a hand at him. Tell whoever it is to park their bum. We're doing important hand-overy stuff here. Yeah, he grimaced. No offence, but Sergeant McRae's visitor is way above my pay grade. The constable held a hand 6 inches over his own head. Like, way above. Logan raised an eyebrow. That would be Steele's babysitter. The superintendent arrived from C Division ahead of schedule and itching to take over. Probably wanted to debrief him in person. After all, he was the one who'd ID'd the victim and the killer. Ah, well. He stood, stretched. Sergeant Ashton tucked her hands into her fleece pockets. Don't worry. I'll take good care of your team while you're off playing cops and robbers. Thanks, Beaky. You're a fine quine. You're a napdarlich yourself, Laz. Whatever that meant. The PC flattened himself against the doorframe and pointed past the photocopier at the corridor. He's in the canteen. He? Didn't Steele say it was a she? Still, it wouldn't be the first time she'd got that wrong. Logan crossed the corridor and into the canteen. A table stuck into the middle of the room like a breakfast bar, with 3 chairs on either side and what looked like an empty box from the baker's on top. Donuts going by the crime scene trail of blood-red jam on the black tabletop and the trails of castor sugar. His visitor was in the corner, with his back to the room, pouring boiling water into a mug. Full Police Scotland black outfit, the shoes, the trousers, the fleece. But instead of the expected 3 pips on the epaulettes, there was 1 pip and a crown. His red hair was swept back, not quite covering the expanding bald patch at the back. Not Steele's babysitter after all. Something far worse. Sod. He was humming a wee tune to himself, away in his own happy little world. It wasn't too late. Could back away right now and sneak off, get in a car and... Chief Superintendent Napier turned around and raised his mug. Ah, Sergeant McCrae, the very man I wanted to see. His long, thin nose twitched. Do you have any milk? Logan cleared his throat. Milk. Right. He crossed to the fridge, opened it, and pulled out the big 4-litre plastic container of semi-skimmed. Gave it a shuggle. Empty. Sorry, sir. The MIT must have drunk it. Oh, now, that is disappointing. He poured the contents of the mug down the sink. I think in that case we should go for a walk, don't you? That might lift our spirits on a cold February afternoon. We could buy the station some more milk. Milk, right. Napier's smile wouldn't have been out of place on a serial killer. You said that already. Yes. Oh, bloody hell. He pointed a long finger at the windowsill, where a piggy bank sat next to a white concrete gnome. Someone had painted angry black eyebrows on the gnome and stuck a little paper dagger in his hand. Shall I put 30 pence in the bank, or do you think buying the milk will cover it? Logan licked his lips. I'll get my coat. Wind growled along Banff Bay, whipping the water into lines of white peaks, bringing with it the smell of seaweed and death. The tide was out, and Napier's thin feet left bullet-shaped marks in the wet sand. Bracing, isn't it? He'd pulled on a peaked cap, complete with waterproof shower cap style cover and a high-vis jacket. Rain pattered against the fluorescent yellow material. Logan trudged along beside him, suit trousers rippling against his legs, water dripping from his own high-vis gear. No condom on his hat, though, thank you very much. Might have been practical, but it made you look a complete tit. No offence, sir, but you didn't come all the way up here to walk about in the freezing rain. Perceptive as ever, Sergeant. A sigh. I've spent most of my 30 years in professional standards, Logan. Oh, I did my stint in CID, the GED, on the beat, in the control room, even a short period seconded to the Home Office. But when I joined professional standards, I knew this was what I wanted to do with my career. A young woman in a stripy top went by the other way, long curly dark hair streaming out behind her like a flag, a wee Scotty dog bounding along at her side, its black fur clarty with wet sand and mud. It was my first case that did it, investigating a sergeant who'd taken money from a local businessman to look the other way in a rape investigation. The businessman had broken a poor woman's jaw and nose, cracked 3 of her ribs, and dislocated her shoulder. Then he raped her 3 times. She was 19. Out in the distance, the lights of a supply vessel winked, probably tying up to ride out the storm. Imagine that. There you are, supposedly investigating a serious sexual assault, and you know who did it. But instead of building a case, arresting and prosecuting the criminal, you stick your hand out and demand £3,000. And £3,000 was a lot of money in those days. Napier stopped and stared out to sea. That's what I've spent my career doing, Logan. Tracking down the bribe-takers, the constables that steal from crime scenes, the officers who think it's perfectly acceptable to beat a confession out of someone, or to demand sexual favours in return for facilitating prostitution. Money, drugs, violence, privilege. Logan turned his back on the wind, hunching his shoulders. The young woman was a faint figure in the distance, the dirty wee Scotty dog nearly invisible. A smile twitched at Napier's lips. We police the police. We make sure the force can hold its head up high and say to the people, believe in us, trust us, because no one is above the law, not even us. He shrugged. And instead of being grateful that we weed out the rot in their midst, our fellow officers call us rubber healers and sinister bastards and all sorts of pejorative nicknames. Make the sign of the cross when they think we're not looking. There had to be a reason for the strange little heart-to-heart. Logan's stomach clenched. Oh, God. What if he'd found out about the trip to wee Hamish's deathbed? What if Reuben had decided to screw him over after all? What if Napier knew all about Uckert buying Logan's flat for £20,000 over the asking price? Or that he'd agreed to pick up Steve Fowler's mystery package? Napier turned and walked on. Other officers look at us the way that junkies and thieves look at you, Logan, waiting for the long arm of the law to fall upon their shoulders. And why here? Why do this out in the freezing cold, not-so-great outdoors? Why not back at the station with a witnessing officer and a video camera? Maybe he was going to cut Logan a deal. Something not quite legal. That was why he needed seclusion to do it. The beach curled around to the right, where the bay became the River Devon. But before they got that far, Napier stopped again. Tell me, Logan, what do you know about Jack Wallace? Logan blinked. Okay, wasn't expecting that. Not much. He's a paedophile? Jack Wallace, 32, currently serving 6 years for possession of indecent images of children. Good. Is it? Napier turned and marched up the beach, leaving the sand behind for a line of grass. What if Jack Wallace isn't a paedophile after all? What if evidence has emerged that suggests his conviction is unsafe? What if the images found on his laptop were planted there? Past a low wall topped with a brown picket fence and out onto the pavement. Logan grabbed his arm. Why? The evidence used to convict Wallace all came from DCI Steel. No corroboration, no paper trail, just a laptop with images of child abuse on it. He peered over Logan's shoulder across the road. Ah, look, a co-op. We can get milk there. Are you saying Steele fitted him up? Jack Wallace had no history of child abuse. No hints, no warnings, no suspicions. And then, one day, all of a sudden his laptop is full of kiddie porn. Does that not strike you as suspicious? Not really. He was good at covering his tracks. Some of them get away with it their whole lives. That's true. Napier wandered across the road, past the boarded-up garage. Tell me, Logan, do you think DCI Steele is the kind of officer who would fabricate evidence? Who'd bend the rules to get a result, even if you had to bend them so far they shattered? No. Of course she would, but there was no way in hell he was telling Napier that. I see. They passed the bus shelter where a young man in a sodden hoodie slouched with a pushchair, fag in his mouth as he texted away. These are serious allegations, Logan. There has to be an investigation, a thorough one. If Detective Chief Inspector Steele's done nothing wrong, then we'll exonerate her. But if I find out that she's perverted the course of justice, she'll find herself on the receiving end of an 8-year stretch in Glen Oakle. Napier pulled a packet of fruit pastels from his pocket, helped himself to one, then held them out to Logan. This isn't the 1970s. It's not the Sweeney or Life on Mars. The modern police force has to be squeaky clean, or we're no better than the thugs and politicians. The pastels hovered between them. What's it got to do with me? You know DCI Steele. You've worked with her. You know her methods. You have her confidence. The people working for her now, the MIT, they can't be relied upon. They are in her thrall. But you've been all the way up here in B Division for over a year, beyond her grasp. How do you know I won't go right back there and tell her everything you've just told me? Do you have any idea how many times I've investigated you over the last decade? Many, many, many times. And each time it's turned out that you were in the right all along. No one's that good at covering their tracks. You're an honest man, Logan McRae. Logan's fingers twitched, then drifted up towards the packet. Of course, I could force the issue, get you formally seconded to professional standards, but I don't want that. I want you to help because this is what's best for DCI Steele and Police Scotland. A thorough investigation to either clear her name or, well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I see. The investigation was going to happen whether he helped out or not, and if he didn't, it would simply give Napier an excuse to start grubbing about in Logan's business too. Yeah, that really, really wouldn't turn out well. And maybe Napier was right. Maybe this was for Steele's own good. An investigation would clear her name, and that would be that. And if Logan was involved, he could make sure no one jumped to the wrong conclusions. Napier could retire, and everyone else could get on with their disaster-ridden lives. So why not? Logan took the top pastel and popped it in his mouth. Lime. Suppose I said yes, and I'm not. I'm only asking. But if I said yes, what would you want me to do? Chapter 14. Ooh, here we go! Steele settled into one of the canteen chairs. Turn it up! Turn it up! Logan picked the remote off the table and pointed it at the TV mounted on a shelf above the recycling bins, cranked up the volume, then grimaced. The remote was all gritty and sticky. For God's sake! The thing was smeared with blobs of donut jam and a dusting of castor sugar. Shh! On the screen, a newsreader in a serious suit frowned for the camera. Behind them, Banff Station lurked in the rain, water dripping from the curlicues and semi-balconies. Thank you, Stacey. Police Scotland have named the man found in woods outside of Macduff, Aberdeenshire yesterday as Peter Shepherd. Mr. Shepherd, a director at a support services company. Logan dumped the remote on the draining board and washed the sticky off his hands. Inspector McGregor's right. It's like sharing a station with vermin. Will you shut your yap, Laz? Trying to watch this. Following statement. The shot cut to the station front, where Steele stood beneath an umbrella held by someone out of shot. We are anxious to trace the whereabouts of Martin Milne, a partner at Gayrod Container Management and Logistics. Milne's photo filled the screen, the one of him at the barbecue. We are very concerned for Mr. Milne's safety. If you have any information, you've seen him or spoken to him, we need you to get in touch. Then she was back on the screen again. Mr. Milne was last seen on Sunday night, wearing a green waxed barber jacket, red fleece shirt, blue jeans, and tan-coloured boots. Out here, in real life, Steele pointed at the screen. Do my boobs look perkier than usual? She stuck a hand down her shirt and fiddled with the contents. Maybe I should wear Susan's bra more often. A microphone popped into shot, clutched in a gloved hand. Chief Inspector, can you comment on rumours that Peter Shepherd's death resembles a gangland execution? I'm no playing the speculation game here, Sunshine. I'm appealing for witnesses. Logan drew a breath in through his teeth. Did you really just call the BBC News guy Sunshine? Martin, if you're watching this, it is extremely important you get in touch with us. Your family are worried about you. I wonder if they do it in a balconette. Fiddle, fiddle, fiddle. They're always good for a bit of jiggly-wobbliness. Susan would like that. He shuddered. Can we please not discuss your breasts? There was a knock on the door frame, followed by, I'd ask if I'm interrupting anything, but I think we all know the answer. A woman stood with her arms folded. Black suit, black boots, black shirt, long blonde hair tucked behind one fairly large ear and cascading over the other. A strong jaw. The smile she pulled didn't go anywhere near her eyes, or the bags underneath them. "Would someone care to tell me why we put out an appeal on national television?" Steele gave up on her cleavage. "Because, little Miss Undertaker, I'm trying to catch a murderer. That okay with you?" The smile got colder. "That's Little Miss Superintendent to you." Oh, great. Their babysitter from C Division. "Superintendent, eh? Well, well, well. And you no long out of gym slips, too." Steele held up a finger. "And before you go all feral on me, that's a compliment. Empowered women, glass ceilings, role model to all the wee girls, blah, blah, blah." On screen, the reporter handed back to the studio. Logan picked up the sticky remote and turned the TV off. Stood up straight. "Super?" She didn't even look at him. "Let me guess, you must be Detective Chief Inspector Steele." "Guilty as charged." "And probably a lot more besides." The superintendent leaned against the doorframe. "Let's be clear, DCI Steele. There will be no more maverick behaviour in this case. Your major investigation team works for me now. It does what I tell it to do, and that includes you." Steele pursed her lips. "Oh, aye. You will not release anything to the media without my authorization. Are we crystal?" Outside in the corridor, someone coughed. A phone rang. The fridge and vending machines hummed. Then Steele nodded. "Guess we are." A short man in a double-breasted suit appeared at her elbow. He was all hairy and fidgety, with a full, wiry black beard and a Royal Stuart tartan turban. "Super, we've got the victim's car. The ACB are on their way." Logan put the remote down. "We've got Martin Milne's car in lockup in Mintlaw, so if—" The superintendent pointed at him. "Did anyone ask for your opinion, Sergeant McCrae?" "Okay. How did she know his name?" "I'm just trying to— And you're out of uniform. That suit looks ridiculous. Change." She turned to her hairy friend. "Narvir, this whole operation smacks of ineptitude and indolence. Gather the senior officers in the incident room. Time to deliver a kick up the jacksie." "Ma'am." Then she turned and stormed off, shouting instructions into her mobile phone. Narvir puffed out a breath, shook his head. "Sorry about that. She's not usually like this. Don't know what's rattled her cage." Then he stuck his hand out. "D.I. Singh. I'm Detective Superintendent Harper's minder, sidekick, and general dog's body." Logan shook it. "Logan McCrae. This is DCI Steele." She waved. "Like the turban, Narvir. Very sexy." A blush darkened the skin at his cheeks. "Right. I'd better get on with it. Major incident room in about 15 minutes. That sound okay?" At least it would give Logan time to change. Rennie looked Logan up, then down again. "Thought you were plain clothes now." The major incident room bustled with muffled conversations as they waited for Detective Superintendent Harper to appear. Steele had taken the seat at the middle of the table, facing the whiteboard, flanked by two DIs in much better-fitting suits than Logan's. Two DSs sat on one side, Becky on the other, not talking to anyone, poking away at her phone instead. Logan straightened the epaulettes on the shoulders of his black Police Scotland issue fleece. "Our new Central Belt overlord's idea of making friends. Yeek." He bared his teeth. "Let me guess. Bit of a ball breaker. Tough woman in a man's world, having to try harder than anyone else to get the same amount of respect. Or she was just being a dick." Point. He straightened up and dropped his voice to a whisper as the door opened. "Talk of the dick, and she shall appear." Narvir was first in, carrying a stack of paper bags from the Tesco at the end of the road. He dumped them on the table as D-Sup Harper swept into the room. She took up position directly behind Steele. "Ladies, gentlemen, glad you could join us." A bright smile. "Can someone get the lights, please?" Rennie scurried off to oblige, plunging the room into semi-darkness, lit only by the glow of the streetlights outside. "Now do help yourself to cakes while I get this set up." There was a rustling of bags and the occasional "ooh" as the MIT dug into doughnuts, yum-yums, raisin whirls and custard slices. How to Win Friends and Influence Police Officers, Lesson 1. Bring cakes. A roller screen hung on the wall opposite the whiteboard. Harper pulled it down to full size, then pointed a remote at the projector mounted to the ceiling. It hummed and whirred. Then a PowerPoint slide appeared on the screen. Motes of dust drifted in the beam. Logan dipped into the last bag and came out with an Eccles cake. The rotten sods had taken all the good stuff. Operation Hourglass briefing slides blurred across the screen until Narveer stood on a chair and fiddled with the focus. Harper clicked the button and a photo of her appeared. In case you don't know my name is Detective Superintendent Neve Harper. I work for the Serious Organised Crime Task Force, bridging the gap between Police Scotland and various local and governmental support agencies. I specialise in putting kingpin figures behind bars. That's smile again. Which is why you've been lumbered with me. It wasn't exactly Billy Connolly's greatest hits, but it actually got a chuckle or two from the assembled team. Click. A man's face filled the screen, taken with a long lens probably from a concealed location. Allow me to introduce you to Malcolm McLennan, a.k.a. Malk the Knife. It was a much more candid photo than the one Steele had used at the morning briefing. Middle-aged, receding hairline cropped short. A strange, youthful look to his skin and cheeks, but his eyes peered out from hooded lids, as if he were someone much older wearing a mask. Born 23rd of April 1960, in a little mining village in Fife. Got into trouble as a kid, low-level stuff, nothing serious. Then graduated to the armed robbery of a security van in Edinburgh when he was 18. He did 4 years, and when he came out he was a different man. Click. It was one of the crime scene photos from the book in Shepherd's bedroom, the one where a man slumped in a bathroom stall with his throat sliced open. Blood soaked the front of his frilly shirt. Anthony Thornton, one-time business associate of McLennan. Word on the street was that Thornton wanted to cut a deal with Lothian and Border CID. McLennan slashed his throat so deeply the head nearly came off. Nothing could be proved. Click. Another man, this one floating face down in the harbour, arms and legs spread as if he were playing at being a starfish. David Innes, drug dealer. Allegedly he was skimming off the top. McLennan gutted him. Again, no evidence, no prosecution. Click. A young man, sprawled across the back seat of a car, eyes wide open, hands curled in his lap. Everything from his chin to his lap was soaked in blood. Edward Tucker. Aye, no offence. Steele brushed pastry crumbs from her cleavage. But fascinating as the history lesson is, Super, when do we get to the bit that's got anything to do with Peter Shepherd? Harper laughed. A very good point, Roberta. Roberta? So she'd gone from do what you're told to first-name terms in 15 minutes. She raised the remote. Let's fast-forward a bit. Click. Blood. Click. Death. Click. Blood. Click. Bodies. Click. Blood. Click. Death. Click. More bodies. And then we arrive at Michael Webb. Click. Another young man, this one lying on his back, naked, with his arms behind him. Black plastic bag taped over his head. His torso was a mass of green and purple bruises, then porcelain skin, then a line of red where the blood had pooled nearest to the ground after death, settling through the tissues. Low-level drug dealer. His hands were tied behind his back, then he was beaten around the head, neck and torso. Then they duct-taped a bin bag over his head and watched him suffocate to death. The remains were dumped in woodland just south of the Forth Bridge and drenched in bleach to destroy any trace of the body. Click. Different body, different woods, but the M.O. was the same. Daniel Crombie used to smuggle cigarettes and alcohol in from the continent. Click. And again. Alex Ward, pimp. Click. Walter Gibson, retired police officer turned loan shark. Harper dumped the remote on the table. I've got another dozen of these, spread over a space of 26 years, All our victims were rivals or inconveniences to Malcolm McLennan, but there's nothing but rumour connecting him to the killings. She picked up one of the empty cake bags and scrunched it into a ball. We're pretty certain he doesn't kill them personally, but he does order it. The actual murders are carried out by multiple unknown persons. No one has ever been arrested for these crimes, never mind prosecuted. Harper lobbed the bag into the bin from a distance of about 8 feet. Any comments? Rennie put his hand up. What about trace inside the bin bags? The bleach can't get in there if the seal's reasonably tight, and black plastic bags are like static electricity hoovers for dust and fibres. Good question. She checked a sheet of paper. Simon, no viable DNA from anyone other than the victim, which isn't surprising, given the warm, moist environment inside the suffocating hood. No fingerprints in the bags either, and there hasn't been any correlation between fibres found in the various bodies, so no two of them were killed in the same place, and none of the fibres match anything at Malcolm McLennan's home or place of work. Another hand. Harper checked her paper again. Yes, Becky, isn't it? It's all very flashy and unnecessary, leaving the bodies lying about when you could make them disappear. It's sending out a message. This is what happens when you mess with Malk the knife. Of course. So, Becky sat forward. What we need to do is figure out who this message is for. There's no point killing Shepherd like this if the intended recipient doesn't find out about it. Good idea. Harper gave her a smile. I want you to produce a list of all the local villains running more than a one-man operation. Let's see if we can rattle their tree a bit. Anyone else? Logan had a go. What about our prime suspect, Martin Milne, ma'am? We've got him tied to Shepherd sexually and financially. They embezzled nearly £250,000 from their company, and Milne did a runner 3 days before we found Shepherd's body. She stared at him. The radiators creaked and pinged. One of Steele's DIs cleared their throat. Firstly, Sergeant, I do not appreciate your casual sexism. You will address me as Sir, Superintendent, or Super. Are we clear? Warmth bloomed in Logan's ears, spreading down the back of his neck. Yes, Super. Secondly, Martin Milne is no longer a suspect. He's a potential victim. It's much more likely he's on the run because Malk the Knife's boys are after him, assuming he isn't dead already. But Milne didn't kill Shepherd, you idiot. She pointed at the DS sitting on the far end. Donna, tell Sergeant McCrae what you found in Shepherd's house, please. She turned in her seat to face him, brushed the lank greying fringe from her eyes. We turned up 2 residency visas and work permits for Dubai, one lot in Peter Shepherd's name, the other in Peter Milne's. They've been hired to run logistics for one of the contractors building infrastructure for the World Expo there in 2020. You wouldn't believe how much they were getting paid, and dirty big bonuses every quarter too. She held up an evidence wallet. Visas valid from the end of the week. They were running away together, probably with £225,000 of GCML's money. That doesn't mean Milne didn't kill him. She sighed. And it doesn't mean he did. But if Milne... Enough! Harper thumped her hand down on the table. If you've quite finished wasting everyone's time, Sergeant McCrae, perhaps you'd like to sod off and make the tea? Don't worry if it's too complicated for you. Narvir will supervise. She nodded towards the door. Off you go. Chapter 15. Logan slammed the milk down on the work surface, next to the line of mugs, yanked the drawer open and jammed his hand in, ripped out a spoon, clattered that next to the milk. Leaning back against the canteen table, D.I. Singh sighed, shook his head. I don't understand it. I have never seen her take against someone like this. Tea bags were hurled into 5 of the mugs. Coffee granules got thrown into the other 4. And I'm including the tosser who set fire to that block of flats in Arbroath last year because the residents dobbed him in for selling drugs to kids. Logan snatched the kettle off its stand and filled it, before thumping it back on its charger. Narvir sucked his teeth. Are you sure the pair of you haven't met before? Maybe you ran over a dog, or a grandma, or something. The kettle growled and hissed. I don't get it. This really isn't like her, I swear. Logan rammed the sugar back in the cupboard and slammed the door shut. What the hell is her problem? A shrug. Genuinely, if I knew, I'd tell you. Giving me heartburn, all this tension. Then he puffed out a breath. Her dad died a couple of months ago. Maybe that's it. All she's done is bitch and whine and moan and act like a complete and total, "Now, Sergeant, let's not forget ourselves. There is such a thing as chain of command." He put a hand on the kettle, took a deep breath as it grumbled. "Sorry, sir." Nervier turned and picked the concrete gnome off the canteen windowsill. Heavy little fellow, isn't he? And what was with the casual sexism remark? You called her Mom earlier and it was fine, but when I do it? Don't know. That's a new one on me too. He frowned down at the white lump in his hands. Why do you have a lawn ornament in here? I don't even want to be on the bloody MIT. I've got a division to run, a drugs raid to organise, and what am I doing? Making the tea. The kettle rattled to a halt, and Logan drowned the tea bags in coffee granules, glowered at them, then mashed the tea bags against the side of the mugs and hurled their remains in the bin. You're here to make sure I don't spit in Harper's tea, aren't you? Couldn't possibly comment. There was a clunk. Sergeant. Logan. I don't know why the superintendent has it in for you, but if I find out, I'll let you know. Meantime, till we figure it out, it's probably best you keep out of her way. With pleasure. Where do you think you're going? Steele's voice grated down the corridor as Logan's hand hit the doorknob. Home. He hauled open the door. My shift ended at 3. It's nearly 6:15. How many times do I have to tell you, Laz? Shifts are for the weak. Outside, the rain had given up, or at least called a truce. The road was slick and shiny in the orange streetlight glow. He turned. Detective Superintendent Harper has made it perfectly clear I'm not wanted, and that's fine with me. Come on, Laz, don't be like that. Oh, and thanks for the support, by the way. When she was tearing me off a strip and calling me an idiot, thanks. I really appreciate it. Hope you like your coffee. He stepped out into the night and thumped the door closed behind him. It opened a moment later. What did you do to my coffee? Did you put bogies in it? You did, didn't you? You filthy wee. You told Inspector McGregor you wanted me for local knowledge and experience. Getting louder and louder. So why am I in there playing sodding tea-boy? Steele took out her e-cigarette and stuck it in her gob, sucked on it, setting the LED in the tip glowing blue. Are we finished having our whiny little strop? Get stuffed. He stuck his hands in his pockets and marched off. Her voice rang out behind him. So you'll no care that Martin Milne's just turned up. Logan froze. Is he alive? Get in the car. The car screeched to a halt on the curb outside Milne's house. Logan yanked the keys out of the ignition and scrambled out into the darkness. Wind slammed into the garden, making the bushes writhe, snatching the breath from his throat as he jammed the peaked cap on his head and followed Steele up the drive to the front door. Only when they got there, she slapped him on the arm. Round the back, you great lump. What if he does another runner? Count of 10. Logan ducked and ran, keeping low past the front of the house and around the side. The wail of a siren grew louder in the distance. Backup on its way. 9. 8. Around the side of the house, he vaulted the gate, set into a knee-high, dry-stained dike, stumbled in the darkness beyond, kicked something plastic, swore at it, then hobbled around the back. 5. 4. The lights were on in the kitchen, spilling out into the garden. A paved patio stretched almost the length of the house, with built-in barbecue and raised beds around the outside. A shovel, a trowel, a fork and a hoe were stacked against a water butt, their wooden handles faded and cracked by the winter. The set of rattan Gurdon furniture hadn't fared much better. 3. 2. Logan eased himself along the wall and peered in through the kitchen window. Katie Milne stood by the sink, glass of wine in one hand, the other massaging her forehead. Black streaks on her cheeks where the mascara had run. So where was... There. Martin Milne sat at the kitchen table, slumped over a very large tumbler of whiskey. His face was either dirty or bruised, difficult to tell from the garden. 1-0. Then Steele must have rung the bell, because they both jerked upright and turned to face the front door. Katie said something, but Milne shook his head and stood. His whole body trembled. Outside, the siren got louder. Couldn't be far away now. Then Katie shook herself, pulled her chin up, and headed for the kitchen door. As soon as she closed it behind her, Milne was up, running for the French doors. He flung one of the doors open and leapt out onto the paving slabs. Logan stepped out of the shadows. "Leaving so soon, Mr. Milne?" Milne's mouth fell open, eyes wide. One of those high cheekbones of his was coloured purple and blue, another bruise on his dimpled chin, another on his forehead. Crusts of dried blood made dark rings around both nostrils. He tensed, legs bent. One hand reached for the shovel. "You'll get 4, maybe 6 feet tops," Logan pointed. "And if you pick that up, I'll be doing you for resisting arrest and assaulting a police officer as well." He unclipped his extendable baton and clacked it out to its full length. "Want to risk it?" The siren's wail died away, followed by the slamming of car doors. "Come on, Martin. It's over." Milne sank down to the patio floor, curled his arms around his head, and sobbed. The convoy of police vehicles threaded their way through the damp and the dark, a glowing caterpillar of crisp white headlights and scarlet taillights, following the flashing blue and whites of the lead car. Last in line, Logan followed them down the hill, then up again. Steele shugled back and forth in the passenger seat. "Does this thing no go any faster?" "We could have taken your car." "You're no man enough to drive my car. That's why you own a manky old Fiat Punto. I've seen BBC costumed dramas that move faster than this. Feel free to get out and walk." She folded her arms and scowled out of the window. "All the way to bloody Fraserburgh. We should be interviewing the murdering wee sod, no driving halfway across the country." God, it was like sharing a car with a sulky teenager. He gritted his teeth, squeezing the words out between them. "It's not halfway across the country, it's 25 miles. And we're going there because it's the nearest station with a custody sergeant and up-to-date interview rooms. Okay? This is how it works now." "Waste of time, that's what it is." "Then why don't you wave your magic wand and give me another dozen full-time officers? Go on. It'll make my life a hell of a lot easier." Steele shook her head. "You're such a moan." She dug out her phone and poked at the screen, listened to it for a bit. Then, "Detective Superintendent Young, you're sounding very sexy this evening." "No." "Oh, she told you." "Yeah, we caught Martin Milne, and when I say we, I mean me and grumpy old Sergeant McCrae." "That's right. We're weaking him off to Fraserburgh now." They roared through New Aberdour without slowing down. "Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No, Superintendent Harper turned up and called dibs. He's riding with her." "Yeah, well, I wasn't quite so polite about it." "Yup." Then Steele threw back her head and laughed, setting her cleavage wobbling in the dashboard light. The laughter faded, replaced by a frown instead. "She did?" "Seriously?" "Hold on." Steele stuck the phone against her chest. "You'll no believe it, but Madame Bipolar Panties told the boss that catching Milne was all down to me. If it wasn't for my magnificent performance on the news, the neighbour would no have known to give us a shout when he turned up. Apparently, my initiative is to be lauded, admired, and rewarded with cake and nipples." Logan tightened his grip on the wheel, ground his teeth together. "Course it is. Because all those interviews my team did with the neighbours, and the posters we put up had nothing to do with it. Blah, blah, blah." Back to the phone. "You still there?" "Good. Looks like someone's given Milne a bit of a hiding, but nothing a night in the cells won't sort out." "Not sure. If Laz had let Milne take a swing at him, we could have done him for assault. But no, he had to be all peaceful resolution-y about it." A gap in the clouds opened up just long enough for a half-moon to glare down. Pale grey light turned the countryside into a washed-out monochrome as it rushed by the Punto's windows. "Yeah, I will." "What?" "No, we got a tip-off from one of the neighbours. She saw Milne rock up and gave us a call so we wouldn't worry about him anymore." "Yeah, OK. Will do. Bye." Steele hung up, then squinted out through the windscreen with a pinched face. No idea what we're going to charge Milne with. Knowing our luck, he'll clam up, call his lawyer, and walk right out again. The silhouetted bones of a forest scratched by on the left, before the clouds swallowed the moon again, returning everything to darkness. Steele had another go at a smoke ring. Failed. "Are we having a sulk?" "Do you know what? Fine. I'm off tomorrow and Saturday. You can all stand round in a circle, patting each other's backsides till they fall off. This has nothing to do with me." "Oh, no, you don't. You work for me now, remember? All leave is cancelled till— Ah!" He kept his foot hard on the brake as the Punto slithered on the wet tarmac. It jerked to a halt, sideways across the road, nose inches from a deep ditch. Steele was frozen in the passenger seat, both hands gripping the dashboard like talons, eyes wide, breath coming in tiny gasps. Then she turned her head and stared at him. "What the goat buggering hell do you think you're—" "No." The words came out smooth, slow, and level. "I'm switching Samantha off tomorrow. Then I'm going into town to clean out the caravan. Then I'm going to get very, very drunk. If you've got a problem with that, my resignation will be on the inspector's desk 2 minutes after we get to Fraserburgh." She unpeeled her fingertips from the dust-paled dashboard. "Don't be so melodramatic. I don't care if I have to write it on the back of a fag packet. I'm done." Steele held up her hands. OK. 2 days off." She pointed. "Now get this bucket of Charney rust turned the right way round before someone comes round the corner and squishes us." Logan swallowed the knots in his throat. Deep breath. Then turned the key in the ignition, doing a 4-point turn to get the Punto pointing towards Fraserburgh again. "I mean it." Reuben, Napier, Harper. They could all tie rocks around their necks and jump in a septic tank. Let them sink in the filth while he disappeared off somewhere warm to start a new life. Steele reached across the car, took hold of Logan's leg and squeezed. "I know. Sorry." She gave him a pained little smile. "Force of habit." He nodded. Fields and fences slipped by in the darkness. She let go of his leg and had a rummage down the front of her shirt again. "Still don't know what we're going to charge Milne with." "How about embezzling £225,000? She raised her eyebrows and nodded. "That might do it. Then we can figure out how to charge him with Peter Shepherd's murder." "For the record, I'm showing Mr. Milne Exhibit G. Mr. Milne, do you recognise this?" On the little screen, Deesup Harper placed a clear plastic evidence bag on the interview room table. The camera was mounted high in the corner, looking down over Harper's shoulder at Martin Milne. Even from here it was obvious what was inside. A hardback book. That would be the copy of The Blood Red Line they'd found in Shepherd's bedroom. Milne's solicitor sat next to him, a saggy man in a dark blue shirt and tan sports coat, looking more like a disappointed father than a legal firebrand. Narveer was next to Harper, scribbling things down in an A4 notebook. Harper pushed the evidence bag closer to Milne. "Would you like me to repeat the question?" Steele dug into her trousers and came out with a 10-pence piece, clicked it down on the worktop next to Logan's notepad. "No comment." A rancid curry smell pervaded the downstream observation suite, as if someone's Rogan Josh had died in here and not been given a decent burial. Logan dug 10 pence from his own pocket and clicked it beside Steele's. The room wasn't much more than a cupboard, with a worktop down one side and a couple of creaky plastic chairs. A cluster of pixels were dead on the flat-screen monitor, darkening the top right corner of the picture like a station ident. A couple of microphones were wired into the wall, on bendy stalks, the talk buttons dark and lifeless. On screen, Martin Milne reached for the evidence bag, picked it up and blinked at the contents. "It's a book." Steele slumped. "Sod. Logan scooped both 10-pence pieces off the surface and stuck them in his pocket. She folded her arms. What kind of solicitor doesn't tell their murdering scumbag client to no comment everything? Still, have to admire the guy's speed. Got up here quick enough. Very good, Mr. Milne. It's a book. Do you recognise it? Steele dug out another 10. No. Logan clicked one next to it. Yes. The little version of Martin Milne lowered his head. It's Peter's. He's reading it. He likes true crime. Gah! Are you kidding me? Logan scooped them into his pocket too. Have you read this book, Mr. Milne? Mr. Disappointed knocked on the interview room table. I don't see what my client's reading habits have to do with anything, Superintendent. Mr. Milne knows. Don't you, Martin? My client has had a traumatic ordeal. He's just learned that his business partner and long-term friend has died. He's cooperated with your inquiry, and now it's time to let him get back to his family. Aye, good luck with that. We appear to have different definitions of the word cooperated, Mr. Nelson. Harper counted off the interview on her fingers. Your client can't remember where he's been for the last 5 days. He doesn't know when he last saw Peter Shepherd. He has no recollection of applying for a loan of £150,000 and countersigning another for £75,000. He can't remember where... All right, that's enough. You're badgering my client. If Mr. Milne says he can't remember, then he can't remember. Steele stretched out in her seat, arms behind her head. It made her shirt ride up, exposing a gash of pasty skin. This is a complete and utter waste of time. Tell me, Mr. Milne, is there anything you can remember? Logan jingled the stack of change in his pocket. I had a visit from Napier today. Oh, aye? Milne wiped a hand across his eyes. I can't believe Pete's dead. Wanted to talk about Jack Wallace. Did he now? I mean, Pete. He and I... A sniff. Harper leaned forwards. You were lovers. He did. What? Milne shook his head, wiped at his eyes again. No, of course we weren't. I'm married. Steele stretched further, exposing more stomach. He's got it into his silly little ginger head that I fitted Wallace up on the pedo charge. And you know why? Because Wallace is a nonce, stuck in HMP Grampian for the next 5.5 years, who thinks crying stitch-up will get his sentence reduced. A hand reached down to scratch at the fish belly flesh, as if I'd ever do something like that. Mr. Milne, you're aware that Peter Shepherd photographed your sex sessions, aren't you? He had them all set up as a slideshow on the TV in his bedroom. Or have you forgotten that as well? Milne stared at her. I can have prints made if you think that might jog your memory. Steele narrowed her eyes. That reminds me. She pulled out her phone and poked at the screen, held it to her ear. Robertson, where's my big list of everyone in Shepherd and Milne's home porno pics? No, I don't think you can give it a miss now we've got Milne in custody. Finger out, you sideburn-wearing 70s throwback waste of skin. No, I want that on my desk tomorrow. You heard. She hung up, stuffed her phone away. Anyway, I didn't need to fit Wallace up. The dirty wee sod did it all himself. Didn't even try to hide it either, like he was proud of his collection. Nothing to say, Mr. Milne? Harper tilted her head to one side. Did Peter Shepherd tell you he loved you? Did he promise the photos were just for him? All right, that's enough. The solicitor knocked on the interview room table again. Martin, I have to advise you to answer these intrusive and insulting questions with no comment from now on. Oh, for goodness sake. Steele sat up straight. Now he tells him. Chapter 16. Anyone? Detective Superintendent Harper sat back against the desk, arms folded, as Logan eased in through the door. Fraserborough's major incident room had fancy interactive whiteboards on the walls and a long conference table down the middle, lined on either side with the MIT's senior officers, a.k.a. everyone from the rank of sergeant up, dragged over here from Banff. They all had their notebooks out, serious expressions on their face. Logan lowered his tray onto the table. 10 mugs clinked against one another, beige contents sloshing from side to side. Join the police. See the world. Make it coffee. Harper helped herself without so much as a thank you. Come on. Someone must have some idea. How are Milne and Shepherd connected to Malk the Knife? She took a sip, then grimaced, spat it back into the mug. This is revolting. Harper held the mug out towards Logan. Do it again. Properly this time. Don't rise to it. Count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, Sergeant! Logan took a deep breath, then the mug. Yes, sir. Try and get something right, Sergeant. A spit-and bogey special coming right up. He slipped out into the corridor and closed the door behind him, then stuck 2 fingers up at it, before turning and stamping away down towards the canteen. The floorboards creaked and rocked beneath him, like an ill-fitting coffin lid. The sound of laughter came from the other side of the canteen door. It died as soon as Logan entered. 2 uniforms sat on the sofa in front of the telly with Martin Milne's solicitor. At least they had the good sense to blush. One of them, the lanky one with the side parting and pointy chin, stood. Sarge? His partner nodded at the solicitor. She was a proper farmer's daughter, with a ruddy complexion and arms that could probably bench press a tractor. We were just discussing a case with Mr. Nelson. Dog fighting in Peterhead. Someone lost a leg. Logan marched over to the kitchen area. Well, at least that explains the hilarity. Right. PC Lanky shuffled sideways. Suppose we'd better get back to it. Yeah, no rest for the wicked. They bustled out of the room. Milne's solicitor, Nelson, wasn't it, took a pair of glasses from his pocket and polished them. It's not their fault. I was gasping for a cuppa when I forced them to make me one. At gunpoint. And where is the firearm now, sir? Logan tipped Harper's coffee down the sink. Nelson made a gun out of the fingers of his right hand, holding it up as if he was about to fire a warning shot into the ceiling. I'll come quietly. Logan turned his back and let a gobbet of spittle splash into the bottom of the mug, then buried it with a teaspoon of coffee granules. How's Martin? Confused, frightened, grieving. Take your pick. Nelson slipped his glasses on. I've been Martin's solicitor for 10 years. I've held his hand when he was executor for his father's estate. I helped him buy his house. I did the contracts when he and his friends set up GCML. I know him. Logan turned away again, slipped a finger up his nose, had a quick rummage, then wiped the results on the mug's insides, below the high tide mark. There's no way he killed Peter. It simply isn't possible. He's not that kind of person. The mug went under the boiling water tap, steaming liquid going instantly brown as it hit the granules, hiding all manner of sins. And I'm not saying that because I'm his solicitor. I'm his friend, too. He doesn't even fiddle his taxes, for God's sake. A dollop of semi-skimmed added to the lies. You know, he's not doing himself any favours, don't you? All this I can't remember nonsense just makes him look guilty. Sergeant, he got me to draw up divorce papers last week. Martin wouldn't kill Peter. He loved him. That's what they all say. Are you coming home tonight or not? There was an edge to Samantha's voice. Disapproval, mixed with resignation. Logan stopped at the bottom of the stairs, one hand on the balustrade, phone pressed against his ear. Still waiting on Steele. The car park behind Fraserburgh Station was full, Steele's MIT convoy taking up the usually empty spaces. That thin drizzle was back, casting halos of yellow around the rear lights. How much life have you wasted waiting on that woman? She takes advantage of you, Logan, always has. What am I supposed to do, abandon her? She can get a lift back with the rest of the team. Why does it have to be you? Let someone else suffer for a change. He let his head slip forward, until it rested against the cool glass door. I know. You don't want to come home, do you? You want to string this out as long as possible. A patrol car pulled into the car park, ignoring the only free space and stopping right outside the rear entrance to the cells instead. "Of course I want to come home. It's not, you don't want to come home, because the sooner you do, the sooner you go to sleep, and then you wake up, it's tomorrow, and you have to kill me." The passenger door opened, and the lanky PC who'd been watching TV with Milne's solicitor scrambled out. "I'm not killing you. I'm—" A sigh. Yes, he was. Calling it a decision to withdraw medical treatment didn't change the facts. "So you work through, put off going to bed. It just means you're knackered tomorrow." Her voice softened. "Think that'll make it any easier?" Officer Lanky opened the back door and reached inside. Probably not. A bellow from inside the patrol car was followed by a thud and swearing. Then a pair of feet lashed out of the patrol car, and bang! PC Lanky was lying on his back, peaked cap bouncing off into a puddle. A huge man erupted out of the car, shirt ripped on one side, spattered with blood on the other, hands cuffed behind his back. He wobbled, one leg still, while the other walked itself around in a little circle. Then he lurched forwards and slammed his boot into Lanky's leg. "Got to go." Logan burst out through the door, into the rain, reached for his extendable baton, only his hand closed on thin air. Wonderful. Why did he have to take off his stab-proof vest and equipment belt? Because it was heavy and uncomfortable, and he was only meant to be lurking around the station, making cups of booby-trapped coffee. Gah. Mr. Drunken Huge landed another kick on Lanky's thigh. "Come on! Have a go! Fucking me! You, on the ground, now!" Logan charged across 6 feet of rain-slicked tarmac and leapt, curled his shoulder, and slammed into the blood-spattered chest, sending the pair of them clattering backwards. Crunch! The guy slammed into the patrol car. "Ah! Fucking kill ya!" A knee cracked up into Logan's ribs, hard enough to shove him sideways, crushing the breath from his lungs. The big sod whipped his head back, then forward again. Fast. Logan flinched out of the way. Almost. Thunk! The world whipped right, riding on a wave of hot yellow noise and the taste of AA batteries. He staggered, lurched. His legs weren't working properly. They wouldn't hold him up. The left one folded, thumping him down on his knee. Towering over him, the big lump spat. It splattered against the shoulder of Logan's fleece. "Killing fucking please, bastards!" He lurched sideways a couple of paces and back again, grinned a gap-toothed grin, the bitter sharp stench of vomit leaking out. "Ha!" Drew back his foot for a kick. Logan blinked, made a fist of his own, then rammed it up into the guy's groin, twisting, putting his weight behind it. Bloodshot eyes bugged. The mouth fell open. Then he lurched forward, and Logan scrambled sideways, out of the spatter zone as the big sod puked all down himself, then folded over, thumped onto the vomit-flecked tarmac, and curled around his battered testicles, moaning. Lanky's partner wobbled out of the patrol car, one hand clutched over her nose, blood dripping from between her fingers. She tilted her head back. "Thanks, Sarge." Logan pulled himself up the side of the car, bracing himself against the bodywork as the car park jostled and whistled at him. He pointed at PC Lanky as he struggled upright. "You! Get this vomity lump on his feet and processed." Lanky scooped up his fallen hat and fondled the back of his own head. "Ow! Now would be good, Constable." A nod. A wince. Then he hauled the big guy to an almost standing position, hissed through gritted teeth, and dropped him. Nope. For goodness sake. Logan grabbed the other arm, and together they frog-marched the reeking lump through the customer entrance and into the cell block. The grey terrazzo floor squeaked under the big guy's trainers as they half-carried, half-dragged him to the processing area. The short desk, covered in posters, with a glass partition above it, made the place look more like the reception of a student hostel, and going by all the warning leaflets about rights, blood-borne diseases, drugs and rape, a really manky one. Voices came from somewhere within the cell block, muffled by thick metal doors and concrete walls. Barely gone 9, and it sounded as if they already had a lot of overnight guests. Logan knocked on the processing desk. "Anyone in?" A thick-set woman with thinning hair and a squinty eye appeared from a side room and peered out at them. She sniffed. "What is that?" Lanky heaved Captain Vomity forward. "Nicholas Fife. Breach of the peace. Assault. Urinating in a public place. Assaulting a police officer. 3 police officers." Logan shoved Mr. Fife against the desk. The man's shirt left a little smear of what might have been pre-chewed doner kebab on a combating religious extremism poster. "Sorry, 3 police officers. Oh, and I think he may have crapped himself too." The police custody and security officer had another sniff. "Well, you're not leaving it here." Lanky jerked his chin up. "We're not taking him home to live with us. He's not a puppy." She slapped a clipboard down on the countertop. "Care and welfare of persons in police custody. Standard operating procedure. Part 5, subsection 3 is perfectly clear. Any suspect in need of immediate or urgent medical care must be taken directly to hospital until such time as they are no longer deemed at risk. And that includes head injuries, overdoses, and anyone who's completely and utterly pished out of their—" The PCSO scowled as a line of pale yellow spittle fell from Mr. Fife's lips and sploshed against the regulations. "Ugh!" She snatched her clipboard back, then grabbed a leaflet about fly tipping and scrubbed at the dribble. "He is not choking on his own vomit in my cells. Get him up to the hospital." "Come on, Denise, don't be a—" "I've never had a death in custody, and I'm not starting now." Her arm jabbed out, pointing at the door. "Hospital." Lanky's shoulders dipped. "Fine. We know when we're not wanted." He turned. "Claire." His partner appeared. Thick tufts of green hand-towel poked out of each nostril. The paper darkened and browned with blood. "What?" "Grab an arm. We're leaving." "Sodding hell. Told you we should have gone straight to the hospital." They took hold of Mr. Fife and steered him towards the exit. His testicles seemed to have recovered a bit, because he was able to limp along without having to be dragged. Logan stayed where he was as the door clunked shut behind them. The same argument every Thursday night. The PCSO shook her head, then frowned at him. "You all right, Sergeant?" "Only if you weren't, would you mind buggering off and not bleeding on my nice clean floor?" "What?" She pointed. "There's a sink in the back if you want to wash up." Logan hunched over the sink in the tiny galley kitchen off the side of the custody processing area. Barely enough room for a grown man to stand sideways without brushing the units on one side and the wall on the other. He splashed water on his face. Tiny pink droplets fell onto the stainless steel. He prodded his left cheek. The skin was already tightening as it swelled, red flushing across the growing lump. A gash ran sideways across it, not far below his eye. Going to be a decent bruise. Nicholas Fife had a really hard head. The water eased the stinging throb for a couple of breaths. Then it was back again, digging its claws through Logan's face and into his skull. Sod this. Samantha was right. Steele could find her own way back to Banff. He patted his face dry with paper towels, then applied a sticking plaster from the first aid kit. Little red dots showed through the beige plastic. A thump behind him, and the PCSO was back. Denise looked him up and down. "You still here?" "Nope." "Cupboard at your knees. Dig in there and find us a red, a brown, and a blue." Logan bent down, and something large and burny throbbed through his brain. He opened the cupboard, revealing stacks of microwave meals in coloured boxes. Red, brown, blue, shepherd's pie, chicken and vegetable madras with rice, and an all-day breakfast. He turned the blue box over. "Beans and a rich tomato sauce, with potatoes and 2 succulent pork sausages." He handed it to Denise. "This lot eat better than I do." "He doesn't, usually." She pulled the black plastic trays from the cardboard boxes, stabbed the film lids with a fork, and slid the lot into a battered grey microwave. "Don't think the poor sod's seen solid food since last time he was in here." Denise beeped the buttons. "How's the head?" "Sore." As long as it doesn't make a mess, I don't care. She curled her lip. Been mopping up sick all evening. Why you lot have to arrest people with dodgy stomachs, I'll never know. The microwave dinners buzzed and hummed around in a circle. Thought you didn't allow drunks. Oh, he was very apologetic about it, but it didn't stop him barfing everywhere. Buzz and hum. She shuddered. We had a cat once. Soon as its shoulders started going, you knew what was coming. Denise hunched her shoulders up and down a couple of times, then made acking noises. All over the place. Couldn't just stand still and throw up. Much more fun to back away and make sure there was a big long line of the stuff. Bzzz. Worst was when he got into the knicker drawer. Ugh, all over my thongs. Now there was an image to put you off your chicken curry ready meal. It'd be really nice to go now, but there wasn't any room to squeeze past Denise in her pukey pants. She produced a polystyrene cup and made some milky tea in it. Buzz. Ding. Denise picked up the tea, then pointed at the microwave. Grab those for me, will you? There's a tray over there. He tweezed them out of the microwave with sizzling fingers, dumping them on a round brown tray that looked as if it had been half-inched from a pub. She turned and marched from the room, leaving him to follow. What was it with women? Why did they all expect him to run around after them? Did he have doormat printed across his forehead in 2-inch-high letters only they could see? Logan picked up the tray and followed her. Denise produced a bunch of keys, flipping through them as they walked past the entry corridor and right, past the female cells, and through into the new bit where 2 rows of big blue doors stretched away in front of them. They each had a slide-down hatch, safety notice, intercom, and a little whiteboard mounted on the metal surface. Someone had scrawled prisoner warnings on those like, "Beware, he bites," "Diabetic," "Spits," and "Allergic to wheat." She stopped outside one marked, "Needs feeding up," and slid down the hatch, peered through the plastic viewport, then unlocked the door. "Felix, how are you feeling?" A stench of mouldering garlic and dead mice oozed out into the cell block. "You hungry?" "Bet you are. Got you a lovely cup of tea, too." What looked like a mound of dirty laundry stirred on the blue plastic mattress. Then Felix rolled over. His skin was a mottled grey-brown, the wrinkles darkened with dirt. There wasn't much hair on his liver-spotted head, but what he had was yellow and straggly. He blinked at them with rheumy eyes. Come on, Felix. See what we've got for you. All your favourite foods." Thin, trembling fingers reached for Logan's tray, a smile cracking the skeletal face. Logan put it on the blue plastic mattress next to him. "Watch, they're hot." He dug into the chicken curry with a plastic spoon, shoveling it into his ragged mouth. Denise smiled. "There you go." Logan leaned against the blue strip, painted halfway up the wall. "Anyone exciting in tonight?" "Usual collection of Thursday night drinkers. Couple of druggies in for possession. A lovely young lady in the other block stabbed her granny in the leg because she wouldn't buy her a new iPhone." A sniff. "Stinky Sammy Wilson's back again. Thinking of giving that boy a season pass." Felix polished off the last chunk of curry, licked the plastic tray clean, then started in on the all-day breakfast, getting bean juice all over his stubbly chin. "What did he do this time?" "Cheese and bacon, same as every other druggie." She shook her head. "Doesn't even make any sense, does it? Shoplifting cheese and bacon. Who's going to buy a slab of Gouda and a pack of smoked streaky from a smackhead in a pub? You'd have to be mental." Beans and sausages and potatoes disappeared. Logan glanced out into the corridor with its rows of heavy blue doors. "What about Martin Milne?" "Ah, yes. Mr. Milne." Felix slurped the last of the breakfast from the tray and polished it with his tongue. Only the shepherd's pie to go. "Giving you trouble? I can understand why someone gave him a spanking. Put it that way." She turned back to their resident garbage disposal unit. "There we go. Is that nice?" Felix kept on shoveling. "Which one's he in?" "Course it is. You eat up." Then up to Logan. "Number 5. If you want to fall him down the stairs a couple of times, Let me know, and I'll nip out for a fag. Logan raised an eyebrow. Joking? A shrug. Kind of. He stepped out into the corridor and wandered across the hall to the cell door marked M5. The whiteboard had "Pain in the Hoop" scrawled on it. Logan slid the hatch down halfway until it clicked into the viewing position. Martin Milne sat on the edge of his thin blue mattress, with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. A shudder rippled across the shoulders, setting them quivering. He wiped a hand across his nose and stared at the silvery pink line it left on his forearm. Then he looked up and round, stared right back at Logan, wiped his eyes dry. Logan slid the hatch back up again, turned to go. There was a knock on the other side of the door. 3 light bangs, muffled by all that metal. Hello? Logan clicked the hatch into the viewing position. Martin Milne stood on the other side of the little perspex window, blinking at him with swollen, bloodshot eyes. Hello? You were there, at the house. He sniffed, wiped away the tears. Can I see him? See who? Milne turned his face away. Peter. Can I see him? Don't you think you've done enough, Mr. Milne? I need to. They wouldn't let me say goodbye. He leaned his bruised forehead against the window. I just want to say goodbye. You want me to ask Detective Superintendent Harper if you can see the body of the man you killed? I can ask, but I don't know what she'll say. I didn't kill him. Deep breath. I loved him. Milne cleared his throat. About those photographs at Pete's place. My wife doesn't need to find out about them, does she? They'll probably be used in evidence. But... Milne looked up, straight into Logan's eyes. They're not important. Pete liked to watch the slideshow while we... It's not illegal. Everything was consensual. Everyone was over 18. If someone didn't want their face on camera, they could wear a mask. He bit his bottom lip. It'd break Katie's heart. Please. Should have thought of that in the first place. Logan shook his head. It's out of my hands. You'll have to... Wait a minute. Who? Who wouldn't let you say goodbye? Please, I'm begging you. No, you said someone wouldn't let you say goodbye. You weren't talking about Detective Superintendent Harper, were you? Who wouldn't? It doesn't matter. Milne turned around and slid down the inside of the cell, still visible in the convex mirror mounted on the cell ceiling. None of it matters anymore. Okay. Logan went back to the other cell, where Denise was collecting up all the licked-clean ready-meal containers and humming Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Felix was curled up on his mattress with his back to the cell, looking like a pile of dirty laundry again. Denise, have you... Shh. She stuck a finger to her lips, then put the styrofoam cup on the tray and crept out of the room, eased the door shut behind her. Only just got him off. Are you two... Logan pulled his chin in and pointed at the cell. The poor sod's got dementia. He hates his care home, so he disappears for a couple of weeks at a time. She slid the hatch up, hiding the sleeping Felix away. But he gets confused and too hot and takes all his clothes off, which is when we get a phone call from some distraught mother of 2 because he's done a strip in the local post office or Asda, and he ends up in here for the night. Can you open up number 5? Least we can do is feed him up. He's skin and bones under them rags. She dug out her keys. Why do you want into 5? Seriously, I was only joking about the falling downstairs thing. Need to ask Mr. Milne a couple of questions. There was a pause, then a shrug. Don't see why not, long as you sign for him. Chapter 17. No. Martin Milne hunched into himself on the other side of the interview room table. His fingers twitched themselves into knots and out again. No recordings. Logan pressed the button on the machine, setting the digital camera running. It's for your own protection, Martin. This way everyone knows it's all above board and no one tried to make you say anything. The unit gave a bleep. Interview with Martin Carter Milne, of number 6, Greystone View, near White Hills. Present, Martin Milne and Sergeant Logan McRae. It's... He checked his watch. 21:40, Thursday the 12th of February. No comment. Great. Try not to sigh. Martin, if you don't want to talk to me, why are we... No comment? And it was pretty obvious why they'd written pain in the hoop on his cell whiteboard. Martin, can we... I said no comment. I have no comment to make. Complete waste of time. Interview suspended at 21:42. He pressed the button and switched it all off. Let's get you back to your cell. The lines around Milne's eyes deepened. He spread his hands out on the tabletop. They'll kill me if they find out. Here we go. Who'll kill you, Martin? They made me watch. His eyes glistened. They wouldn't let me say goodbye, but they made me watch. Tears sparkled in his eyelashes. They said if I told anyone about it, they'd do the same to me and my family. To Ethan. They're going to kill my wee boy. Logan sat back in his seat, slipped his hands into the pockets of his trousers, felt for his mobile. It's okay, Martin. You're safe here. Why don't you... Damn it. He hauled his phone out and poked at the screen. Sorry about that. Got it on vibrate. Then placed the thing face down on the table. Should have switched it off earlier. Outside the room, the floorboards groaned like a dying dog, the noise fading as whoever it was passed down the corridor. Why don't you start at the beginning? Tell me what happened, and we'll try to sort it out together, okay? Milne nodded, wiped a hand across his eyes. It was just meant to be a meeting. We turn up and hand over the cash and everything's done. He swallowed. Only, when we got there, they started screaming about more money. They said 225,000 wasn't enough. They wanted an extra 100 grand. The money you borrowed from the bank. A nod. Then a sniff. We told them we didn't have it. It'd take some time. And this big guy, he starts hitting Peter and screaming at him. We want our money, bitch! We want our money! And I tried to stop him, but they jumped me and they're kicking and punching. Milne hauled in a deep, rattling breath, stared down at his twitching fingers. Then this other guy comes in, and he says that if we want to get out of this alive, we're going to have to sign GCML over to them. We're going to have to start doing favours. Sounded familiar. Of course, Peter says, no way, deal was for a loan, not this. And they start in on him again. They're stamping on his chest and his head, and he's crying and... Milne ground tears from his eyes with the heel of his hand. They tied his hands behind his back and stuck a bin bag over his head. I promised them anything they wanted, but they... He bit his bottom lip. They taped it tight around his neck, and he's thrashing against the floor, and he can't breathe, and I can't breathe, and they're laughing, and... Milne folded forwards until his forehead rested on the tabletop. He put his hands over his head, pressing down, as if he could force it through the scarred formica, muscles bunching in his thick arms, shoulders trembling. Then the sobbing started. Logan sat back and watched. Somewhere outside, a patrol car's siren burst into life, then faded off into the distance. He reached across the table and put a hand on Milne's lurching shoulder. Shh. You're safe here. You're safe. Milne didn't look up, the words coming out jagged and torn. If I don't do what they want, they'll kill me and my wife and my little boy. A wail grew from somewhere deep inside his torso. Like they killed Peter. Detective Superintendent Harper scowled up from her desk. This better be important, Sergeant. Some of us have work to do. She pulled back in her chair. What happened to your face? The office had the same bland, flat-pack elegance as the rest of the station. 2 desks along one wall, one in the middle of the room. Harper had commandeered that one, while Narveer had the one nearest the door, both of them poking away at fancy laptop computers, rather than the usual hamster wheel-powered lumps of ancient plastic everyone else had to fight with. Logan folded his arms, shoulders back. Martin Milne claims he was present when Peter Shepherd was killed. Does he now? Their container business was failing. They needed new contracts. Peter Shepherd came up with the idea of bribing officials in Nigeria to let them bid for a bunch of oil field logistic projects off the coast there. Only they needed the money in a hurry, so they went to one of Malcolm McLennan's goons. Harper closed her laptop. Nervier? Her sidekick swiveled his seat around to face them. It's a connection. Apparently Shepherd wasn't just into true crime books. He liked to kid on he was connected. A little bit dangerous. When he bumped into someone he recognised from the blood-red line at a fundraiser, he let it slip they needed 200,000 for something dodgy. I see. She picked up a pen and wrote something in her notebook. And we should believe you because... Logan held up his phone, pressed his thumb against the button marked play. Martin Milne's voice burst out of the speaker, slightly distorted and tinny. From the bank. But he said we couldn't get the money fast enough. We had to get these guys bribed by Wednesday or... He pressed pause. I accidentally set my phone on voice memo mode and left it on the interview room table. Might not be admissible in court. That doesn't mean we can't act on the information till he agrees to make a formal statement. She tilted her head to one side and stared at him in silence. Nervier adjusted his tartan turban. So that's why they needed those loans from the bank. They had to pay off Malk the knife. 200,000 plus 25 grand interest. Only when they tried, the price went up another 100,000, and they had to hand over the company. Shepherd refused, and they killed him. Harper narrowed her eyes. Logan put the phone back in his pocket. And now Milne has to use his containers and ships to shift stuff in and out of the country for Malcolm McLennan, lose them among the other manifests, or the same happens to him and his family. She pushed her chair back and stood. Send the audio file to Nervier, Sergeant. We'll take it from here. Harper waved at the door. You can go now. You're sodding welcome. Steele spread her mouth wide, showing off rows of grey fillings and a jaw-cracking yawn, then slumped and shuddered. Where the hell have you been? Dropping off the spar here. Logan grabbed his stab-proof vest from the corner of the sergeant's office and dragged it on, scritching the Velcro flaps together so the whole thing was tight. I'm leaving now. You're either in the car or you're walking. Equipment belt next, complete with the truncheon he could have done with when Nicholas Fife was on the rampage. She stretched, let him see her fillings again. Pfft. I fancy some chips. Anywhere open for chips? It's after 10. No. Now are you coming or not? All-night bakery? He snatched his high-vis jacket from the rack by the door, checked to make sure it actually was his, hauled it on, and stormed out. Stay here, then. All right, all right. Steele hurried along behind, pulling on her coat. Who poked a burning ferret up your bumhole today? Across the corridor and through the door at the top of the stairs. I'll tell you who. Detective Superintendent Holier-than-thou Harper, that's who. Logan's boots hammered down the steps. Doesn't matter what I do. That bloody woman treats me like something to be scooped up in a plastic bag and dumped in a park bin. Well, you know what? She can... Sergeant! Nervier appeared at the top of the stairs, mouth stretched out and down as if he was doing a sad frog impersonation. Glad I caught you. Logan stopped. Detective Inspector Singh, I'm off duty. And I'm going home. A sigh. Then Nervier closed the door and leaned his elbows on the handrail, looking down the stairs at them. I wanted to say, good job. You did well. Milne wouldn't talk to any of us, and you got him to open up. Was that credit? Dear Lord. Wonders would never cease. He pulled his chin up. Thank you, sir. We're going to offer Milne a deal, see if we can't intercept one of Malk the Knife's shipments. A smile widened Nervier's face. This is the closest we've come in years to pinning anything on McLennan. Tell that to Detective Superintendent Harper. Nervier looked away, picking at the handrail with a fingernail. Sergeant McRae, how did you get him to talk to you? No idea, but it wouldn't do to let D.I. Singh know that. Make something up. Harper battered away at him, tried to grind him down. I treated him like a human being. Right. Good cop to her bad cop. Cool. The DI pulled on that big smile again. Anyway, like I said, good job. He slipped back through the door, leaving Logan and Steele alone in the stairwell. She sucked on her teeth, making squeaking noises. Think he fancies you? Oh, shut up. Logan turned and marched down the stairs. Oh, Sergeant McRae, you're so sexy. Kiss me, Sergeant, kiss me like I've never been kissed before. Make a woman of me. He hauled the door open and stuck his hat on, stepped out into the rain. Oh, come on, Laz. Stop being such a pouting Percy. You just got a pat on the bum from our new overlord sidekick. She followed him across the car park to where the punto sagged under the weight of the drumming rain. Which, on balance, maybe doesn't sound all that impressive, but it's better than nothing. And Narveer's a nice boy. He'd probably take you to dinner before Humpety. Logan unlocked the car and slid in behind the wheel, chucked his cap in the back. Are you coming or not? Still, going to be a long shot. Hanging about, hoping Malk the Knife will turn up and... A frown settled onto her face. What? Shh! Thinking! She dumped herself into the passenger seat. Then a smile bloomed across her face and she thumped a hand on the dashboard. Of course! Why'd I no see it before? It's obvious! You know how to get to Malcolm McLennan. That big Asda we passed on the way in. We can get something to eat there. Moonlight speared down through the clouds, raking the fields as they slid by the punto's windows. Off to the right, the North Sea was a slab of polished granite, the world black and white beyond the car's headlights. Small beige flecks of pastry shone in the dashboard lights as they spiralled out from Steele's mouth. God, you're disgusting. She swallowed. Oh, don't be such a Jessie. Then took another bite of her pasty, chewing with her mouth open. I said, do you want the chicken curry or the steak and onion, you grumpy old sod? Oh, the steak and onion. The road wound along the coast, then headed inland, hiding the sea as Steele struggled with the packaging. Ha! She handed it over. She'd even rolled the first inch of plastic down so he could bite straight into it. Logan did, chewing on chilled, soft pastry and cold, meaty filling. It coated the roof of his mouth with a thin layer of waxy grease. Not exactly 3 Michelin stars, but better than nothing. Steele polished her pasty off, sucked the crumbs from her fingers. When you doing it? He talked around a second mouthful. Doing what? Tomorrow, with Samantha. Oh, that. Don't know. In the morning, probably. He puffed out a breath as stones and boulders gathered in his stomach, pulling it down. He cleared his throat. Did you hear about wee Hamish Mowat? She reached across the car and squeezed his leg. Second time that day. You want me to come with you? The stones grew heavier. Now he's dead. We've got criminals from all over descending on Aberdeenshire, looking for a chunk of the pasty. He took another bite, but it curdled in his mouth. Give me a call, okay? You phone me when you're heading over, and I'll dump everything and come sit with you. Another squeeze. I mean it. He forced the greasy mouthful down, blinked, nodded, then let out a long, shuddery breath. Thanks. Don't worry about it. She pointed at the pasty in his hand. Now are you done with that? 'Cause I'm still starving. Chapter 18. Logan pulled up outside a little B&B on the northern fringe of Banff. A dozen feet of patchy grass separated the road from the cliffs. A pebbled beach hissed at the base of them, turned into a lunar landscape by the bleaching moonlight. The North Sea a solid slab of clay, glistening and grey. Steele brushed pastry crumbs off her front and into the footwell. Right. You call me tomorrow. Promise. Promise. Good boy. She climbed out into the night and stood there, peering back into the car while all the heat escaped. I mean it, Laz. No trying to do it on your own. You've got family now. Okay, I get it. Don't forget. She thumped the door shut, then turned and huddled her way over to the B&B and let herself in. Paused on the threshold to wave at him. Logan waved back. Soon as the door closed, shutting off the light, he bent forward and boinked his head off the steering wheel. Great. Why was it sympathy just made things hurt so much more? Indifference, even animosity was fine, could turn that into anger and cope. But sympathy? He boinked his head off the wheel again. Ungrateful tosser. Yeah. Logan turned the car around and headed back towards the station, past the silent, darkened houses and empty streets. How was he supposed to investigate her for Napier? If she sat there, holding his hand while he switched Samantha off, what was he supposed to do? Thanks for the support at this difficult time. Now do you mind if I screw you over and work for the ginger whinger behind your back? The harbour was full of yachts, berthed up for the winter. A handful of tiny fishing boats tied up closer to the harbour entrance. But if he didn't investigate her, Napier would only get someone else in to do the job. And maybe that someone wouldn't be quite as understanding of Steele's little foibles, or her bloody huge character flaws. Gah. Maybe it was all just a misunderstanding. A quick poke about in the facts of the case, and bingo, Steele's exonerated. She'd be delighted that he'd cleared her name, or should kill him for being a disloyal wee sod in investigating her in the first place. Great. So the whole thing was a lose-lose for him. He parked outside the sergeant's house, sat there staring out at the bay, all cold and still and dark. The lights of Macduff glimmered on the other side of the water. And then there was Samantha. The stones were back, clumping in his stomach. Come on, out. A long, black sigh huffed out of him. Then he got out and locked the car, crossed the road. A couple of women stood outside the Ship Inn, smoking cigarettes and shivering. One looked up and stared at him as he let himself into the sergeant's house, like he was something strange to be studied, in his bright yellow high-vis jacket, the stripes fluorescing in the streetlight. Logan thunked the door behind him and locked it. Sagged. Tomorrow was going to be just terrific. God. A soft, furry body thumped into his leg, followed by a tiny prooping noise. Logan let his breath out. Cthulhu, how's Daddy's bestest girl? He unclipped his equipment belt and hung it on the end of the banister, then stuck his hat on top, peeled off his stab-proof vest and leaned it in the corner, bent down and ruffled the fur between Cthulhu's ears. At least you still love me. She purred, little white paws treadling on the laminate floor. A handful of post lay on the mat and he picked it up, flicking through it. Yet another election leaflet from the Lib Dems, one from the SNP, and a brochure about free hearing aids for the over 50s. And last, an envelope with no stamp, no postmark, and a black border around the edge. Hand-delivered. Logan turned it over and paused, one finger poised to rip through the flap. Maybe not the best of ideas. Use a knife instead. He marched into the kitchen and dumped everything else on the table, took a butter knife from the draining board and slipped the flap open, poured the contents out onto the countertop. Mr. Logan McCrae is respectfully invited to attend the memorial service for Hamish Alexander Selkirk Mowat at 12:30 on Friday the 13th of February at Old Ardo Kirk, South Deeside. No flowers by request of the deceased, but a donation to cancer research would be welcomed. No razor blades or needles were taped under the flap, lying in wait for an unwary finger. Instead, the envelope contained a gilt-edged rectangle of cardboard engraved in flowery script. Right. Well, there wasn't much chance of him turning up for Hamish's funeral, was there? When he just switched Samantha off. And besides, it probably wasn't a good idea to be in the same postcode as Reuben, never mind graveyard. No telling what would happen. But it probably wouldn't be anything good. He propped the invitation on the windowsill, next to the dying herbs, then dug out a squat glass tumbler and poured in a slug of the whiskey Hamish Mowat had given him, toasted the rectangle of card. Sorry, Hamish, but I can't. Took a sip. Warm and fiery and leathery and smooth. Wait a minute. He frowned at the tumbler, and the lines of amber crawling down the inside of the glass. There had been a letter, hadn't there? Wee Hamish had handed it over. Then the doctor threw them out and Reuben started throwing his weight around. back through to the hall and the collection of coats, jackets and fleeces. It was in yesterday's coat pocket. The word Logan was scratched across the front in smudged, trembling fountain pen letters. He sat at the kitchen table and opened it, while Cthulhu wound herself back and forth between his ankles. Probably another appeal for him to take over Hamish's criminal empire, because nothing said career police officer like running a stable of drug dealers, prostitutes, and protection rackets. Still, had to admire the man's tenacity. Even when he was dying, he didn't give up. The contents were almost illegible, written in the same pained hand as the envelope. It must have taken wee Hamish hours to do, given how weak he was at the end. Dear Logan, I'm afraid we have come to the end of our journey together, but I want to thank you for all your kindnesses over the years. I do appreciate them. But I'm dying, so please forgive me if I seem blunt. I need you to kill Reuben. He will kill you if you don't kill him. Perhaps not today or tomorrow, but it will come soon, in the dark, when no one is watching. And it will take a long, long time. You pose too much of a threat to his ambitions for it to be otherwise. I know I could order someone to kill him for you, but that would cost you the respect of the employees, and if you don't have their respect, you can't lead them. So please grant a dying man one final kindness and kill Reuben before he kills you. With love, your old friend, Hamish. Wow. Logan read the letter through again, put it down on the table, took a mouthful of whiskey, gave it one more read, then picked Cthulhu up, carried her out into the hall, and closed the kitchen door, shutting her out. He cracked the window open, dug the kitchen matches out of the cupboard, held the letter over the sink, and set fire to it, turning it back and forth until the flames took hold. Heat seared the tips of his fingers, and he dropped the burning letter into the sink. The gritty, cloying smell of burnt paper filled the room. The letter blackened around the words, then a line of vivid orange washed across it, leaving the sheet white and powdery but still bearing wee Hamish's instructions. He jabbed the ashes with a wooden spoon, beating them into dust. No point taking any risks. The envelope suffered the same fate. Gah. Samantha lowered herself down on the couch next to him. What we watching? Logan looked up from the tumbler in his hands. Some vacuous pap cop show lumped its way across the TV screen, about as divorced from the reality of actual policing as Henry VIII was from his wives. Samantha poked him in the shoulder. He didn't divorce any of them. They were either annulled or beheaded, well, except for the last one, and the one that died of natural causes. Don't you ever watch QI? Logan had a sip of the whiskey. Don't do that. Don't do what? Don't jump in when I haven't said something out loud. Makes me look like a lunatic. She turned to the TV, nose in the air. On screen, a man in an SOC suit wandered about a crime scene without wearing goggles or a face mask, because on television, no one ever got ripped apart in court for not following proper procedures. No, they could contaminate the scene to their heart's content, as long as the half-wit viewing public could see their pretty, actory faces. Look at these muppets. Bet none of them would last 2 minutes in the witness stand against hissing Sid. It's not my fault. Another sip. Then he put on a posh Scottish accent. Tell me, Detective Inspector McActor, while you were parading all over the scene of the alleged crime, did you remain on the common approach walkway? No. Did you have the hood of your Tyvek suit up? No. You felt it was more important to show off your magnificent head of flowing hair? I see. The thing between you and Reuben has been brewing for years. And were you wearing your goggles and mask? Or did you ponce about spewing your own DNA over everything? And did... Logan jabbed a hand at the TV, dropping back to his own voice. Oh, for God's sake, look at it. You don't pick up a murder weapon with a pen from your pocket. What are you, a moron? How did this idiot get admitted to a crime scene? You broke his nose. He was never going to forgive you for that. Who wrote this garbage? Logan. She turned and grabbed his face in both hands. Listen to me. I'm right. Wee Hamish is right. You have to kill Reuben. Have you even got a plan? On the TV, D.I. McActor was snogging one of the scene's examination branch in the middle of the crime scene, with the body lying at their feet. deep breath. Logan lowered his eyes and ran a fingernail along a chip in the rim of his glass. I'm trying not to think about it, okay? I don't want to kill Reuben. I don't want to kill anybody. You have to start planning for it. You know that. Fitting him up isn't going to do it. She let go of Logan's face and poked him in the chest. Come on. How, when, where, and what do you do with the body afterwards? He let his head fall back and stared up at the stippled white ceiling for a moment. Gun. Has to be a gun. And it has to be soon. Somewhere out of the way with no witnesses. And there's no point burying him. It'd take forever to dig a hole big enough. Logan swirled the dregs of his Glenfiddich around the glass, leaving trails up the side of the glass. Fire. Stick the body in a car and set fire to it. Burn off any trace evidence and DNA. When they find the body, they'll think it was one of the rival gangs trying to muscle in. She smiled. There you go. I'm proud of you. Wonderful. Assuming he could lure Reuben to somewhere out of the way without anyone else showing up. Assuming he could actually pull the trigger. Assuming Reuben didn't kill him instead. And then all he'd have to do was pray that Reuben hadn't lodged an insurance policy with a solicitor somewhere. In the event of my untimely death, the following letters are to be sent to the media and professional standards for the purpose of screwing Sergeant McCrae to the wall by his testicles. Speaking of which, he pulled out his phone and turned it on again, scrolled through the call history and selected a number, then listened to it ring. Click. You've reached the desk of Chief Superintendent Napier. I'm unavailable at the moment, but you can leave a message after the tone. Of course he wasn't there. It was nearly midnight. Beep. It's Logan, McCrae. I've been thinking about your investigation. Samantha stared at him, both eyebrows raised. I'm in. Friday, rest day. This ship is sinking. Chapter 19. Neighbour killed himself because his business went bust. There's fat cats whooping it up in London, and his wife's got to bury him in a council grave. Where's the social justice in that? Logan groaned beneath the duvet. Well, that's a good point. OK, next up we've got Marjorie from Cullen. Go ahead, Marjorie. There was a proop-meep noise, and something heavy landed on his bladder. Ugh! Then walked up his torso and sat on his chest. It's this oil price downturn. We all know these oil companies make billions of profits, so why are they squeezing the supply companies? How's the industry supposed to survive if shareholders are wringing every penny out of the North Sea? He peered out at the clock radio. 8:30. And let's not forget, 80% of a gallon of petrol goes straight into the government's pocket. That's Scotland's money. Go away. He reached out and thumped the snooze button, slumped back on the pillow. A little fuzzy head appeared above the edge of the duvet and biffed its cheek against his nose, purring like a tumble-dryer full of gravel. A yawn. The phone went, ringing downstairs in the living room, then fell silent, followed by the distorted sound of his own recorded voice telling whoever it was to leave a message. Cthulhu biffed into his face again. Yes, I know, you want sweeties, you wee monster. He picked up the pack of cat treats from the bedside cabinet as the machine downstairs bleeped and a dark voice replaced his own. Who the hell was that? Another biff. Okay, okay. He dug a treat out and held it in front of her pink nose. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Samantha settled on the end of the bed, running a brush through her bright red hair, making it shine. You're actually awake. Thought you were going to sleep till noon. Another treat. It's 8:30. Give me a break. Crunch, crunch, crunch. She took hold of his foot through the duvet. Big day today. I know. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Come on then, up and showered. You're not switching me off looking like someone dragged you backwards through a combine harvester. Sunday best, Mr. McCrae. She smiled. After all, it's not every day you get to kill your girlfriend. Logan wandered back through to the bedroom, scrubbing at his head with a towel. The cool air made the hair on his arms stand up and pimpled the flesh beneath. He paused in the doorway, sniffing. Was that bacon? How could he smell frying bacon? Maybe he was having a stroke. Wait, were those voices? He wrapped the towel around his middle, tying it off. There were definitely voices coming from downstairs. Maybe it was Reuben, come up to finish the job himself. Well, he was out of luck because... Oh, for God's sake. The equipment belt wasn't where it should have been, on the chair in the corner of the bedroom. It was still hanging over the end of the banister. Improvise. He hauled on a pair of jeans and tiptoed out onto the landing, opened the cupboard and lifted the toolbox out, selected an adjustable spanner from the pile of tools. Big and heavy. Logan smacked the business end into the palm of his other hand. Not quite an extendable baton, but if it got him to the bottom of the stairs where the equipment belt was, it'd do. He crept down the stairs. No sign of anyone. The voices coming from the living room sounded more like the TV than real life. News and weather where you are, but first we've got the singing sensation taking Britain's next big star by storm on the breakfast sofa. Logan unclipped the CS gas canister from its holster, fiddling with it until the bungee cord holding it to the belt let go, then slipped the extendable baton from its... Someone was singing in the kitchen. A sweet but smoky growl of a voice, belting it out. Adventure cat, the cosmic kitten with a magic hat, fighting evil, doing good, having naps and eating food. It wasn't Reuben, it was Steele, with her sidekick, Lumpy Bear, catching villains unaware. Logan lowered his armoury and stuck it through the balustrades onto the stairs, then pushed through into the kitchen. She was standing at the cooker, shugling a frying pan that hissed and sputtered, singing away oblivious. Making friends and having fun, doing stuff for everyone. He leaned against the work surface. What are you doing? Steele froze for a second, then went back to her shugling. Making breakfast. Then she looked around and raised an eyebrow. Laz, how many times? I'm flattered, but I'm no shagging you. Now get dressed. She waved a spatula at him. Sight of all them scars is putting me off my grub. He folded his arms across his chest, then lowered them to cover the shining, puckered lines that snaked across his stomach. How did you get in here? No point being a key holder if you don't use your key, is there? She went back to poking at the pan. 5 minutes, and stop picturing me naked. We had words about that. Gah. Logan turned and headed back into the hall. Maybe if he poured bleach in his ears, it'd get rid of that particular mental image. He stopped with one hand on the newel post at the foot of the stairs. Who was on the phone? But she was off again. Adventure cat, foiling evil Dr. Rat, and his schemes most dastardly to save the world for you and me. Why did he bother? Through in the lounge, the red light on the answering machine blinked at him. On the TV, 2 newsreaders tried to be chatty with a permatanned couple who had big hair and unnaturally shiny teeth. Amazing! And did you ever think you'd be this popular? We have to say the fans have been absolutely fabulous, haven't they, Jacinta? Oh yes, totally fabulous. I mean, completely. Me and Benjamin been... Mute. He pressed the button on the answering machine. Message 1. That same dark voice that had been barely audible through the floorboards oozed out of the speaker. Sergeant McRae? It's Chief Superintendent Napier. I got your message about the project we discussed. Oh, crap. Logan lunged across the carpet and thumped the living room door shut. I think it would be prudent for you to come in and discuss it in person. That way you can review the evidence. Well, Napier would have to wait. He had more important things to do than undermine and manipulate a professional standards investigation into Steele today, and tomorrow was blocked out for the hangover that came afterwards. I think it's important we get this underway as soon as possible, don't you? After all, the longer it exists in limbo, the more chance there is of the papers getting hold of it. I think we can all agree that a trial by media would be regrettable for all concerned. If you'd like to call me back, we can set up a mutually convenient appointment. Thank you. Bleep. Logan glanced at the wall separating the room from the kitchen. No way she could have heard any of that. Not still singing her lump-filled head off. Unless, of course, she turned up when the call came through in the first place. Message 2. Steele's voice came from the machine. Laz? You there? Laz? Pick up if you're there. On the TV, they cut from the permatanned, talentless tooth merchants to the ident for local news. You better no still be in your scratcher, you lazy wee sod. Probably lying there playing with yourself, aren't you? Well, stop it. You'll go... Delete. The Scottish newsreader was replaced by a mob outside one of the oil company headquarters in Dice. The words, "Scenes of unrest as protest enters third day," scrolled along the bottom of the screen. You have no more messages. Logan held down the delete button until the message count went back to 0, blanking Napier's incriminating call. The protests at Dice gave way to Woodland and a line of blue and white police tape. Human remains identified as local businessman Peter Shepherd. He switched the TV off. Time to get dressed. Steele put one foot up on the dashboard, scratching at her ankle, mobile phone pinned between her ear and shoulder. Yeah? Did he? Nah. Logan drove them along the winding road, west out of Banff, taking his time. White lines scratched along the sea's blue face, pounding against the cliffs, sending up walls of spray. It glowed in the warm golden light that ramped up the colour of everything. When was that? Oh, aye. I'm no happy about that, Becky. I put you in charge of babysitting the wee scumbag, no spaver, so sort it. Yeah. Samantha leaned forward from the back seat. Still don't see why she's got to come with us. She's worried about me. A huge puddle spread across the tarmac, and he slowed for it. The tyres growled through, making their own walls of spray, only grey and gritty instead of shining white. She's a pain in the backside. Always has been. That's true. Steele put her phone away, then swore as it blared into life again. Dragged it back out. Yes? Superintendent Harper? Yes, I know. Me? She cast a glance across the car at Logan. Yeah, I'm following up a couple of things at the moment. Definitely. Be back in the office in a couple of hours. Ish? What? Steele had another scratch. Oh, for God's sake! How'd he get away with that? The greasy goat-molesting scumbag. What? I thought it was going to be you and me today. My final morning on Earth. Who invited the wrinkled witch of the West? Can you two not fight today? Please, just for once. No, of course. We'll get a cordon up. Mark the Knife will no make contact if Milne's got half the world's media camped outside his front door. Uh-huh. Will do. A sign loomed into view. Sunny Glen, 1. Samantha put a hand on his shoulder. Not long now. Am I the only one who feels sick? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, thanks. Steele hung up, took her foot off the dashboard and put her phone away. What you chuntering on about, Laz? He shrugged, indicated, took the road to the right, heading closer to the cliffs. Steele had a wee burp, then rubbed at her stomach. Where'd you buy your tomato sauce? Halford's? Stuff's like battery acid. Or it could be the 3 bacon butties you wolfed. No, it was your cheap and nasty own brand bargain basement sauce. She had another burp. Apparently the media's been camped outside Martin Milne's house since we released Shepherd's name. It's like a rugby scrum. Not to mention the 4 cups of coffee. They caught some tabloid tosser shinnying over the back fence, having first pumped the neighbour and the wifey that does the school run for everything they had. So get Milne to make a statement. They won't go away until he does. Sunny Glen appeared around the next bend, single story for most of its length, with a balcony overhanging a large patio area where the ground fell away towards the cliffs. A couple of wheelchairs were out, their occupants positioned in the February sunshine. Logan let out a long, slow breath. Here we go. Steele squeezed his leg. Again. Hoy! Samantha banged on the seat. Hands off, you old bag! She's only being nice. There was a frown from the passenger seat. What? Who's being nice? The Punto slotted into a parking space outside the admin wing. Milne's wife, Katie. She's trying to be nice to everyone. Can't be easy after everything. Steele took out her e-cigarette and had a puff. With her husband shagging a dead bloke? Probably no. She climbed out into the sunshine and had a scratch at her belly. Gah! It's like sharing a car with a Labrador. Samantha thumped back into her seat and folded her arms, scratching and fidgeting and fiddling with her boobs. You coming? He grabbed his jacket. Steele bent down and peered into the car. "Course I am." "Right, yes. Good." He led the way to reception, a glass-fronted room with pot plants, watercolours and a big beach desk. The young man sitting behind it looked up as Logan entered and smiled. "Mr. McRae, how are you today?" "I'm not sure yet, Danny." "Ah, of course." He stood. "Please, take a seat, and I'll get Louise. Would you like a cup of coffee, or—" "No, thanks." "Okay, then." He picked up the phone and had a muttered conversation while Steele stalked around the room, squinting at the paintings, hands behind her back like a badly creased crow. Samantha wound her hand into Logan's. "It's going to be okay." He just breathed. Steele took his other hand. "How are you holding up?" "I appreciate the gesture, but I'm fine." He shuffled his feet. "You don't have to be here. You've got a murder to solve." "Well, Harper can rant and rave all she wants. Some things are more important." She gave his hand a squeeze. "Couldn't leave you to go through this alone." He squeezed back. "Thanks." "You're still not allowed to think about me naked, though." "Ugh." He took his hand back and wiped it on the front of his jacket. "Okay, now I'm going to be—" "Logan, hello." A woman marched into the room, her bleached pixie cut curled across her forehead, cowboy boots clicking on the wooden floor. She held her arms out, and the sunlight caught the linen sleeves of her shirt, making her glow like an angel. She wrapped him up in a hug, then stepped back. "How are you?" Why did everyone have to ask that? How the hell did they think he was? "Fine. I'm fine, Louise." It sounded better than dead inside. Samantha leaned in, her voice a warm, soft whisper in his ear. "Liar." "Now you're sure you want to go through with this? Remember, there's no rush." "I know." "Okay." Louise stroked his arm. "If there's anything that's unclear, or you want to stop at any time, let me know. It's not a problem." Then she turned to Steele. "You must be Logan's mother. He's told me so much about you." The wrinkles deepened across Steele's forehead. "No! I'm no his mum. I'm his moral support. Nowhere near old enough for a start." Louise's smile slipped for a moment. "Right. Sorry, my mistake." Then she turned and gestured towards the door leading deeper into the building. "Shall we?" The corridors were alive with the wub, wub, wub of a floor polisher and the noise of music coming from the rooms, each one playing something different. It blended into an atonal mush of sound, like a radio picking up multiple stations at once. Men and women lay on their beds, some connected to machines, some breathing on their own. A couple propped up and strapped into armchairs, heads on one side, dribble soaking into their bibs. "Here we go." Louise held the door to number 18 open and ushered them inside. Samantha lay beneath the covers, an oxygen mask over her pale face. Her hair was almost all brown roots now, slipping into a faded scarlet only at the tips. A little dot marked her nose and another her bottom lip, more up both sides of her ears where the piercings had healed over. The tattoo stood out against her almost translucent skin, coiling up and down both bare arms. Skulls and hearts, wound round with brambles and tribal spines. They looked so much blacker than they used to, as if they'd been leeching the life out of her all these years and were now ready to break free from the flesh. Her cheekbones were sharp and pronounced, riding high on her sunken face. But the thing that really didn't look like her was the big dip in her head, above the left ear, as if someone had taken a big ice cream scoop out of her. Louise placed a hand on Logan's arm, turning him away from the bed towards the room's other occupant. "Logan, this is Dr. Wilson. He'll be in charge of withdrawing Samantha's medical treatment." A dapper man with no hair stuck a hand out. His chinos had creases down the leg you could shave with. Denim shirt rolled up to the elbows with a pink tie tucked in between the buttons. "We'll take good care of her, Logan. She won't feel a thing." "How does this work?" "We give Samantha a dose of morphine, wait for it to take hold, then switch off the respirator." "So she suffocates." "I know it sounds distressing, but she won't be in any pain." At least that was something. Dr. Wilson folded his hands together, as if he were about to say a prayer. "Are there any questions you'd like to ask?" Samantha's chest rose and fell beneath the blankets, marking time with the hissing respirator. "Logan?" Someone nudged him in the ribs, and when he looked around, Steele was frowning at him. Her voice was soft. "You okay? 'Cause we can sod off home and do this some other day, if you want." Deep breath. No. He reached out and took Samantha's hand in his. The skin was dry and papery, cool to the touch. "It's time." "I understand." Dr. Wilson nodded. "The procedure should—" "You're not doing it." He pulled his chin in. "I know this is difficult, but I can assure you I've done this many times." "You didn't know her." Logan brushed a lock of hair forward on Samantha's head, covering the dent. "It should be me." "Ah." The doctor looked at Louise. "I'm not sure that's such a good—" "She deserves that much. Not to be switched off by a stranger." Steele's frown deepened. "Laz, you sure you want to do this?" "Doesn't matter what I want. I owe her." "Mr. McCrae, please. I think you should reconsider. It's—" "You heard the man, Doctor." Steele stepped between them and held her arms out, as if she were breaking up a fight in a pub. "Show him how to do it, then off you trot for a nice cup of tea and a chocolate hobnob." Chapter 20. The machines pinged and hissed. Logan pulled the visitor's chair from the corner of the room and positioned it alongside the bed. Sat in it. Hissed out a long breath. It was a lot less crowded in here without Steele, Louise, and Dr. Wilson. Just Logan and the two Samanthas, the one in the bed and the one in his head. "You sure you know what you're doing?" She settled onto the bed next to him, one hand on the dying Samantha's leg. "Don't want you screwing this up. I could end up with brain damage, and then where would you be?" Another breath. "Don't I look pale?" She leaned forward and ran a finger around the dent in the body's forehead. "And that was never flattering, was it? Oh yes, let's hack a big chunk out of her skull to relieve the swelling on her brain. That's a good look." "Don't." "What? I'm keeping your spirits up. Don't be ungrateful." Samantha swung her legs back and forth. "And look on the bright side. Think of all the cash you're going to save, me not being here. This place costs a fortune. You should sell the caravan too." "I never grudged it." "Take the money and go on holiday for a change. How about Spain? You could go see Helen. I always thought—" "No." He looked away. "We're not talking about this again. I'm lying there on my deathbed. I'll talk about anything I like." "It didn't work. It's not going to work. So can we please—" Logan's phone blared out its ringtone. Cocking hell. He denied the call, then switched the thing off. "I'm sorry." "It's okay. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have fallen. They set fire to the place because of me. You're here because of me." She placed her hand over his where it held the dying Samantha's. "You're right. You're a horrible human being, and you never deserve another day's happiness in your life." A little smile tugged at his mouth. "I liked it better before you started answering back." "You ready?" "Yeah." Something large sat on his chest, squeezing out the air. Logan pressed the button and the morphine pump whirred. Samantha blinked, wobbled a bit. "Whoa, that's a head rush." The her in the bed didn't even twitch. "Logan, what's going to happen to me?" "I don't know." "If I'm dead, will you forget about me?" "Of course not." "Maybe you should." She checked her watch. "It's time." He reached out and clicked the switch on the respirator. The hissing died away. Samantha's chest sank beneath the blankets and didn't rise again. "Logan, I'm scared." A knife slipped into his throat, blocking it, then twisted. The words would barely come out. "It'll be okay." He swallowed, but the blade stayed where it was. He squeezed her hand, hauled in a harsh, jagged breath. "I'm sorry." The room blurred. Everything tasted of broken glass. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Steele lowered the mug of tea onto the coffee table. Milk and 2 sugars. And before you say anything, I know you don't take sugar. Hot sweet tea's traditional. Thanks. She sat on the arm of the settee, placed a hand on his back. Feeling any better? I keep telling you, I'm fine. 'Cause you don't look fine. You look sodding awful. Yeah, well. He took a sip of tea. I'm having a bit of a day. Sunlight streamed into the living room, catching motes of dust and making them glow. Cthulhu lay on her back, on the rug, arms stretched out, feet curled into fuzzy quote marks, white belly absorbing as much solar radiation as possible. Logan stood and picked her up, buried his face in her fur, breathing in the scent of biscuits and sunshine. Shuddered it out again. Just you and me now, kiddo. Maybe you should put in for some compassionate leave. Could come down to Aberdeen and stay with me and Susan for a bit. Hang out with the kids. He flipped Cthulhu over, rubbing her tummy as she stretched and purred. And who'd look after little Miss Monster with her stretchy arms and curly feet? More purring. Steele frowned at him. You been drinking already? Basic cat anatomy. Arms at the front, legs at the back, paws at the front, feet at the back. Yeah. She pulled her chin in, multiplying the wrinkles. You've been living on your own for far too long, Laz. We need to... In the name of the scrabbling bumhole! She yanked out her ringing phone. What? Then stood. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's no like I can trust you to do it, is it? Steele mouthed the word Rennie at him, then wandered across to the window, blocking Cthulhu's light. Yeah. I'll be there in 15. Don't let him out of your sight till then. She hung up. Sorry. I know. Everyone's sorry. We're taking your suggestion and getting Milne to make a statement. With any luck, the baying hordes will sod off and leave him alone long enough for Mark the Knife's goons to get in touch. Good for you. She hauled up her trousers. You want me to get Susan up here? She could keep you company. Shoulder to cry on. Make loads of hot sweet tea and the occasional sandwich. Thanks, but I'm fine. Steele folded her arms. You're going to get blutered, aren't you? He toasted her with the mug. Aye, well, probably for the best. Soon as I get off shift, I'll join you. Till then, I'd better shoot. She cleared her throat, fiddled with the sleeves of her jacket, then bent down and kissed him on the cheek, before harumphing a couple of times and letting herself out. The front door slammed shut, leaving him alone in the quiet. Reunited with her sunbeam, Cthulhu purred. Logan topped up the whiskey in his tumbler, took a sip of Glenfiddich, let his head fall back and stared up at the living room ceiling as the whiskey spread its warm tentacles through his body. You there? No reply. Of course she wasn't there. She was dead. And all he had left was a big, aching hollow, right in the middle of his chest, wrapped around with whiskey. Of course, it was obvious what she'd say if she was here. He cleared his throat. Get off your backside, Logan. Stop wallowing in it. Find yourself a gun and figure out how to get Reuben somewhere killable. As if that was ever going to happen. But then she was always the practical one. So, if it was quite all right with everyone else, he was going to sit here and wallow. The doorbell gave its long, mournful drrrring. Go away. Cthulhu stopped washing her pantaloons and stared at the living room door. Drrrring. God's sake. He levered himself out of the couch and slouched out of the room, taking his whiskey with him. Why couldn't everyone sod off and let him wallow in peace? Was it really too much to ask for? Drrrring. All right. Logan unlocked the door and yanked it open. What? A wall of muscle filled the threshold. It was dressed in a black suit, white shirt and black tie, which didn't really go with the words kill and mum tattooed on the knuckles of 2 big fists. The face wasn't much better, topped off with a haircut even shorter than Logan's. The creature that evolution forgot smiled. It didn't help. Can Sergeant McCrae come out to play? A transit van was loomed at the curb behind him. It might have been white once, but the paintwork had aged to a dirty yellow, covered in a timpani of dents. 2 other thugs stood on either side, one of whom seemed to be carrying a body bag. Screw that. Logan slammed the door, but it was too late. Smiler had his foot in the way. He put one tattooed hand against the wood and pushed his way into the house. The other hand reached into his jacket and came out with a short-barreled revolver. Easy way or hard way? The 2 outside didn't move. A taxi droned past. Somewhere in the distance, a seagull screamed. So this was it. Reuben hadn't even waited till after the funeral. Pig time. Should be fighting back. Should be kicking off and struggling and biting and... But what was the point? After this morning, what did it matter? Logan took a sip of whiskey. I've got a choice? Smiler snapped his fingers, and one of his mates stepped forwards, a wee bloke with big blonde sideburns and a ratty ponytail, holding out the body bag. Only up close it looked a lot more like a suit carrier. The gun twitched towards the stairs. Better get changed, Sergeant. You've got an appointment. Bench seats ran down both sides of the transit's load bay. Logan sat on the driver's side, with Smiler at the other end, blocking the door. One of his mates, a thin man with bad teeth and a lazy eye, sat opposite, playing on a handheld games console, tongue poking out the side of his mouth as the thing bleeped and binged. The van lurched around a corner, then accelerated. That would be them leaving Banff. Difficult to tell. There were no windows back here, the walls lined with big rectangles of chipboard covered in metal hooks and the vacant outlines of tools. Goon number 3 had the radio on in the cab section, singing along to ABBA's Dancing Queen at the top of his voice. The noise rattled through the bulkhead wall, clashing with the plinkety music from Mr. Teeth's game machine. Logan loosened his tie, black, like his suit and shoes. It wasn't a bad fit, but it wasn't exactly classy, the kind of outfit you could pick up for a few quid at one of the larger supermarkets. All 3 of them dressed up like something out of Reservoir Dogs. He jerked a thumb at the bulkhead. So, what, we're on our way to a Blues Brothers revival? Smiler didn't smile. Shut up. Thick plastic sheeting covered the load bay floor, just right for preventing all those nasty, hard-to-clean bloodstains. Not too hard to see how today was going to end. Should have listened to Samantha. Should have listened to wee Hamish Mowat. Should have killed Reuben instead of sitting on his backside waiting for the murderous bastard to make the first move. Well, it was too late now. But then again, it was always going to end this way, wasn't it? In a kill-or-be-killed world, the normal people always ended up dead. Logan let his head thunk back against the chipboard. Yep, today was turning into a really top-notch Friday the 13th. The engine noise dropped to a low growl. Then the transit swung to the left. Crunching came from the wheel arches. They turned onto gravel. Either a track or someone's driveway, which meant the magical mystery tour was about to come to its unpleasant conclusion. More crunching. The van rocked and lurched a bit, then slowed to a halt. Through in the cab, the 70s music fest died. Then came the clunk of the driver's door and the scrunch, scrunch, scrunch of his footsteps. Here we go. The back door opened, letting in a flood of sunlight. Smiler turned and hoiked a thumb at the view. Out! Logan clambered down from the tailgate onto a gravel driveway at the side of a rough stone building surrounded by trees. A door hung open, its red paint flaking like leprous skin. A large finger pointed at the dark hole of the doorway. In! Something twisted deep inside Logan's chest. Maybe there was a way out of this. Slam his elbow back and up into Smiler's face, ram the arm forward and break Mr. Teeth's nose, kick Captain ABBA in the balls, then run for it before any of them got themselves together. Deep breath. It wasn't going to work. But it wasn't as if he had anything to lose, was it? Probably wind up dead either way. Okay. In 3, 2... A cold, hard lump pressed against the back of his neck. Don't even think about it. Logan turned, just far enough to see Smiler out of the corner of his eye. That cold, hard lump was the snub-nosed revolver's barrel. Yeah, maybe not. Logan straightened his tie instead, took a breath, then marched in through the door. Inside, it was one big, gloomy room, the only light coming from the doorway behind him and a couple of dirty skylights. There was barely enough to make out the bare rafters and the closed garage doors, and the big sheet of heavy-duty plastic spread out in the middle of the concrete floor. Like the one in the van, only much bigger, and with stitches of duct tape holding it down. A big hand in the small of his back propelled him forward, until he was standing right in the middle of the crinkly sheet. Stay! The thing in Logan's chest twisted again, turning his heartbeat up to a deafening thump. 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 Sweat prickled across the back of his neck. He was going to die here. Slowly. Then be dragged away for pig food. Smiler retreated to the shadows while Mr. Teeth took up position by the door. He was bent over his Game Boy DS thing again, pinging and dinging away to repetitive, doodly music. No sign of Captain Abba. Slow, calm breaths. And then Reuben appeared in the doorway. He'd stripped off to the waist. The patchwork of scar tissue and fur that marked his face continued down his barrel chest and across his gut in a foot-wide strip of twisted skin. His bottom half was covered in a pair of overalls, the arms tied in a knot beneath his stomach. Big rig boots on his feet, nice and heavy with steel toe caps, perfect for kicking someone to death. "'Bout time." Reuben rolled his head to one side and then the other, flexed his shoulders, puffing himself up. "Some of the guys think you can't be trusted, McCrae." The hands were next, coiling into huge fists. "Think you're going to stitch me up?" Logan swallowed, forced his chin up. "Don't tremble. Don't let the bastard see you fall apart. Fight back. Make him pay for it." "See, I can't have that, McCrae. Can't have that at all. Got to have 110% loyalty from my team. You get that, don't you?" He'd come fast and he'd come hard. Use that bulk of his to pin Logan down and then batter the living crap out of him. Logan shifted his weight to the balls of his feet, knees slightly bent. Okay, go for the eyes. Gouge them out of his fat, ugly head. At least then he'd have something to remember him by. The lump in Logan's chest wound itself into a knot. "Take this wee prick." Reuben stepped aside, and Captain Abba was back, hauling a shivering man with him. The newcomer wore nothing but a stained pair of pants, the elastic going at the waist. Bruises made angry patterns across his skin, wrapping around his legs, torso, and face. He clutched one arm to his chest, the elbow swollen like a grapefruit, and the wrist flopping in a way nature never intended, fingers poking out in all sorts of horrible directions. "Please." The word barely managed to squeeze its way out of his swollen lips. Reuben pointed, and Captain Abba dragged the man onto the plastic sheet and dumped him at Logan's feet. "This is Tony. Say hello, Tony." He coiled up on the floor, tears and snot ribboning his face. "Please, please don't kill me." "Tony thought it would be fun to help himself to the merchandise and the profits. Didn't you, Tony?" "Please." "Well, Tony, was it fun?" "I'm sorry." "Too late to be sorry, Tony. That ship sank long ago." "Please don't kill me." Reuben snapped his fingers. Mr. Teeth put the Game Boy away and pulled out a claw hammer. Captain Abba produced a semi-automatic. All the moisture vanished from Logan's mouth, tightening his throat. He held his hands up. "Come on, Reuben. You don't have to prove—" "I'm not an unreasonable man, Tony. I'm going to give you a choice." Reuben reached out and took the claw hammer. "You want this or the gun?" "Please." "Going to be one or the other? What's it to be? Quick and shooty or slow and thumpy?" Lying at Logan's feet, Tony sobbed. "Or, if you like, You could go to the pigs as you are, all thrashing and screaming as they eat you alive. Might be more fun for them. Bit of sport. Please. Going to have to hurry you, Tony. Gun or hammer? Gun. Good boy. Reuben pointed with a hammer, and Captain Abba stepped onto the plastic, hauling back the semi-automatic slide. Chick-clack. All primed and ready to fire. Logan hauled in a breath. Do something. Now. Do it now! Because otherwise it'd be too late and... He frowned as Captain Abba held the gun out to him. The guy stood there, with the primed semi-automatic held at arm's length by the barrel. Here you go, Chief. You're kidding, right? Nope. Reuben shook his head. See, I've been telling the doubters, McCrae isn't going to screw us over. McCrae can be trusted. And right now I'm trusting you to put Tony out of his misery. A shrug. And in case you're wondering, he's dead either way. Question is, are you on the team or not? Okay. Logan reached out and took the gun. Heavy. Cold. No idea what make it was, but there were Cyrillic letters above the trigger guard. He pulled the slide back a fraction, far enough to see a sliver of brass in there. Loaded. Thumbed the magazine release and let it fall into his palm. It was nearly full. Had to be 9 or 10 shots in there. Captain Abba smiled, then backed away until he was on the concrete floor again. Really? Logan clicked the magazine back into place, then pointed the barrel right between Tony's eyes. Poor sod probably couldn't see much. They were a mass of broken blood vessels set in swollen bags of dark purple. They'd broken his nose, probably his jaw too. Please, sons. Come on, McCrae, chop, chop. Some of us got a funeral to go to. Please. Kill Tony, or be killed. Same bloody dilemma he'd been facing for days, only with the names changed. Murder or be murdered. Round and round, and on and on. Well, enough. Time to take a stand. Go out with a bang. He was dead anyway. Logan snapped the semi-automatic up, two-handed, and aimed right at the middle of Reuben's chest. Tch. The big man shook his head. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I won't kill for you. Smiler stayed where he was, hands in his trouser pockets, nowhere near his revolver. Mr. Teeth remained by the door, noodling away at his game. Captain Abba just sighed. There was a scenario like this on the firearms training course. Only there the bad guys were printed on bits of paper stuck to chipboard. They didn't bleed and scream and die. Logan slowed his breathing and clicked off the safety catch. Samantha had been right all along. This was the only way. Didn't matter if he liked it or not. He didn't have any choice. See, McCrae, that doesn't look too trusting, does it? You're not being a team player here. Do it. Right now. Pull the damn trigger. So he did. Click. Oh no. Chapter 21. No. Bloody gun wasn't working. He racked the slide back. Chick-clack, sending the unfired cartridge flipping end over end out onto the plastic sheet, and pulled the trigger again. Click. Reuben grinned. Do you really think I'm that stupid? One last go. Chick-clack. Another cartridge went flying. Click. That's the funny thing about guns, McCrae. Don't work without a firing pin. Logan lowered the semi-automatic. Idiot. Of course they wouldn't give him a working gun. See, this whole thing's been a test, hasn't it, Tony? Lying on the floor, Tony cried. A wee test to see how big your balls are, McCrae. Reuben held out a hand, and Captain Abba handed him a white bath towel. We weren't going to shoot Tony. Nah. He wandered onto the plastic sheet. It scrunched beneath his rig boots. Wouldn't do that. Tony struggled to his knees. Thank you. His swollen lips trembled, a mixture of drool and blood spilling down his chest. Reuben hunkered down beside him, dabbed the towel against Tony's face, turning the white tufts pink and red. There we go. That's better, isn't it? He passed him the towel. Thank you. Tears and snot and trembling. He held the towel over his face, blood soaked into the fabric. Shh, it's okay. Logan backed away. You weren't going to kill him? Tony's learned his lesson, haven't you, Tony? Please. He placed a grimy hand against his own chest, fingers splayed. I'm sorry. Reuben stood, stepped behind the snivelling figure and put a hand on his shoulder. So, Tony, what are we going to do with Sergeant McCrae? What do you think? The whole thing was one big set-up. Shall we give him a second chance? Reuben's voice chilled. Or shall we show him what happens to disloyal wee shites? He snatched both ends of the towel and hauled, snapping Tony's head back so his face pointed to the ceiling, covered in blood-flecked white fabric. Reuben wrapped the ends into one fist, then battered the hammer down into Tony's upturned, towel-covered face. Once, twice, 3 times, fast, putting his weight behind it. The sound of cracking bone gave way to wet sucking noises as the white fabric became saturated with scarlet. Logan stepped forward. No! But Smiler's revolver appeared again, pointing right at his head. He froze. 4, 5, 6. Tony's right foot twitched in time with the blows, but the rest of him sagged in place, only held upright by Reuben's grip on the towel. 7, 8, 9, 10. Reuben let go of the dark red fabric, and Tony's body slumped sideways onto the plastic sheet. No movement. No breathing. A puddle of blood oozed out onto the surface. The whole thing had taken less than 8 seconds. Logan swallowed. Smiler kept his gun levelled at him. Oh, yeah. Reuben stood there, grinning, puffing for breath. That's what we do to them. He passed the hammer back to Mr. Teeth, who dropped it into a plastic freezer bag and ziplocked it tight. A shadow filled the doorway behind him. Then John Uckert stepped into the garage, all dressed up in funeral black and white. He glanced at the body on the floor, then up at Reuben. Going to have to go, or we'll miss the start. They'll wait. Reuben crossed to the far side of the plastic sheet, picked what looked like another suit carrier from the shadows, and pulled out a packet of baby wipes. Rubbed a couple across his face, clearing away the tiny spatter of red dots. He kicked off his boots. You screwed up, McCrae. Was going to let you do the job, prove you're trustable. But now, nah. Oh, he was so screwed. Logan tightened his grip on the semi-automatic. It might be no good as a gun, but it would still work as a cudgel. Reuben untied the arms of his boiler suit, and the whole thing fell to the floor, exposing a pair of hairy legs and red pants. I'm going to bury Mr. Mowat, and then I'm going to have a chat with a chief inspector friend of mine. A pair of black trousers came out of the carrier, and he pulled them on. Tell him how you took a bribe. I didn't take any bribe! A white shirt was next, buttoned by the thick, brutal fingers. 20 grand over the asking price, wasn't it? 20 grand of wee Hamish Mowat's money. John Uckert stepped closer. Yeah, about that. Kinda not the best idea. Reuben tucked in his shirt. You're going down, McCrae. I didn't know it was Hamish Mowat's money. Uckert held up a finger. See, the only way you can dob McCrae in is if you dob me in at the same time, isn't it? I bought the flat. If I bought it with Mr. Mowat's cash, then that makes me dodgy too. A black tie was subjected to a schoolboy knot. And? Look at it. Far as Police Scotland's concerned, I'm a small-time property developer, and I kinda like to keep it that way. How am I going to be your right-hand guy if the cops are digging away and following me everywhere? Creases formed between Reuben's eyebrows. Then he slipped his feet into a pair of shiny black shoes. Grunted. Come on, Rubester. You know it makes sense. He pulled on a black jacket to go with the trousers. Scowled at Logan. You got kids, don't you, McCrae? with that bull-dyke lesbian boss of yours. You just mortgage them against your debt. Logan took a step forwards. Don't even think about it. And you... He turned and poked a finger at Uckert. From now on, you're responsible for him, understand? He does what he's told, when he's told, or the pair of you are up to your ears in the piggery. Uckert's eyes widened. Let's not get all hasty in that. Reuben? But the big man had turned on his heel, walking along the edge of the plastic sheeting and out through the open door. Funeral time. Damn it! Uckert ran a hand across his face, looked down at what was left of Tony, lying there with his head bashed in. You three tidy this up. Sergeant McCrae and me have to go bury an old friend. It was one of those old-fashioned Scottish churches, a rectangle of granite with a tiny bell spire and a slate roof, surrounded by ancient, tottering headstones and fields. A long line of cars stretched along the road, parked half on the grass, leaving barely enough space for the next vehicle to squeeze past. John Uckert eased the Audi's passenger-side wheels up onto the verge and killed the engine, then groaned and curled into himself. Why me? Logan undid the seatbelt. I thought the gun worked. He's going to feed me to the pigs. If it worked, he'd be dead by now, and Tony would still be alive. He closed his eyes, but there was the image of Reuben battering the claw hammer down again and again. If the gun had worked, it wouldn't have been murder. It'd be justifiable homicide, saving another person's life. Bloody hell. Worse. Now Jasmine and Naomi were at risk. Oh, God. Uckert covered his head with his hands. We're doomed. Welcome to my world. I should have stayed outside. I should have... His phone burst into song. He dug it out, flinched, then dragged on a smile. Hi, Reuben. How's it going, big man? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, we'll be there soon as. Yeah. Okay, bye. He hung up and slipped the phone back in his pocket. Outside, the sunshine streamed through the bare branches of a tree, casting ragged shadows across the road. A swarm of midges glowed in a patch of light. Second week of February, and there were midges. Welcome to Scotland. Uckert sagged back in his seat. Guess who showed up to pay their respects? Malcolm McLennan, Angus MacDonald, Stevie Hussein, and Jessie Campbell. Jessica Ma Campbell. Told you we were doomed. He stared at the car's ceiling. Man, the French Revolution's got nothing on the terror about to fall in Aberdeen. These scumbags respected Mr. Mowat, but Reuben? No chance. Logan opened his door and climbed out into the sun. You coming? He locked the car. They'll turn Aberdeen into a war zone. Mr. Mowat would hate this. They walked past the line of parked cars and in through a rusting iron gate. Headstones stretched off into the distance, along with a couple of mort safes and a big granite mausoleum topped with weeping cherubs. Uckert stopped. Mr. McCrae, you're going to do what Reuben says, aren't you? I mean, exactly what he says and when he says it. Don't know. I stuck my neck out for you, and I mean way out. His head drooped until his chin rested against his chest. This is what it's going to be like from now on, isn't it? Everyone running scared. No stability. War. Logan turned, scanning the ranks of the dead. Just because he couldn't do it didn't mean everyone else had the same problem. There wasn't a single living soul in sight, but he dropped his voice anyway. Then kill him. Reuben? Uckert backed off a couple of paces, eyebrows up. Me? Kill Reuben? You said it yourself. Hamish didn't think Reuben is up to running the business. He's going to make everything worse and get a lot of people hurt. Logan stepped closer. So maybe you could do a better job. Maybe you could take Hamish's place instead of him. Prevent everything falling apart. Stop the war before it starts. But... Uckert licked his lips. I mean, Reuben... He cleared his throat, looked back towards the car. Okay, so he's totally not suited to being in charge. He's a great enforcer, but strategy, planning, keeping everything low-key and efficient. All the things Hamish Mowat was good at. Keeping Aberdeen stable. You saw what he did in that garage. Reuben's unhinged. You could step in. I know, but... Who was he? Uckert pulled his chin in. Who was who? You know who. Oh, Tony. A shrug. Tony Evans, low-level distributor and three-strike loser. You'd think he'd have learned the first 2 times. Suppose some people can't take a hint, not even when it's like getting both your arms broken. The church bell pealed out 3 mournful chimes. I mean it. Reuben's going to get everyone killed. He has to go. Logan had another quick look around. Still no witnesses. For the good of the city. Uckert blinked at him for a moment, then took a deep breath. Anyway. He pulled his shoulders back and marched away along the path, head held high. Logan gave it a beat, then followed. It wasn't even 1 o'clock yet, and already he'd killed his girlfriend, witnessed someone getting beaten to death, and embarked on conspiracy to commit murder. Friday the 13th just kept on getting better. The path led down the side of the church and around to the back, which turned out to be the front. A set of large wooden doors lay open, with a minister standing before them, all dressed up in his long red dress, with black scarf shawl thing over the top. He shifted from foot to foot, clutching a handful of small booklets, worked a finger into the neck of his white collar, pulling it away from his throat, jerked upright when he saw them. Hello! His voice wasn't exactly steady as he held out one of the booklets to Logan. Order of service. We can start as soon as you're ready. Beads of sweat glistened on his top lip. Poor sod probably wasn't used to having his church full, never mind full of gangsters. Uckert took an order of service and patted the minister on the arm. Soon as you're ready. Yes, of course. Right away. He turned and bustled off, red skirts billowing out behind him. Inside, Old Ardo Kirk was packed. Every pew in the place was rammed with men and women, all dressed in black, all talking in low voices. No wonder the minister had been bricking it outside on the doorstep. There were a lot of big blokes with close-cropped hair, scars and tattoos, hard-faced women with bleached hair and fists as cruel as the men's, the kind of people who would have no problem beating someone to death with a claw hammer. A coffin lay on a set of trestles, at the top of the apse, in front of the altar. A small arrangement of white lilies sat on the lid, their petals turned multicoloured by the light streaming in through a stained glass window. This way. Uckert led the way down the middle of the church to the second row of pews from the front. He bent and picked 2 laminated A4 sheets with reserved printed on them from the wooden surface, then sat and tucked them under the bench. Logan looked around. Set off a bomb in here, and you could probably halve Scotland's organised crime problem. It was a who's who of Aberdonian thuggery, too. The MacLeod brothers were there, the Flintoffs, Benny the Snake and his sister, and about a dozen others whose faces weren't so familiar. All sitting there in their Sunday best, waiting for Hamish Mowatt's final outing. Wait a minute. Was that... Of course it was. Because today wasn't bad enough already. A tartan turban bobbed about somewhere near the back row of pews, visible through the heads of the crowd, and if Narveer was here, that meant Detective Superintendent Harper wasn't far behind. Great. That made everything so much better. Why the hell were they here? They couldn't have followed him, not when he had made the trip bundled in the back of a transit van, and if they had, they'd have intervened and stopped Reuben killing Tony. Wouldn't they? Reuben's huge rounded bulk loomed in the front row, next to his bride-to-be, a short round lump of hate and gristle, with a peroxide bob so severe it wouldn't have looked out of place on a Lego figure. And Reuben sat there, calm as you like. No indication that he'd beaten someone to death with a claw hammer less than 20 minutes ago. Not so much as a spatter of blood on his ugly, scarred head. Raining the hammer down, again and again, the towel keeping the bloody spray to a minimum, the sound of thunking and crunching. Logan's hand trembled. He put it in his pocket. The murmuring died down as Minister Nervous stepped up into the pulpit, coughed, then leaned into the microphone. His amplified voice echoed around the granite walls. "Lord Provost, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start by thanking you all for attending this afternoon. We're here to give thanks for the life of Hamish Alexander Selkirk Mowat, a pillar of the Aberdeen business community, a philanthropist, and a keen gardener." "Thank you for coming." The minister shook Logan's hand, then moved on to the next person shuffling away from the graveside. "Thank you for coming." The Mowat family plot was marked by a statue of a weeping angel on a large polished granite plinth. The headstone was still missing Hamish's name, but at least now he'd be reunited with his wife and son. His grave lay open, the coffin at the bottom spattered with handfuls of cold, claggy dirt, as one by one the mourners paid their final respects. From here the ground sloped down towards a high stone wall, with nothing on the other side but grey-green fields fading into the Har. It blanked out the horizon, oozing in from the North Sea, reaching its grey arms towards the graveyard. A knot of large men with short hair stood over by a mausoleum, smoking. Another knot of women passed around a hip flask. Lots of murmured conversations and backslapping going on. Must be strange being a gangster. There wasn't much opportunity to network in a social setting, unless they had conferences and festivals no one had told Logan about. 4 nights in an anonymous hotel in the Midlands, watching presentations on the latest way to break someone's kneecaps, body disposal 101, kidnapping for fun and profit. That tartan turban appeared again, weaving its way between the headstones, bringing D.I. Singh with it. He stopped right in front of Logan. "Well, well, if it isn't Sergeant McRae." "Detective Inspector Singh." "Didn't think we'd see you here, Sergeant. And sitting down the front, too." The other mourners made a bubble around them, as if going out of their way not to get contaminated by the stench of police. "Tell me, Sergeant, were you a close friend of the deceased?" Nervere's face was impassive, voice clipped. So much for Mr. Nice Inspector. Harper emerged from the church and stopped next to him. "Well, well, if it isn't—" "Your sidekick's already done that bit." Logan crossed his arms. "And for your information, yes, I knew Hamish Mowat. I was in Aberdeen CID for 10 years. I've investigated a lot of the people here. The local ones, anyway. Even managed to put a few of them away." Harper jerked her thumb at a tree standing guard in the corner of the graveyard. "Let's take a walk." She picked her way between the tombstones, with Nervere close behind. Logan dawdled along at the rear. He could tell her to mind her own business. Tell her it was his day off and he could do whatever he bloody well liked with it. Tell her to take a running jump into a skipful of broken bottles and rusty nails. Tell her to take Police Scotland and shove it so far up. He bumped to a halt, as someone walked into him. "Sorry." It was a short man, with close-cropped hair trying to draw attention away from the spreading swathe of shiny scalp. Hooded eyes looked Logan up and down. Then a smile spread across his face. When he spoke, his accent was pure Morningside. "No, my fault. Wasn't watching where I was going." He nodded back towards the church. "Lovely service, wasn't it? Hamish would have been proud, don't you think, Sergeant McRae?" Logan pulled his chin in. "I'm sorry, have we—" The wee man stuck out his hand. "Malcolm McLennan. I've heard a lot about you." Malcolm McLennan, a.k.a. Malk the Knife. Oh, Christ. Harper would love that. Chapter 22. Malcolm McLennan's smile positively sparkled. "I understand you're looking into the death of that unfortunate gentleman in Macduff, Sergeant. What was his name? Peter Shepherd." A sigh. "Ah, it's a terrible thing. The grapevine tells me he was beaten, bagged and bleached." Of course it did. "Well, Sergeant, I know imitation is meant to be the sincerest form of flattery, but it's not so flattering when it brings with it the unwarranted scrutiny of the police. Don't you think?" "Are you saying your people didn't kill him?" "Well, of course they didn't. My people didn't kill anyone, Sergeant. We build affordable housing for hard-working families. We undertake public construction works. We raise money for Alzheimer's research." A shrug raised the shoulders of what was probably a very expensive suit. We try to do our bit. Logan returned the smile. So all that stuff about prostitution, protection rackets, illegal firearms, people trafficking, drugs, that's, what, a misunderstanding? Exactly, McLennan winked. But if it were true, I can assure you, we'd have no interest in someone like Peter Shepherd. You're following a trail of breadcrumbs through the woods to the wrong cottage. This one doesn't lead home. No, it led to Granny's cottage, and the wolf was in residence. So the fact that you lent him £200,000 was just a coincidence? 200? Wrinkles appeared between his eyebrows. Who told you that? Why would I lend him money? Because his company was going bankrupt. McLennan leaned in closer. Trust me, Sergeant McRae, I don't invest in failing businesses. If I'm interested in them, I wait for them to fail. Then I scoop up the assets once they've gone into receivership. I don't throw money away. Had to admit he had a point. Why give Shepherd a loan he couldn't pay back, just to get your hands on a container logistics company that'd be bankrupt by the end of the month anyway? So if it wasn't your people, who was it? Hypothetically. If I knew that, Sergeant McRae, I'd tell you. And if I find out, don't worry, I'll be doing my civic duty. The smile fell from his voice. I don't take kindly to people trying to fit me up. A couple walked by, glaring at each other and muttering in low voices. Someone laughed in the distance. The sound of car engines started filtering through from the other side of the graveyard wall as people departed the land of the dead. Malcolm McLennan patted Logan in the arm. Glad we cleared that up. He turned and walked off towards the road, joining a couple of massive goons in identical black suits. They held the gate open for him, then stood there, staring back at Logan. Then they were gone. He huffed out a long breath, let his shoulders droop a bit. Malcolm McLennan had heard a lot about him. Great. Logan joined Nervier and Harper under the tree. Someone in the major investigation team can't keep their big gob shut. Harper clicked a white tab of gum from a blister pack and popped it in her mouth, voice cold and hard. Have you and Malcolm McLennan been friends long, Sergeant? Because you looked very chummy. Never met the man till 2 minutes ago. Could have fooled me. You're not in CID anymore, Sergeant, and yet here you are, rubbing shoulders with half the organised crime families in Scotland. Odd that, isn't it? Logan folded his arms and leaned back against the tree. McLennan says his people had nothing to do with Shepherd's death. Says someone's fitting him up. Nervier shrugged. He would say that, wouldn't he? Not exactly going to admit it. True. I didn't know him, but he knew me. He knew how Shepherd's body had been staged. Someone in the MIT's talking. Harper chewed. Oh, I can believe that. And who's my prime suspect? Her finger jabbed Logan in the chest. You. Who the hell do you think you are, coming down here and barging in, interfering with my investigation? I didn't interfere with anything. It's... What were you trying to do? Muddy the waters? Warn someone off? Why are you even here? Logan's back stiffened. Are you finished? First you're obstructive, then you're useless, then you can't even make a cup of coffee without turning it into a disaster, and now you're talking to my suspects behind my back. Oh, don't be so. I have given you every chance to redeem yourself, Sergeant, but you still keep screwing up. If you ever go anywhere near Malcolm McLennan again, or anyone else, without my express written permission, you're finished. Are we clear? He bumped into me. How am I? I said, she was getting louder with every word, are we clear? Nervier turned away, taking a surprising amount of interest in a lichen-crusted headstone. Logan stared at her, let the silence grow, then pulled on the coldest smile he could. Very, sir. And don't think I won't be discussing this with professional standards. You do that, sir. A wave of shadow crashed across the fields, sweeping the sunlight before it. It crested the hill and swallowed the graveyard, plunging it into a gloom that washed all warmth from the air. Logan stuck his hands in his pockets and pulled his shoulders up to his ears. Clouds made a heavy grey lid, blanking out the sun. 20 minutes, hanging about outside the church, and there was still no sign of John Uckert. How was Logan supposed to get home? A handful of mourners lingered at the graveside, OAPs with curved spines and hooked noses, glittering eyes and hands like claws. Tiny pale flakes drifted down from the sky, melting as soon as they landed, but when Logan breathed out his breath left vapour trails. Where the hell was Uckert? He worked his way over to the gate, peering round the high churchyard wall at the dozen or so cars still parked along the verge. Uckert's Audi was there. More snow. Sod this. Might as well call for a taxi. He pulled out his phone. "Laz!" A voice behind him. "Aye, it is! Thought it was you." Logan turned. "Doreen!" A smile broke out on his face. "Good grief, Doreen Taylor. It's been, what, year and a half? Baldy Bain's retirement bash." She hadn't changed a bit. Still looked like someone's plump auntie dressed in a trouser suit and frumpy brown pudding bowl haircut. Doreen pointed at the hunched figure next to her. "You met D.C. Shand? No relation." He held up a long tapered hand. "Hi." When he opened his mouth, the reek of long-dead garlic staggered out. "Ian, this is Sergeant McCrae. Used to be my acting DI back in CID. She beamed. "Logan Lazarus McCrae. What brings you here?" "Not another one. Wanted to see who turned up. You know, rumours." She shuddered. "Tell me about it. Half the druggies in town are convinced World War III's going to kick off in Tilly-Drone." He pointed at the church. "You?" "Much the same. We're in serious and organised now. The boss wanted a heads up on who's sniffing about wee Hamish Mowatt's old territory. See if we can nip some of that in the bum before it starts." Right. A couple of the wizened old gravesiders shuffled out through the gate and away. "So," Logan shrugged, "you see much of Biohazard?" "Ugh." She rolled her eyes. "He's with the Divisional Rape Investigation Unit. Had to share a car with him on a shout last week, and I swear to God, a human being shouldn't be able to produce smells like that. It's not normal." Happy days. "Don't suppose you guys are heading back into town? Before we freeze to death." She peered up at the sky and flecks of snow settled on her fringe. "See, when I retire, I'm emigrating somewhere warm. Any chance of a lift?" Logan sat in the back of the pool car, Doreen in the passenger seat, with D.C. Shand behind the wheel, driving them along the twisting South Deeside Road. The snow was getting heavier, thickening, highlighting the bare branches of trees on either side. She turned to look at him. "You hear the latest? They're talking about merging Aberdeen City and Murray and the Shire back together again." Logan groaned. "What was the point of splitting them up in the first place, then?" "Exactly." His phone dinged in his pocket and he pulled it out. Text message. "Sorry, dude. Got tied up with Can you hang on a bit?" John Uckert. Doreen produced a hanky and blew her nose. "Can you imagine how much money we wasted changing everything from Grampian Police? All the signage, all the posters and bits and bobs?" Be nice to ignore it, but then again, he needed Uckert. No point being in a one-person conspiracy to commit murder. Logan thumbed out a reply. "It's snowing. I'm getting a lift into Aberdeen." Send. "Madness, isn't it?" She tucked her hanky away. "So all that time and effort, and now we're going to have to change it all back again." Shand shook his head. "Bet they won't let us call it Grampian Police, though." "Don't see why not. Tayside still gets to be called Tayside." "True." Ding. "Sorry, it's all hands to the pumps. Got meetings to organise for all the factions. Can you get yourself back to Banff, or do you need a hurl?" Call that spelling? Maybe Uckert had chucked a load of Scrabble tiles in the air and typed out whatever random order they fell in. Ding. "Give me a text when you want to go back. Get something for you." What the hell was that supposed to mean? Get something for you. Still, could be worse, I suppose. Remember Big Gary McCormack, the desk sergeant, Laz? Ah, right. Got something for you. He left when they screwed with the pension and pay conditions, went and got himself a cushy number doing health and safety for one of the oil companies. What is it? Send. Got made redundant 2 weeks ago. Now he's back trying to interview for a constable's position. How humiliating is that? Ding. Something from Mr. M. Vig present. A present from wee Hamish Mowat. God knew what that was. Probably another chess set. Logan lowered his mobile and stared out of the window. The trees died away as the car slowed for the limits into Aberdeen. The granite houses had lost their sparkle beneath the clouds, darkening as the snow hit the stone and melted, leaching away the last of the sun's heat. Might not be such a great idea to have all these messages from one of wee Hamish's men on his phone. He deleted all Uckert's texts. Not that it would make any difference. The forensic text guys would be able to get them back without too much trouble. And even if they couldn't, a quick squint at the phone company's metadata would show who he talked to and for how long. Should really ditch the SIM card and get a burner. Keep it untraceable. But then he scrolled down through the saved messages to the ones listed under Samantha. Logan, where the hell are you? Film's about to start. I've got popcorn, but no boyfriend. Don't make me chat up this guy with hairy ears. Next. Just so you know, I've had a few drinks after work and been to Ann Summers, so brace yourself. Next. I hate Edinburgh. Want to be home. Screw hotels and screw hotel breakfasts and screw forensic conferences. Not doing this again. Home, 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 home. Next. The thing blared out its ringtone, and Logan flinched. It tumbled from his fingers into the footwell. Gah! He snatched it up and pressed the button. What? Sergeant McCrae! Oh, joy. The dulcet tones of Detective Superintendent Harper the Harpy. You and I need to talk. It's my day off. If you want to shout, snipe, or belittle me, you can wait till I'm on duty again. Till then, feel free to sod off. The pool car slowed as it approached the roundabout. Silence from the phone. Probably shouldn't have said that last bit. But you know what? Screw her. Today was bad enough without having to kowtow to some jumped-up, holier-than-everyone's Central Belt tosser on an ego trip. An articulated lorry roared across in front of the car, the driver with one hand firmly engaged in trying to remove his own brain via his nose. Still nothing from Harper. Maybe she'd felt free and sodded off. You still there? Do you normally talk to superior officers like that, Sergeant? OK, I'm hanging up now. Sergeant McCrae, how dare... Tell you what, if you're so offended and upset, you go right ahead and put in that complaint with professional standards. Have me thrown off the MIT. You won't have to put up with my incompetence, and I won't have to put up with you. Blood thumped in his ears, the back of his arms itching in time with it. Do us both a favour. He jabbed the call end button with his thumb, bared his teeth at it, then thumped his phone down on the seat beside him. It burst into song again. Same number. Decline. And again. He switched his phone off. The car crawled up South Anderson Drive. A wee bit of snow and everyone drove like an old wifey, peering out over their steering wheels, doing 5 miles an hour. Could get out and walk quicker than this. Doreen swore, then pulled out her buzzing mobile. D.S. Taylor? What? Yes, no, boss. Yes, we're heading over to the wake. Sergeant McCrae? She looked back over her shoulder at him. Yes, we're giving him a lift. How did you... No, he's right here. You want to talk to him? Oh, OK. Wrinkles lined up between her eyebrows. Are you sure, boss? Don't mean to be funny, but we're supposed to... Right. I understand. Soon as we can. Yes, bye. She put her phone away. Change of plan, Ian. We're dropping Sergeant McCrae off in Bucksburn. Her sidekick groaned. But we're going to the wake. Little sandwiches, those wee chicken Kiev things, slices of quiche. Bucksburn Station, Constable, and step on it. Logan sat forward and tapped Doreen on the shoulder. I don't want to go to Bucksburn. I want to go to the bus station. I'm going home. Sorry, lass. Orders from on high. Sod that. The traffic groaned to a halt at the junction with Great Western Road. A line of cars and articulated lorries halted at the traffic lights in front of them. Fine, I'll get out and walk. He unclipped his seatbelt and grabbed the door handle. Nothing happened. The child locks were on. Of course they were. This was a CID pool car. Couldn't have suspects letting themselves out whenever they felt like it. Doreen, I'm not even on duty. I've had a crappy day and I want to go home. Colour flushed her cheeks. We don't have any choice, okay? Orders are orders. She tried for a smile. It didn't look very convincing. It'll only take a moment. I'm sure it's nothing really. Just a quick chat with professional standards. Friday the 13th strikes again. Chapter 23. The floral stench of carpet cleaner filled the anonymous waiting room. Probably there to cover the smell of fear sweated out by previous victims. Posters on the wall extolled the virtues of Police Scotland, each with a posed photo of an officer at some scenic spot. Truth, reliability, honesty, impartiality. Traffic droned by outside. Logan paced back to the window. Snow drifted down in large puffy flakes, thick enough to hide everything beyond a few 100 feet. Cars and buses and lorries nose-to-tailed each other on either side of the dual carriageway below. Streams of headlights and blood-red taillights, moving in a slow-motion shuffle away from here. Jammy sods. But then they hadn't been ratted out to professional standards by Superintendent Bloody Harper. No, that was a special treat for Logan alone. He scowled at the crawling traffic. Okay, so maybe it had been a mistake to tell her to sod off and hang up on her. And maybe he could have diffused the situation instead of making it worse. But, yeah, probably best to leave that thought there. Idiot. He pulled out his phone and turned it back on again. No more texts from Uckert, thank God, but there was a voicemail from Calamity. Logan set it playing. Sarge, hi, it's Janet. Listen, we heard about Samantha, and we wanted... Well, we're really, really sorry. If there's anything we can do, you give us a call, okay? All of us. There was a long pause. If you want to talk to someone, or, go out and get weaseled, let us know. We're thinking of you. End of messages. To replay the message, press 1. Logan hung up, put his phone away, stared out at the traffic. So sorry to keep you waiting. A gaunt woman stood in the doorway, wearing standard police issue black with an inspector's pips on the epaulettes. Her fringe was nearly down to her eyebrows, but it didn't manage to hide the thick, wrinkly creases that made valleys across her forehead. We're ready for you now. Logan followed her out into the corridor, past office after office, all with their doors shut, and into another room. They'd made more of an effort in here. Pot plants stood in the corners, historical photographs of Aberdeen hung on the walls, and a couple of windows looked out onto the snow. She waved a hand at one of the comfy chairs arranged around a coffee table with a bowl of individually wrapped mints on it. Now, would you like a tea or a coffee before we start? Okay. She was obviously down to play good cop. Thanks. Tea with milk, if that's all right. Not a problem. Well, take a seat, Sergeant McRae. Chief Superintendent Napier will be with you soon as he's off the phone. She slipped out, closing the door behind her. So really, he just swapped one waiting room for another. But at least an inspector was making him tea for a change. Logan sank into the comfy chair. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. She was back 2 minutes later with a mug and a small plate of jammy Dodgers. There you go. Won't be long now. And she was gone again. Maybe there were hidden cameras in the room, filming his every movement. Maybe Napier and his minions of darkness were huddled in an observation suite watching him right now, waiting for him to incriminate himself. Well, tough. Logan helped himself to a biscuit. Wonder what it was this time. Telling Superintendent Harpy where to stick her MIT, being at wee Hamish's funeral, selling the flat to John Uckert for way over the valuation, or perhaps it was about a drug dealer getting beaten to death with a claw hammer. Sit still and drink your tea. Don't fidget. Eat your jammy dodgers. 2 biscuits later, Chief Superintendent Napier arrived, with a file under one arm and a mug in the other. "Sergeant!" He settled into the chair opposite, put the mug on the table, and opened the file. "Now, as you may have guessed, a number of people in the Organised Crime and Counter-Terrorism Unit are interested in your attendance at Hamish Mowatt's funeral this afternoon." Napier stapled his fingers. "Would you care to comment on that?" Logan had a sip of tea. "I was abducted from my home this morning by 3 men in a transit van, forced into a black suit, and driven to a garage somewhere in the outskirts of Aberdeen where I witnessed a man being murdered. I was then driven to the funeral because Hamish Mowat thought of me as a friend and a fitting successor to lead his criminal empire after his death. On the way there, I plotted with another individual to kill Mr. Mowat's right-hand man." Napier smiled, then nodded. "Well, that's quite understandable. Now, would you like a pay rise or a knighthood? I've been authorised to give you both, if you like." Oh, if only. Instead, Logan lowered his mug. "We've been getting reports of various cartels and gangs wanting to move into the area following Hamish Mowat's death. After discussing this with Chief Inspector Steele, it was decided that I should attend the funeral." Napier raised an eyebrow. "You discussed this with DCI Steele? Ask her if you like." Logan pulled out his phone and called Steele. 2 rings, then her voice blared in his ear. "Where the hell did you get to? I turned up at lunchtime with a big bag of sausage rolls, all set for tea and sympathy, and you were nowhere to be—" "Gov, can you brief Chief Superintendent Napier about our plan for me to scope out wee Hamish Mowat's funeral today?" He put his mobile on speakerphone and held it out. Silence. Napier leaned forward in his seat. "Well, Chief Inspector?" "Hold on. Got digestive biscuit crumbs all down my cleavage." He curled his top lip and sat back again. "Aye, right. The funeral. I sent Sergeant McRae down there to scope out the opposition. I got the feeling these thugs from down south would be up for the service, and I wanted someone on site to see if they could pick up some info. You know, what with Peter Shepherd being all dead in a malk-the-knifey way." Had to hand it to her. No one could lie quicker and slicker than Roberta Steele. "Now, is there anything else? Only my boobs are all gritty with biscuit here, and I need to get my brow off and give it a good shake." If Napier was trying to hide his grimace, he wasn't doing a very good job of it. "I see. Well, we won't keep you from that." Logan switched the speakerphone off and put the phone back to his ear. "Thanks. I'll debrief you when I get back to Banff." "You're no doing anything with my brief, sunshine. My pants are off limits. And what the hell was all that about? You better no be—" He hung up and switched his mobile off again. Napier closed the folder. "I'm glad we could get that cleared up so quickly." Then he stood and stalked across the room to the window, and stood there with his hands behind his back, as if he were reviewing the troops. "And did you learn anything of import at the funeral, Sergeant?" "Malcolm McLennan thinks someone's trying to fit him up." "I see. Speaking of fitting people up, while we've got you here, I'd like to talk about Jack Wallace." Steele's paedophile. Logan drained the last of his tea. "What about him?" "His laptop. Oh, it's full of child abuse images, that's not at issue. But Wallace claims his laptop was missing for a couple of days. He's adamant that someone else took it and put those images on there. That he would never have done it himself." "Yes, because real paedophiles always own up to what they've done, don't they? Only the innocent ones say they didn't do it. Steele had dealings with Wallace before. She investigated him twice on accusations of rape." "Children?" Napier shook his head. "Both times the prosecution fell through. The victims changed their minds and withdrew their complaints. And we all know how well DCI Steele takes failure in cases of sexual assault." Snow was building up along the window ledge, clumps sticking to the glass for a moment before melting. "You see, Logan, the laptop worries me. All those images of child abuse are in 2 distinct blocks. Half were loaded onto the machine one day, and the rest went on the day after. One would expect, if Jack Wallace really were a practicing paedophile, the images would have built up gradually over a period of time. But they didn't. They simply arrived." He turned and leaned back against the windowsill. "Which is suspicious, don't you agree? Almost as if someone had placed them there on purpose." Logan fiddled with his empty mug. Were the pictures encrypted? Had he tried to hide them in any way? The folder they were in was password protected, his mother's maiden name spelled backwards, all sitting in a subdirectory of his iTunes files. So pretty well hidden then. Which did beg the question, how did Steele find them buried away down there? Napier flashed his teeth. Ah, I see you've finished your tea. Why don't we go and sort that out? God, a cup of tea from an inspector and a chief superintendent all in the same day. Well, that certainly made up for all the other crap that had happened since breakfast. Down the corridor, third on the left, it wasn't much more than a cupboard with a kettle, a microwave, a toaster and a wee fridge. Napier filled the kettle from a bottle of mineral water and stuck it on to boil. Would you like to have a look at the laptop? It's being held here as evidence. Lots of pictures of kids being abused. Not really. I meant the files. You don't have to browse the actual images. Oh. Would it help? It might help you. He made 2 mugs of tea and glopped milk into Logan's without asking, then handed it over. No sugar, that's right, isn't it? Thank you. Napier opened a cupboard and took out a bag for life that was covered with bees and flowers. He reached inside and produced a round metal biscuit tin. Gave it a shuggle. Ah, good. The counter-corruption team haven't got their sticky fingers on them yet. He levered the lid off. I'll pass you on to Carl, our IT whiz. He'll show you anything you need. Then Napier held the open tin out to Logan. It was full of raggedy brown things. Chocolate Krispies. I make them with Special K, melted Mars bars and crunched-up Maltesers. Not frightfully good for you, but little treats now and then. Yes, right. Logan blinked at him, then helped himself to one. Lovely. Okay, this was getting creepy. Napier popped the lid back on and tucked the tin under his arm with the folder, then led the way back out into the corridor. Tell me, Logan, do you enjoy being in uniform again? Feet on the streets, dealing with the public? He followed Napier down towards the far end. It's... a frown. Yes. Good man. I miss it myself. Oh, it's lovely being in a position to influence policy and really achieve things on a broader scale. But there's a lot to be said for being on the front line. He stopped, knocked on one of the office doors, then poked his head inside. Carl, that's Sergeant McCrae here. Show him anything he needs to see, all right? A middle-aged man with a grey cardigan thrown on over his black Police Scotland t-shirt peered out at them from behind a pair of thick-rimmed spectacles. His gaze drifted downwards, then a smile split his round face. Do these ancient eyes deceive me, Nigel, or have you made another batch of your famous fudge and raisin brownies? Napier held the tin out. Chocolate Krispies. Oh, I love those. He creaked the tin open and helped himself. Now, Sergeant McCrae, let's get you sorted. Thank you, Nigel. I'll take good care of him. Well, this is where we part company, Logan. Napier shook his hand. I'm afraid I have to deal with a constable who seems to have forgotten that rule number 1 of using an extendable baton is you do not hit people in the head with them. But if you need anything, give me a call. And then the doppelganger pretending to be the ginger ninja turned on his heel and marched off to distribute his chocolatey treats. Shall we, Sergeant? Carl ushered Logan inside and closed the door behind him, plonked himself on the other side of a workbench covered in bits of electronic equipment, laptops, desktops, tablets, mobile phones, all tagged and bearing sticky labels. Another, smaller bench sat against the wall with a laptop on it, a rainbow swirly screensaver dancing away across the display. That's you over there, all set up and ready. Logan perched on the edge of a bar stool and poked at the keyboard. The screensaver disappeared, replaced by the machine's desktop. The picture was a lineup of Aberdeen Football Club players, all done up in their red kit. Carl, by name, Carl by nature. Does Chief Superintendent Napier do a lot of baking things? Every Friday. You really should try Nigel's brownies. Oh my, yes. Napier baking. Being nice to people. Having a first name. It was official. That last blow to Logan's head had scrambled his brains. That, or he'd woken up in some alternative mirror universe this morning. Nigel. Bizarre. Logan moved the mouse arrow over the folder icon and clicked it open, navigated his way through the computer's hard drive to the iTunes section of the program files. Any idea where I should be looking? Try iTunes.resources. He did, and got a screen full of other folders for his trouble. Then what? es_mx.iproj. Then printing templates. You'll see a printer icon, only it's not really a printer, it's a password-protected RAR file. It sat at the top of a list of XML files. Logan double-clicked it, and when the password prompt came up, turned back to Carl. Do you have... He was holding up a post-it note with Hutchison written on it in big black letters. Only backwards, capital N. Logan picked Nausicateur out on the keyboard and hit return. Immediately the screen filled with rows and rows of pretty explicit file names. Some were clearly ordered into groups, as if they formed part of a different photo set. They all had different modified dates, but when Logan ordered them by created date, they fell into two distinct chunks, just like Napier had said, and the created dates were all after the modified dates as well. He leaned back on his seat. Okay, so that didn't prove anything, did it? Jack Wallace might have got them from one of the dodgy scumbags in his paedophile ring, or maybe he copied them off an older machine, or had them saved onto a DVD or something. Didn't mean Steele broke into his house or car, nicked his laptop, then stuck a bunch of kiddie porn on it, returned it to the house and accidentally stumbled onto the folder. Though let's face it, the files would be nearly impossible to find, given how buried they were in the file structure. You'd really need to know what you were looking for and where, not to mention what the password was. Steele could barely work her own phone, never mind hack her way through a jungle of folders. And what had she said when he'd asked her about it? Wallace didn't even try to hide the pictures, as if he was proud of his collection. Yeah, this was beginning to look dodgier by the minute. Carl, your wish is my command, O inquisitive one. Logan pointed at the laptop. These files, all squirreled away down here in the iTunes folders. That takes some doing, right? Wallace had to be a bit of a computer whiz kid to bury them away there. Oh, dearie me, no. Carl laughed, big and wobbly, like something off a fairground attraction. Finding the files is difficult. Hiding them, on the other hand, is child's play. You navigate your way down to the bottom of any folder tree that takes your fancy, and Robert is the sibling of your immediate progenitor. My Yorkshire Terrier could do it with one paw tied behind his back. So maybe even a detective chief inspector could manage. Steele wouldn't fit him up for fun, though. There had to be a reason. Logan turned around in his seat. Napier said you could show me anything I need to see, right? Well, I need to see everything you've got on Jack Wallace. Chapter 24. Of course, you know what this is, don't you? Logan stared at the crumpled lump in the toilet mirror. Shut up! He finished washing his hands, then ran them under the howling roar of the air dryer. Mirror Logan shook his head. You're only doing this so you don't have to go home and sit there, in the dark, getting drunk, worrying about Reuben. Yes, but this is important, isn't it? You killed Samantha this morning, remember? So what? You want I should be home brooding instead? Yes. A nod. At home, right now, not dicking about in Bucksburn Station, helping Napier get Steele up on charges. Should be getting utterly and completely hammered. A shudder rippled its way through him. Hammered wasn't a term to use today, not after what happened to Tony Evans. Deep breath. The whole top floor was strangely quiet. In most police stations, the place would be a barely controlled din of phones and voices and printers, people hanging out in the corridor gossiping and passing on info. But this was like visiting a hospital ward, where the cubicles were full of the soon-to-be dearly departed. Logan made himself another cup of tea, then headed back to his temporary office. The place was full of photos. A happy woman looking increasingly rounded, finishing off with what must have been a baby shower. He sank behind the desk, had a sip of too hot tea, and frowned at the open file. Jack Wallace, 29, blonde with a wide nose and big chin. In the attached picture, his eyes were partially hidden by a pair of glasses. Oh, and he turned up the collar of his polo shirt, presumably because he wanted to look like a dickhead. Mission accomplished, Jack. Logan tapped his fingers on the pile of forms and statements. Jack. Nothing in there suggested he was into sexually abusing children. No, Jack the lad was a ladies' man, whether they liked it or not. As long as he was bigger and stronger than them. And it wasn't just the 2 failed prosecutions for rape. There were about a dozen complaints of sexual harassment and assault. Everything from copping a feel in the lift at work to ripping off a stranger's blouse in a nightclub toilet and breaking her nose. No denying it. Jack Wallace was a charmer. But a paedophile. All those pictures hidden away on his laptop. Hidden away and password protected. Logan pulled out his phone and flicked through his own photos. There was Samantha, at a beach party in Lossiemouth, grinning like a slice of Edam. Another with her peeling the cling film off a new tattoo. One with her lying on her back, on the bed, in her leather corset, grinning up at him. And before you say it, I know, okay? He put the phone down on the desk. If you were here, you'd agree with the idiot in the mirror. Well, you're both right, and I don't care. No reply. And don't look at me like that. What was I supposed to do? He shifted in his seat. I tried, okay? I tried to kill him and the gun didn't work. Samantha's picture sat there, not moving, not saying anything. Yes, all right, it was cowardly, I admit it. You happy now? I tried to talk Uckert into doing my dirty work for me because I haven't got the balls to do it myself. Logan scrubbed his hands across his face. I don't want to kill anyone. Mirror Logan was right. He shouldn't be here. He should be home getting hammered. A frown. The desktop computer came on with a bleep when Logan wiggled the mouse. Typical. Its owner had been away on maternity leave for 2 months, and no one had thought to switch her computer off. No wonder Police Scotland was having trouble saving money. He logged into the system and ran a search for Tony Evans. It looked as if Uckert had been telling the truth. Evans was a small-time drug dealer, never caught with more than 990 quid on him, a tenner shy of getting the lot seized as proceeds of crime. His criminal record was predictably repetitive. Possession with intent, aggravated assault, possession, theft from a motor vehicle, possession with intent, theft by opening lock-fast places, possession. And right now, he was probably working his way, in very small pieces, through the digestive system of a couple dozen pigs. No body, no witnesses. Well, yes, okay, there were witnesses, but Smiler, Mr. Teeth and Captain Abba weren't going to roll over on Reuben, were they? Not a chance. Uckert wouldn't rat either. Which left Logan. He glanced at the phone. Samantha's picture had disappeared, replaced by a blank black screen. What am I supposed to do? March up to Napier and tell him I watched Reuben batter Tony Evans's head in? Oh, and by the way, I didn't stop him. I just stood there like a squeezed plook. No reply. He put on a passable imitation of Napier's clipped, oily tones. And tell me, Sergeant McRae, why exactly did you leave it this long to inform anyone of Reuben's heinous crime? Well, your ginger ninja-iness, that's a very good question. Makes me look a bit suspect, doesn't it? Yes, it does. As if I made the whole thing up. Did you, Sergeant? Wonderful. Logan sat back in his borrowed seat. Maybe I could tell him I suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. What with the horror of killing my girlfriend this morning, then witnessing a murder. Yeah, that would work. He poked the phone. Where are you? I sound like a nutter talking to myself like this. At least when you... A knock on the door. Then Carl stuck his head into the room. Sorry, I thought you had visitors. I come bearing gifts. He scuffed in on tartan slippers, then dug into his cardigan pocket and produced a USB stick. Ta-da! Professional Standards definitely had a weirdo hiring policy. Carl leaned over the desk and plugged the stick into a slot on the front of the computer. You're very welcome. What is it? Ah, an excellent question. For 10 points and a chance to come back next week, who managed to dig out a copy of the last interview DCI Steele did with Jack Wallace? Logan forced on a smile. Would it be you? Bing! Correct. You move on to the next round. Thanks for playing. He stuck his hands in his cardigan, stretching it out of shape. I can't get hold of the earlier one, and, to be perfectly honest, I shouldn't have been able to get hold of this one either. Still, ask no questions, nudge nudge, etc. A couple of clicks had the video file playing full screen. It was one of the interview rooms at Aberdeen Divisional Headquarters, number 3 going by the beige Australia-shaped stain on the wall by the window. 3 figures were visible, 2 sitting with their backs to the camera, one blonde spiky haircut, and one that looked like a badger who'd been run over by a combine harvester. D.S. Rennie and DCI Steele, which meant the man on the other side of the table, facing the camera, had to be Jack Wallace. His clothes must have gone off for testing, because he was wearing a white SOC oversuit with the hood thrown back. Not a big man, in any sense of the word. Thin, with a penciled-in beard and narrow eyes, his hair scraped forward in a failed attempt to cover a receding hairline. Long tapered fingers fiddled with the elasticated cuffs of the Tyvek suit. He opened his mouth, but nothing seemed to come out. What happened to the sound? Carl poked a button on the keyboard, and the computer's tiny speakers crackled into life. Comment. Wallace shut his mouth again. It was on mute, dear fellow, mute. Carl straightened up and rubbed at the small of his back. Just drop the USB stick off when you're done with it. Things are like gold dust here. Steele opened the folder in front of her. And do you live at 27 Catterfield Crescent, Kitty Brewster, Aberdeen? No comment. The voice was flat and expressionless, as if he couldn't really be bothered. Good luck, contestant. A salute. Then Carl turned and scuffed out of the room, leaving Logan alone with the computer. Did you go to Ochterturra Lights nightclub on Justice Mill Lane, Aberdeen, last Friday night? No comment. Did you see anyone there you knew? No comment. Did you approach this woman and offer to buy her a drink? Steele pulled out a photograph and slid it across the table. Difficult to make out from here, but it looked like a head and shoulders shot of a woman with long blonde hair. Claudia Boroditsky. No comment. Yeah, this interview was going well. Did you repeatedly attempt to dance with her? No comment. Did she tell you that she wasn't interested because she had a boyfriend? No comment. At 11:45, when she left the nightclub, did you follow Claudia Boroditsky? No comment. Did you make sexually threatening comments to her on Westfield Road? No comment. Did you attack her on Argyle Place and pull her into Victoria Park? Wallace barely moved the whole time, just sat there, picking at the sleeves of his white oversuit. No comment. Did you punch her in the face, breaking her cheekbone? No comment. Did you repeatedly kick her in the chest and stomach? No comment. Did you produce a knife and hold it to her throat? No comment. Did you tell her that if she screamed you'd gut and skin her like a rabbit, then send the bits to her parents? No comment. Steele's hands tightened on the folder, making the edges curl. Did you tear off her skirt and blouse? Did you cut away her underwear with your knife? No comment. Did you rape her? No comment. Did you rape Claudia Boroditsky? No comment. Did you rape her? Wallace seemed to think about that, his head on one side as he looked down at the photograph on the interview room table. Then he sat back. His face was as lifeless as his voice. No comment. Logan's breath billowed out in a pale cloud. He stuck his free hand into his trouser pocket and hunched his shoulders, shuffled his feet. Still didn't help. The air was so cold. Every breath was like being stabbed with frozen knitting needles. Because I wanted to go, okay? DCI Steele snorted down the phone at him. You wanted to go to wee Hamish Mowatt's funeral. What the hell is wrong with you, lads? You lost your marble. The snow fell in slow, lazy flakes, covering the pavement, piling up on top of the bus shelter, drifting down between the crawling traffic. It's marbles, plural. You're no in possession of plural marbles. If you had one more screw loose, everything would fall apart. No wonder the ginger ninja was after you. Yeah, well. He peered around the side of the bus shelter, back towards town. Cars and trucks and lorries and, dear Lord, was that the actual bus? The number 35 had finally crawled into view, and only 20 minutes late, which was pretty impressive given the state of the traffic. "So where are you?" "Aberdeen, waiting for the bus." "The bus? Why didn't you drive, you thick—" "Actually, I don't care as long as you're on your way home. Got plans this evening. Curry and beerish plans. And maybe whiskey-ish too." The number 35 grumbled through the snow. Its heating better be working, or there was going to be trouble. Standing out here in a cheap funeral suit and shiny shoes. Like an idiot. "We've got sod all out of Martin Milne today, by the way. Thanks for asking." "I'm sorry, but maybe I've had other things on my mind today." He dug out his money. "Be back about 6-ish. Did a press briefing with him this morning, so the jackals have dispersed. Don't see Mark the Knife getting Milne to go smuggling any time soon, though. Going to have a bath when I get in, so give us an hour, okay? Nah, he's going to wait till this blows over a bit. Make his move when he thinks we're no looking." The bus hissed to a stop, the doors opening to let out a red-faced woman and a grey-faced man. Logan climbed inside and handed over his cash. "1 to Banff." "Bit of a risk, though, isn't it?" He took his ticket and worked his way back along the bus to a pair of empty seats, sat next to the condensation street window. Bucksburn Station loomed in the fog. "I mean, killing Peter Shepherd and leaving his body lying around like that. Course we're going to investigate." "I met him today." "What, Peter Shepherd? How'd you manage that? Ouija board?" "Not Peter Shepherd, you idiot. Malcolm McLennan. Says someone's trying to set him up. Aye, and unicorns poop tea cakes." The bus's engine growled, and they nudged out into the traffic, joining the slow-motion exodus of town. Could be, though. Or maybe he did it so we'd all focus on Milne and his boats, when McLennan's really off doing something dodgy somewhere else. "Thanks, Laz. That's sod all help. Any other parades you'd like to piddle on while you're at it? No? Cool. In that case, I'm going to—" The bus inched closer to the roundabout. Someone sitting further forward nodded along to the tss, 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 leaking out of their headphones. "Hello?" An old lady embarked on a massive coughing session. Logan checked his phone. Steele had hung up. Lovely. The battery icon was down to its last bar. Probably enough charge to last all the way home. Maybe. He stuck his mobile back in his pocket and stared out of the steamed-up window. Snow, snow, and more snow. Should have asked her about Jack Wallace. Asked her why the prosecution collapsed before it got anywhere near the court. According to the files, Claudia Boroditsky withdrew her statement and claimed she'd been confused at the time of the assault, that she couldn't really remember who attacked and raped her, that she'd had consensual sex with Wallace earlier in the evening. Why didn't that sound convincing? Why did it sound more likely that Wallace had tracked Claudia down and persuaded her to change her mind? No wonder Steele hadn't been happy about the result. But was she unhappy enough about it to do him on a trumped-up charge of possessing indecent photographs of children? Logan drew a skull and crossbones on the bus window, sending tears of condensation crying down the glass. And who's to say Jack Wallace didn't deserve it? Chapter 25. Logan cleared a porthole in the fogged-up window. A thin sliver of sky was squashed between the heavy grey clouds and the cold white earth. The setting sun made blood spatters across the fields, lengthening the shadow behind the dry-stained dikes. Wind rocked the bus, hurling snow in great sweeping curtains. The woman sitting in front of him shifted her phone from one ear to the other. "Oh, I know. He's all right in general, but in bed? Honestly, he couldn't find a clitoris with 2 Sherpas and a sat-nav." All done at the top of her voice, as if there were nobody else on board. The rest of the bus was a mixture of OAPs and youngsters, fiddling with their mobile phones and tablets, each one off in their own private little fortress. A spotty man in a cagoule was actually reading a book, but he had a beard, so no one wanted to sit next to him. "Oh, I know. Awful. I know size isn't meant to matter, but it was like being sexually molested by a chihuahua." Fog reclaimed the porthole, fading the world back to monochrome as the sun disappeared. "I swear to God, Jane, I thought having an affair would be more exciting. Dancing, champagne, clubs, romantic dinners, kinky hotel room sex. He just wants to stay in watching box sets of Last of the Summer Wine. Logan's phone burst into song, and he pulled it out. Disappeared from the world like everyone else on the bus. McRae, but at least he had the common sense to keep his voice down. Mr. McRae, I have a call for you from Mr. Moyer Fackerson. One moment, please. Moyer Fackerson. Oh, that was great. An afternoon with the Ginger Ninja, and now a call from Hissing Sid. Today was a gift that just kept on giving. Like syphilis. And what kind of dick got the receptionist to make phone calls for them anyway? It wasn't the 70s. Mr. McRae. The voice was like a razor blade sliding down an exposed throat. Sandy Moyer Fackerson, I need to talk to you about Mr. Mowatt's estate. Okay, seriously, enough with the blessings today. Logan closed his eyes and massaged his forehead. Now's really not a good time. The will is going to be read on Monday morning, 10 o'clock, as per Mr. Mowatt's instructions. As your executor, I shall be requiring your attendance. I can't, Mr. McRae. Need I remind you that Mr. Mowatt's bequests include a sum of £666,666.66 to be paid to yourself. As such, it might be considered churlish of you to not perform your duties. Oh, God. The £200,000. How do you forget something like that? By not wanting to think about it, that's how. By running away from it, scared that anyone would find out. Ah! Mr. McRae? Are you still there? Logan turned his face to the window and lowered his voice even further. I told you, I don't want his money. And I told you it doesn't matter what you do or do not want. Mr. Mowat has left this portion of his estate to you, as is his right. It will be paid to you. There is provision for its management, but how you choose to dispose of it after that is entirely your own affair. A sniff. Any normal person would be delighted and grateful to inherit such a large sum. He cast a quick glance around him. No one was lugging in. They were all far too busy with their own phones. I'm a police officer. And now you can be a very rich police officer. Monday, Mr. McRae, 10 o'clock at my office. He hung up. Logan swore at the phone for a while, then switched it off and rammed it back in his pocket. Sagged in his seat, looking up at the ceiling of the bus. His bones rattled along with the engine's diesel drone. 2/3 because 20 grand over the asking price for his flat didn't look bad enough. And there was no way Reuben wouldn't be there to hear Hamish's will being read, to find out what they'd all got. Then he wouldn't have to worry about landing Uckert in it by cliping about the flat. He'd use the inheritance to destroy Logan. The snow squeaked and crunched beneath his damp, shiny shoes. More fell from the dark orange sky in slow, lazy arcs, like the drifting feathers of a shot bird. They flared in the streetlight's glow, then faded, building up in ridges along the tops of the gravestones in the little cemetery, sticking to the walls of the ancient buildings. Logan paused for a moment outside the Market Arms. Warm light spilled from the windows, bringing with it the muffled sound of music and laughter. Tempting. A shiver rattled its way through him, making his teeth click. Home. Central heating up full pelt. Hot bath. A big dram of Hamish Mowatt's whiskey. He hurried down the street, shoulders up around his ears, hands deep in his pockets. Past the grim Scottish houses, past the grim Victorian police station, then across the grim car park. The sea was a smear of black through the falling snow, grumbling against the invisible beach. Around the corner and... Logan stopped where he was, on the pavement, looking up at the sergeant's house. A light burned somewhere inside, oozing out of the bedroom window. Great. Steele had let herself in again. So much for a bit of privacy. He took out his keys, but the front door wasn't locked. It swung open when he turned the handle, the snib disengaged. You'd think a detective chief inspector would have some idea about home security. He clunked the door shut behind him and clicked the button for the snib. It clacked home. Hello? The central heating pinged and gurgled. Light spilled down the stairs from the landing. Logan peeled off his funeral suit jacket and draped it over the banister, undid his tie, dug out his phone. "You know you left the door off the latch, don't you?" He kicked off his wet shoes and stood there in his wet socks. "Hello?" The jacket dripped on the laminate flooring. "Hello?" Okay. He tried the kitchen. No steel. Then the living room. Still no steel. Typical. She'd sodded off and left the house lying wide open so any druggie could wander in and steal all his stuff. But the TV was still there, and the DVD player, and the answering machine with its winking red light. Maybe the snow had kept all the thieving gits from stalking the streets trying door handles. Logan stripped off his trousers and squelched over to the bookcase and plugged his mobile into the dangling charging cord. Then pressed the button on the answer phone. Message 1. A woman's voice replaced the electronic one. "Mr. McRae? Hi, it's Sheila here from Devronside Family Glazing Solutions again. I'm afraid there's been a bit of a mix-up with your windows." Of course there had. He unbuttoned his clammy shirt. "Your order's been checked by Dennis, and they're all out by about 15 mil. I'm really sorry. We've no idea how it happened, but we're getting them remade now. Please accept our apologies. We'll get them to you as soon as we can." Bleep. God's sake. Message 2. There was a pause. "Logan?" Louise from Sunny Glen cleared her throat. "I just wanted to let you know that the funeral directors have collected Samantha. I gave them the photo you wanted. I'm sure they'll do a sensitive job. And again, I'm so sorry for your loss." Yeah, everyone was sorry. Everyone was always sorry. Don't forget, if you need to talk to someone, Deborah is very good. She's helped a lot of families and... Delete. Message 3. Logan peeled off his soggy socks. "Mr. McRae? Mr. McRae? It's John Uckert. Look, you need to give me a call, okay? Like ASAFP, soon as you get this." Delete. No way he was leaving something like that knocking about on his answering machine for Napier to find. What the hell did Uckert want that was so urgent? Message 4. Steele's gravelly tones graced the living room. "I know you're in there, so answer the sodding door. My key's no working, and I'm freezing my nipples off." Bleep. What? Why would her key not work? Of course her key worked. She kept letting herself in. Message 5. Steele again. "It's no funny, lads. I know you're in. I can hear you moving about in there. Answer the door." Bleep. Logan turned and stared towards the front door. Steele could hear someone moving about inside. Message 6. She was back. "Laz, I get it. You're upset. You're sulking, but..." A sigh. "Look, you don't have to sulk on your own. I'll sulk with you. You know that. Give me a call." Someone was in his house. Bleep. You have no more messages. Bloody hell. It had to be Reuben. That's why Uckert wanted him to call back. Reuben was in his house, and there was Logan shivering in his sodden pants. Not a very dignified way to die. He padded out into the corridor, shifted the wet suit jacket out of the way. His equipment belt still hung over the post, complete with CS gas canister and extendable baton. He liberated both and checked the last door on the ground floor. It opened on a room stuffed with dusty box files, the air thick with a stench of dirt and mould. He eased the door closed and crept up the stairs, freezing at every creak and groan beneath his bare feet. Up onto the landing and its burning light. The guest bedroom door lay open. No Reuben. Bathroom. No Reuben. Logan licked his lips, then clacked out the extendable baton to its full length and barged into the master bedroom, CS gas up and ready. No Reuben. He clicked on the light. The bed was made, the curtains drawn, exactly as he'd left it this morning. Maybe he'd forgotten to turn the landing light off before he'd left for wee Hamish's funeral. It was all a bit rushed, what with the 3 guys bundling him into the back of a transit van. But it wasn't dark then, so why would he have the light on in the first place? And Steele had heard someone. He lowered the baton. A wooden box lay in the middle of the duvet. It was about the same length and width as a shoebox, but a lot thinner. Polished oak from the look of it, with brass hinges and catch. A small leather handle, like a briefcase. Logan dug into the wardrobe and pulled out a pair of itchy police trousers, fished about in the pockets until he found a pair of blue nitrile gloves, snapped them on. Please don't be Tony Evans's severed fingers, or any other part of his anatomy. Click. The catch snapped open, and Logan opened the box. A semi-automatic pistol sat in a lining of black foam, cut to match the outline of the gun. What looked like a silencer sat above it, and a spare clip, and about 24 bullets were lined up alongside with a small cleaning kit. The smell of gun oil, dark and pungent. Someone had taped an envelope to the inside of the box's lid, addressed to Mr. McCrae. He sank onto the edge of the bed. A wee furry head appeared between his pale legs, meeping and purring as she rubbed against him. Hiding, were we? So much for having a guard cat. Logan reached down and ruffled the fur between her ears, then opened the envelope, reading out loud to her. Dear Mr. McCrae, sorry you were out, so I kinda let myself in. Brackets. Think you should seriously consider a better door lock. Some dodgy people about. Close brackets. You don't say. And he spelled seriously wrong. Cthulhu settled down on the rug, bent almost double, legs stuck out in front of her, making slurping noises as she washed her white furry tummy. Mr. M wanted you to have this. Don't worry, it is completely clean and has never been fired. He wanted you to have this because of you-know-who. All the best, J.U. Logan chucked the note onto the bed. Well, at least that explains who left all the lights on. A clean gun. No prior convictions. Typical. So Uckert didn't want to get his hands dirty after all. Logan puffed out a long, shivery breath, then picked the thing up. Solid. Cold. Heavy. He racked back the slide. Brass flashed and a bullet span from the ejector port. Of course that didn't mean the thing actually worked. What happened in the garage this morning had proved that. I don't want to kill him. He stared at the ceiling. For God's sake, give it a rest. I don't want to kill him. I don't want to kill him. Shut up. Deep breath. We don't have any choice. But, do you want him to go after Jasmine and Naomi? Is that what you want? No reply. Didn't think so. And now we've got a gun. He turned it back and forth in his hand. Have to take it out in the middle of nowhere and squeeze off a couple of rounds to make sure. Turning up to murder Reuben with an untested gun was just asking to be fed to the pigs. The semi-automatic snapped up, pointing at the open wardrobe. You can do this. One bullet, right between Reuben's ugly little eyes, and the doorbell rang. Logan flinched, squeezed out a breath. Thank God the safety was on. He crossed to the window and peered out at the road below. No sign of a transit van, but a rumpled figure in a high-vis jacket stared back up at him, mouth working on what was probably a family-sized bag of swearing. Snow stuck to Steele's hair. She raised both hands in the carrier bags that dangled from them. Right. He stuffed the gun back in its box, snatched up the ejected bullet and stuck it in there too. Then slid the lot under the bed with the dust and balls of cat hair. The doorbell went again, long and loud as Steele mashed the button and held it down. All right, I'm coming! Logan got as far as the bedroom door before stopping. Yeah, probably better put on a dressing gown. Confronting Reuben in his pants was one thing. Steele was quite another. Chapter 26. Pass the oniony stuff. Logan picked up the polystyrene container of bright scarlet relish and held it out. Heat pounded out of the radiator, filling the kitchen with warmth, enhancing the earthy, spicy smell of takeaway curry. Still think the candles are a bit weird. Tea lights flickered away on